Okay, let's start maybe. Hello, everybody. So nice to see you, all of you. You know that, of course, we live in strange time, and in my presentation, I will tell a little bit about this. But we are happy to see you and to welcome you at our annual Congress, Science, Information, and Spirit. And of course, this year, as everybody, we make this Congress in Zoom. But maybe it's a good experience because now we have several hundred people who will participate and who will register for this Congress. And of course, it's not obligatory to be online now, because later on it will be possible to watch everything on our website. So again, glad to see you. Buenas tardes. Hola. Benvenido. Okay, as usual, I start with my own presentation, as usual. And this year we decided to make it only in English because we asked most of our presenters to send us video to avoid problems with Zoom, with these connections. And that's why it would be more difficult. But if you would like to ask questions, you're welcome to send it to our chat. And then Dmitry will be able to select it. And today, by the end of the day, we have this question and answers for all presenters who are presenting today. Okay, so now, if you don't mind, I will start my own presentation. And I need to share screen. And it will be advanced part portion of a screen. Okay, let's move it here. Okay, here it is. I hope now you can see my screen. Okay, do you see my screen? Okay, so I hope you can see my screen. Yes? Yes? Vladimir? Okay, so this, my presentation is usually about our results and perspectives in this year. You know that this year we have very strange situation. We live in a strange time when we are all separated. And of course, it's always a question, whether it is crazy bad or it is biological weapon. Of course, there are many theories, many ideas about both of these, and both options are possible. But of course, it's unpredictable. So now we need to understand whether it is a new world order with our crazy leaders, or is it total control or total perplexity? So this is a big question of modern time. Plus, we have this racial slurs, and it's again quite a new, not new, but very aggressive situation in the modern, in our world. Plus, we have very crazy sexual harassments all over the world. So, what is it? And we have an answer. Don't be afraid. Nothing special is going on. Nothing special. The situation is as follows, that we live in this world as guests. We are guests. We live here on the earth for a very short time, several 100,000 years, maybe millions years. But life here flourished for billions of years. And the real horse of our life, those are different bacteria, microbes, and viruses. They live here, they govern the world, and of course, they govern our life as well. You know that in our microbiome, in our own body, we have several kilos of different bacteria. And we name it as microbiota. And this includes bacteria, archaeas, fungi, protists, and viruses. So we all keep this inside and outside of ourselves. And some of them may be very good for us, and it's impossible to live without them. Some of them may be aggressive, but it's interesting that one and the same virus or bacteria may be positive in one situation and negative in another situation. So all the history of humankind in the history of this interconnection with this micro world. And we know that in the world history, it was really big plagues. And those plagues in 14th century destroyed practically 60% of population. It's, 200 million people. On some evaluations, it was practically 60% of the population. But what's interesting, that after this plague, Black Death plague in Eurasia, not only in Europe, but in Asia as well, it was increase of life productivity, increase of development. So for Europe, it was finally, for people who survived, it was very positive situation. Then we see that every century, it was other plagues. In 16th century, 80% of population in Mexico died. In 17th, 18th century, bubonic plagues, again, millions of people. In 18th century, smallpox plague, millions of people. And it was many other plagues like typhus, cholera, malaria, yellow fever, poliomyelitis, and so on. In 20th century, it was very similar situation. So, you know that in 1918s, it was a very serious influenza, pandemic influenza, Spanish flu, and about 100 million people died. So it's more people than died in the First World War. Then, if you look on, then we see just by the end of 20th century, it was Asian flu, from 1 to 4 million people. Then in 77, it was a worldwide smallpox epidemic, 500 million people. Then it was Hong Kong flu, again, about 4 million people. Not to tell about AIDS pandemic, that just some evaluation that it is 45 million people, but in reality, it may be even more, much more than that. So you see, so, and then if we look now, we see with this COVID, it's about 500,000 people. So nothing unusual. Absolutely same situation that we had all over the 20th century and beginning of 21st century. And from AIDS are dying much more people every year. From malaria, dying much more people, millions of people every year, but nobody pay attention. So it is absolutely clear that this situation now is nothing special. And we, of course, later on it will be possible to make analysis, whether it was artificially created, whether it was just fear of governments, but we know examples of Belarusia or Sweden, where it was this blockage of activity, and Belarus now is the most green country in the world. So it's absolutely clear that we don't need to be afraid. The most important is high immune level and high spirit. Those are the most important. And Biowell is the best tool to define those parameters. Now I want to show you a little video. Maybe you know this video. Okay, so as you see, this is our promotional video that all our distributors can use. That's why we didn't put wording over there to make it for every country, for every nation. And at this Congress, we have many participants who are not our users, who are new for this technology. That is why I've decided to give very short overview of what's all about. And this technology was originated in 18th century when German physicist and philosopher George Lichtenberg found light coming from different subjects in electromagnetic field. Later on, it was a lot of researchers in 19th century, including Tesla, in 20th century, but it became known to the world due to the family Kirlian. And those were Russian researchers, family Kirlian, who made a lot of contribution to this. And they developed this Kirlian photography. So this is known, it was known by Kirlian photography. And in beginning of 20th century, we have developed a dynamical approach. And we created cameras that allows us to see this in real life. Principles of operation of those cameras are very well known. And it's all published in different books, papers, so you can find it easily. We have many patents for this technology, more than 200-300 scientific papers, 10 or 12 books in different languages, and you can find a lot of those books on Amazon.com. And of course, this technology now is available worldwide. And we have many different areas of applications. We name this technology as electrophotonic imaging, EPI. And the first application was always medicine. And a lot of practitioners, a lot of medical doctors are using this technology. And now we position this not as a medical diagnostics, but as analysis, energy analysis. That is very important. Another area is consciousness study, and for us it's very big area, very important area. Sport. For many, many years, we are using this in Russian sport for Olympic and Paralympic teams of Russia, and this technology is officially accepted by our Minister of Sport as one of the key technologies in sport. Next area, it is water material testing. Again, very interesting. We have special installations for this, and a lot of people are working in this field. Then psychology. Again, we have a lot of interesting data, a lot of relations with psychology. And finally, it is geoactive zones. So study of environment. And we have many, many users, thousands of users worldwide on practically all continents. And those are not just users of our technology, but those are good friends. So we have BioWell community of dear friends and colleagues. And of course, we try to meet together every year. We have many different meetings, conferences, congresses, and but all the time we communicate with each other, all the time. And the principle of our data interpretation, those are, first of all, traditional Chinese medicine. So we are using the principle of meridiums. And this is the principle of analysis. Another principle is Ayurvedic medicine, chakras, and we are using chakras, as you've seen in the movie, and Western medicine, organs and systems. So this way, we are making a bridge between Oriental wisdom and modern scientific understanding. And as I mentioned, everything based on analysis of different meridiums. So we have this analysis table. And first it was created by Dr. Peter Mandel in Germany, but then it was redesigned by our team. And this allows us to see correlations between different fingers and organs and systems. So when we make analysis, first of all, we take readings of all your 10 fingers. With modern BioWell instrument, it takes about less than 1 minute because we can take it once in a second. After we have all those fingers, we make a lot of mathematical analysis, and it's all nonlinear analysis, and we create images. First of all, images of energy field. Of course, this is an image. This is computer stimulation of an energy field. But after 20 plus years of experience, we know that those images very precise correlated with your psycho-emotional state. But of course, not only images, we have many programs, different programs that allows us to see different parameters. And for experienced practitioners, experienced users, it's very easy to define tiny details of your condition. So when we see different outbursts, breaks, holes on the image, it's all related to some parameters. And it's all related to something. And what's important, it's not just what is going on with your condition, but a lot of those indications have predictive power. We have thousands and thousands of cases when we were able to predict some negative situations for people, to define weak zones of their situation. And of course, when we see chakras, we can interpret those chakras from a psycho-emotional point of view. So from other, it's more clear. They tell us about your psychological state. And as every chakra has its own meaning, and is related to specific features of the organism, then for every chakra we can define specific meaning. Very important to define the level of stress, level of energy, and those are one of the key parameters. So we are developing this system for now 25 years. So we have a lot of experience in this, but what's important, we are developing every year. And in the last year, from the last Congress, we have a lot of achievements. First of all, we have growth of our active users, about 25% increase in those period. And despite the pandemic situation, the number of active users has not decreased. So BioWell is needed and used even in these hard times. And it's absolutely clear because when you measure your own energy field, when you define your energy parameters, your stress parameters, you can predict all negative situations. And you know, if you pinpoint your negative condition, your illness in early stage, it would be easy to do something. We are now have very active Facebook page, and in this period, the number of users increased from 1,000 to 7,000. And it's very good because now people can communicate with each other by Facebook. Same as newsletters. We are sending newsletters, and now we send it to 4,500 people every time. Our site has been updated, and new site eumap.club has been created because we decided to move all scientific papers to this website. And this is related to FDA, because with FDA, they are very careful to follow up whether we are mentioning something about diagnostic, about medicine, and so on. So as we have many papers on medicine, and they are increasing those papers, then we move everything to another website, eumap.club. This year, we totally changed the system of education. Before, we demanded people to go to different webinars, seminars. Now we don't demand it. Now we have all training material on YouTube. So just by buying BioWell, you can look to those training material and you can start using it. Of course, we always recommend to communicate with your distributor, because this would give you extra information, this would give you extra help. And our distributors always help everybody. So with any questions, you can address us. And with any questions, we can be happy to help. And of course, if you want to have higher level of understanding, if you want to have certificates of high level, then of course you are welcome to come to our workshops. And we are having these workshops in different countries. Just in a year, we have more than 70 seminars and workshops on all continents. Now, of course, we are postponed by this situation, but I'm sure from autumn we'll start it again. We are doing software updates, and it was done at least 4 or 5 last year in this period. And we ask you, if you have this update, please press this button to update, because every update it's something new, and we just make some corrections. So it's very important. And we increase the number of official representatives all over the world. And we invite people to be our representative, because it's very important. And the most active representatives and our friends. Those are Neto Pagnataro in Brazil. Neto, hello. Yes, Elizabeth Dornbreer from Germany, and Germany, Austria, Switzerland. Elizabeth, you are the best. You are really the best. Tiffany Barsotti. Now she's sleeping yet, but later on we'll hear her presentation. Of course, Krishna, yes, you are. And Christian Borde from France and Spain. So we have, those are the best of all our team, but all other people are doing very well as well. So I really recommend you to look to this website, eomap.com, because it's really very important to see the different papers, and you can look to different research papers. Obligatory to have this, my latest book, not just because it's my book, but because it's description of the latest ideas in interpretation of data, and there are many examples in this book that I describe. And but soon, of course, I plan to make new innovations. And very interesting, this year, Dr. Michael Borkin from the United States, and I hope that his presentation will hear tomorrow. He developed a new approach for selection of supplements. This is very, very interesting approach. We tested it for more than a year in different situations with many people, with many doctors, and we found that it's really quite significant. So just by measuring stress level, with only 2 fingers, and we recommend you to use ring fingers, you can keep some medication, some supplement stuff, whatever, in your hand nearby your chakra, measuring other hand, and then you have stress level and energy level. And this way you can see what is positive for yourself and what is negative. So if stress level increases, then it means this is something that is not very good for you. If stress level decreases, then it means that it's really positive for you. And you can measure up to 10 different substances in one session. And this gives you very precise description. So we had many different tests of this kind, and all those tests demonstrate that they are very good. Same, of course, as we have and had a lot of experiments with water, with different stuff. It's one of our favorite, and I like it very much to work with water. And I really recommend you to look at this book that written together with Vladimir Voeikov, who will make a lecture about different water later on. And we published a lot of papers. So this paper was very interesting because we studied structured water. You know that the topic of structuring water, it is very important topic now, because we know that if we use different devices, different means to structure water, it can give us really very good water that would be very, very helpful. And we've been comparing structured water and normal water, water structured with some device. And you see, we had 1, 2, 3, 4 bottles of water, and 4 bottles of water was staying as control. 4 water bottles was structured. And you see, it was done 50 tests for control and for structured water. So it was a lot of statistics. And you can see that it was clear difference, absolutely clear difference, with very big statistical difference in bottle number 1, number 2, and number 4. And no difference with bottle number 3. Interesting. So first of all, it shows us that this method is very, very sensitive, and it's not just imagination. And then it shows us that these different devices for structuring water, they can be efficient, but you need to select very good water. In this case, we've been using a special biodisk that allows us to structure water. But we've been using this same disk for structure food samples. And again, you see for apple, carrot, celery, potato, cheese, sausage, we had very good results. Big difference between those samples of food control and after structuring. And the final test was influence on sprouting of rye. Because now we prefer to use this test if we need to test something. Because you know that when you grow some seeds and you see the sprouting, then it's very clear demonstration whether it was activated or not. And it was absolutely clear difference, totally clear difference. You see it was in experiment. Those roots was much higher than in control. So there are very good indication that this device has very good effect. Another paper was published on influence of mobile phone to people and protective effect of quantum resonance technology. You know that we have a lot of discussions about the influence of mobile phones, a lot. But some people have result that it's absolutely no influence. Some people have results that it is totally devastating effect. So what's the reality? The reality is just in between. So we did, you see, in control, we've studied, it was maybe 40 people or 50 people, it was about 50 people. And in background mode, half of the people responded to a mobile phone. So some people have really strong response, some people have no response. So half of the people responded. And after 2 weeks, it was same for control group. But for experimental group, it was again half the people responded in the initial state, but after people been using special protective program on their mobile phone, they didn't respond at all, you see. So their level of stress dropped down compared with background mode. And we know that we have different protective means, protective systems. This way, with our technology, it's very easy to test this. And if it's really efficient, then of course we recommend to use it. It will be always helpful. Another study, quite big, was study of effect of quantum resonance technology on human physiological parameters. Then another published paper is combined effect of music and frequency therapy from the BioCore device and stress level in humans. You know that we have very good results with using BioCore, very good results. But this paper demonstrates this statistical difference of people using BioCore device for several days on their stress level. So this is clear confirmation of the effect of BioCore. Unfortunately, due to this pandemic situation, we are delayed with new production of BioCores. But I'm sure it will be ready maybe this month or next month, because everything is prepared. But still, it's a lot of delays in certifications because we developed absolutely new device with much better earphones, with good packaging, with much more nicer device itself, where you can change a lot of different parameters. And I'm sorry, but you need to wait. But in a short time, it will be ready. I promise you, because practically everything is ready. Then it's another paper of drinking of structured water to human physiology. So previous paper that I mentioned was effect of structured water to water itself, structuring device. Now we test the same process with people. And this was clinical blind study. So initial test was for 40 people. Then 20 people was as a control, 20 people was experimental. And to every person was brought 1 liter of water, good water per month, 1 liter of bottled water per day, per day. So it was 30 liters to every person. But one group, they were drinking this water just from the bottle. Another group, they placed a glass with this water to this biodisc. And after a month, we repeated tests. And as always in those type of tests, we've been using several technologies. So we've been using psychological testing, we've been using physiological parameters, of course, biowell, and HRV, heart rate variability. And the result was as follows. You see, this is psychological parameters, self-assessment. And you see that in experimental group, more people have increased their parameters compared with control group. Then this was a change of biowell stress index. And again, you see that it decreased for most of people, or same, while in control group, it increased. So absolutely clear effect, statistical effect. This is change of balance index. Again, increased for most of people, and in control group decreased. And you know that this balance left index, for us, it is indication of sympathetic parasympathetic balance. So it is absolutely clear that for people who've been drinking this structured water, they increased their parasympathetic activity. Same results we had with HRV. So it was demonstrated that increase reflects the increase in adaptation and reserve capacity of the body for experimental group, while for control group, all parameters decreased. So this is example of our published paper. And you understand, if those papers are published in very good journal, quite good journal, it means it is well evaluated papers. Because at the same time, together with this type of papers, I had different presentations in different conferences. And after the conference, they usually publish some books or proceedings. And it was several interesting. I made new ideas about the influence of light. And you know that in conventional medicine and mostly in complementary medicine, now they use a lot of light devices, both with laser and without laser. So I published a couple of papers where I present the idea that without light, there are no life. And we all emit photons. And they're known as biophotons. So this is part of activity of within cells. And it's proven now that biophotons, they are essential for cell communication. They are increasing cell energy. And it's possible to evaluate by photons different health conditions. So we can study, of course, different substances, and we see this light coming from different substances. And I published a paper in Proceedings of Advanced Laserology, where I present ideas about the influence, some new ideas about the influence of light on our human tissues. Next, of course, very important topic for us, it's the study of active geoactive zones, expeditions to different parts of the world, to different continents. And last year it was very interesting expedition to Mexico, and in particular to Teotihuacan. You know that a couple of years ago, several years ago, under the Teotihuacan pyramids, it was discovered several tunnels. Those tunnels was excavated by archaeologists, and it is clear that those tunnels, those are production of very high level of civilization, because those are two tunnels under two pyramids. They are parallel to each other, and they go absolutely directly underneath of pyramid, and they are, the end of those tunnels are exactly under the this pyramid topic. So we were allowed to visit those tunnels because they are closed for visitors, for tourists, and the main archaeologists demonstrate us all those tunnels. We discussed about what's all about, and of course I did a lot of measurements. So it was clear that being in those tunnels is not very good for health. And you see these energy fields of two archaeologists who walk in those tunnels. You see that we can define a lot of problems, because being underground in this without real air for many years, so it's not very positive for health. But there's their destiny, and of course for them it's exciting to make this excavation. So we understand this. And I did a lot of measurements in different parts of this complex. And you see, those measurements was done in different years. Some was done in 2012, some was done in last year, 19. And you see it's a clear difference. But it's very clear that the highest energy we see on the top of moon and sun pyramids. Those are the highest energy. Under tunnels, pyramid energy is much lower. And we understand that being on those tunnels, it is very difficult for you. After being in those tunnels for a couple of hours, we had tremendous pleasure being back at the sun. And we were really exhausted being in those tunnels for several hours. So it's clear that it's not so easy. And so this, again, one more interesting information, that our measurements with Sputnik, those are very, very precise. And of course, when we have meditations, then of course it, again, very strong influence. So it was a ceremony on the top of Sun Pyramid with Mexican brujo, Don Ruiz, Mexican shaman. And you see that during his presentations, during his ceremonies, energy increased tremendously. So it is, again, it's absolutely clear. And it's clear that those pyramids, those tunnels, those are design of very high level civilization. And it's a big question, what civilization? I discuss those topics in my book. In this book, Mysterious Mummies of Nazca. This book is dedicated to very special discovery of our century, to my mind. And I have this book now published in English, Spanish, and Russian. And but I will talk about this much more by the end of our conference tomorrow, because to me it's a very important topic and people should know about this. And same as I'm discussing this in my book, The Energy of Space. And this year, it's very nice. This book is published in Russian as well. So I have it in English, but updated book is published in Russian. And we can look at different results with Sputnik measurements at our website, sputnikbiowell.com, where you can see and you can add your own results. And I hope that it will be increasing. Those days we'll listen to presentation of our dear friends, Adolfo Rodriguez and Marcela Torres Diaz. But I just want to pinpoint one of their results. They've been measuring special energy nearby special resonator. And you see, first they've been measuring for several hours, but it is some variations and not clear what it is about. But when they start measuring for long hours, they found very precise variation, 68 hours, very precise variation. Then they start doing this for many, many days, for months. And again, you see it very precise peaks. Of course, from month to month, from week to week, it can change. But those peaks are very, very precise. And this is very interesting because it's absolutely clear this is effect of this specific device, of this resonator. And even more interesting data. They put one Sputnik nearby this resonator, another Sputnik in a room about several hundred meters away in an office. And in the beginning, it was no, in the office, these yellow lines, it was some chaotic measurements. Then after several months, it was more precise. But after about half a year, peaks nearby resonator and in the office was absolutely the same. So what does it tell us? It tells us that it is some field coming from this resonator, and this field is propagating in space slowly and influencing more and more areas. But I'm looking forward that Adolfo and Marcel, they will tell us more about their own, because they have many, many experiments with BioWell. They have maybe 5 or 7 devices that they're using. They are very active in research. And of course, we tested these same effects in other places. And you see, without influence, there are quite chaotic variations. Sputnik responds to moon eclipse, to sun eclipse, to moon phase, but it's quite chaotic. And about new development. We have a lot of development this year, a lot. They are coming on, but I'm sure it will be a lot of interesting data. We have developed a new program. This program is named as Tracker, which allows you to follow up your condition, your energy level, your stress level, day by day. So you can measure yourself day by day, week by week, and then just press one button and immediately you see this line of variation. And compare this, of course, with your biorhythms. So this program, now it is in testing mode. So we have this in our testing stage. Soon we'll send it to all our representatives to test. But this gives us totally a new option. And our programmer, Konstantin Semenov, developed absolutely new principle of processing data. So, you know that when you download your energy field from previous measurements, sometimes it takes some time. It takes some seconds or even more. This program doesn't take time at all. You just click button whether you want to have this data for 1 day, for 1 week, for 1 month, and you immediately see all your measurements. And of course, just by if you point to some specific point, you can see all parameters. So this is really very interesting development. Another very interesting development is our new mobile devices. So we have developed this little device, we name it Penguin, and this device is for consumers. So we'll have viable professional device and this viable Penguin. This is little size, in hand size, and we of course have all the programs for this device on a mobile phone. So with mobile phone, now you can download our program. You know that you can go to this Play Market or iPhone Market and download viable program. And we plan that it will be mostly for this device for people. Of course, it will be much cheaper than viable. Of course, it will be limited programs, not all the programs. So all professional programs will be not available in this mode. But we hope that a lot of people would be using this device for follow up their energy level of stress in their everyday activity. And of course, for professionals, it will be very good to give this type of device, mobile device, to their users. And of course, consciousness study, this is again very important for us. We do a lot of consciousness studies. And just by the end of last year, in Israel, they presented new movie about consciousness, where I had a lot of participation. And I want to show you a little clip of this movie for you to understand what it's all about.
Can humans find a time when they will allow space for what they don't believe is possible? For 300 years, science has asked the question, is there a field of energy that connects everything?
Where do our thoughts go when we're done?
Someday, there will be inventions in physics, and when they do, you'll see that consciousness is energy. What human beings think collectively can be measured.
We have hundreds of thousands of molecules. They can exchange vibrations all over around the field. This is chemistry, but it's a kind of dancing chemistry.
In consciousness, we can communicate and perceive anywhere throughout the entire universe.
Energy increased dramatically.
Distance does not matter.
The field is the origin of everything.
What is a thought? Thought is a particle of light. We can measure it.
Our thoughts are broadcast to the field.
What happens in one part of the field influences other parts of the field in the same instant. And this is deep, profound.
So you see, this is very interesting movie, very well done, very professional, and you can find it on the internet, and you can watch it in full for 2 hours. And they presented it in different movies, movie theaters, and I was there a couple of times as well, and this was very well accepted. So by then, I want by then I want to tell you that we need to have positive attitude to life and high spirit. And it would help you to keep yourself healthy and not being afraid. Let us enjoy life in this beautiful summer. Let us be happy. And thank you for the attention, and see you after the coronavirus madness. Okay. Okay, very good. Thank you, everybody. Okay, thank you. And of course, as you know, we can find this presentation later on at our website. Now I give reading to Dmitry, because Dmitry was very well in organizing everything. He was very precise in doing everything, and then we'll follow our programs. Dmitry, yes, you're welcome to start.
Okay, so we will just follow our schedule, and the next presenter for today is Dr. Voeikov. And if I am right according to the schedule, just just double check the schedule, and I will just check who is gonna be next in order not to mix the schedule. Okay, it's Ana Maria Oliva. Okay, so in order to secure the internet connection, we have recorded the videos and presentations. So I will just turn on the video and you will watch it as if it is on your screen without any comments from us. And that's it. You can still post your questions in the chat on YouTube and here in Zoom. You're welcome. Okay, so just next speech by
Hello, I'm Ana Maria Oliva, and I'm very glad to be here with you sharing what has been my experience in this almost 18 years using this wonderful tool that is BioWell. And I
sorry, I will just
want to start explaining a little bit about me. I come from a technical background. I'm an engineer, and my specialty was in mechanics. And well, I was working a few years, and I was being a teacher for many years. And it came a moment in which I had a change in my life, in which, let's say that I was more sensitive to energy. So I started feeling the energy, and I started learning how to work with this, what we say, subtle energy. And we use subtle because it's something that goes beyond what we can measure or not. Because what we are going to see and what you know is that we can measure some octaves of that energy. So it came a moment in which I had that knowledge about how to work with the energy. And since I'm an engineer, I was very interested in finding what the science knows and what does the science know and what does the science say about energy. So since I have a master in biomedical engineering and my PhD in biomedicine, exactly in the border between electromagnetic devices and life, well, it came a moment that this wonderful tool that we call BioWell came to me. And when this came to me, I was totally in love with this technology because it allowed me to show what I was perceiving. It allowed me to see the invisible. And this is really powerful because well, we know that, or at least I love science, and at this moment it seems that everything that is not scientifically proven doesn't exist. But at that moment, I could find something that had a scientific background, that had publications, that was validated, and that could show me, and allowed me to show to other people what is happening in this invisible kingdom that we can feel, but sometimes it's not so easy to share and it's not so easy to show. So I want to begin with this quote from Richard Feynman, because I like to say that I'm not here to convince anyone. Then I will explain to you why I do things, but for me it's very important to say, okay, here we have a knowledge. I have, as Richard Feynman says, I have approximate answers, possible beliefs, and different degrees of uncertainty about different things, but I am not absolutely sure of anything, and there are many things I don't know anything about. But know what? I don't feel frightened because I don't know some things. I just want to share what I've learned, just in case that it can be useful for you, it can inspire you to just try different things in your own life. Why? Well, because as we can see, and we see that nowadays even more clearly than in other moments in our history, at least, the history that we know, we are in a moment in which there are a lot of suffering. So I compare what is happening with this image that you have here. Here you can see a dark sea where people are swimming. They don't see anything. They are just following the school of fish. They are just blind swimming. But these fish are also being transformed into ducks, probably, that are just flying under the sun. And what moves me, what drives me to do what I'm doing during all these years that I'm sharing this information, is that we stop swimming in a dark, black sea without seeing anything, and we start just flying free under the sun and enjoying this journey that we call life. So everything that I do it because I've seen people suffering so long and so deep, and I want to add something for this suffering, and that's why I do what I do. And why do I love technologies, and why I started loving also Biowell when I found it a lot of years ago? Well, it was the GDB version of the system. Well, and I will explain with this slide. And here it's very easy to see. What do we have here? Well, we have a chess board, and here we have two squares. One says A and the other one says B. So I can ask you, do you think that the A square and the B square are the same color? And you will probably say no. Okay, so what happens if I start putting things that take you out of your references? Now I ask you again, do you think that the A square and the B square have the same color or have different color? And this is the typical visual paradox. You can find that in the Wikipedia. As you can see, I'm just using the same background. I'm just adding some pieces of black. And the A square seems black. The B square looks like white or gray. But suddenly we see that they both look like the same. So what is it? Are they the same color? Are they different color? Which is the truth? So when I cannot find the truth by myself, as now, because now I see that they are identical, but if I remove this, they are totally different. So which is the truth? So what I do is go into a technology and I ask the software, okay, can you tell me which is the A color? They say that in hexadecimal. So which is the A color? And the A color is going to be a number, and the B color is going to be another number. So now I ask you, what do you think? Is going to be the same color? Is going to be a different one? We're going to ask the software. And the software says that the A square is this number, and the B is the same number. Well, it's not exactly like this because it has a degradation of the gray, but we can see how our eyes and our perception sometimes make us a little bit of noise. It makes that sometimes we cannot distinguish clearly. That's why I like when I can have a technology that helps me in understanding what sometimes I cannot understand by my own self. And this is the reason why I use technologies many times. So my first approach, as I was telling you, was with BioWell, with the GDB old version. And well, it was awesome for me because I received this technology while I was doing a course in subtle energy. So I saw someone that was using this technology to show us how important are pranayama, the breathing techniques. And when I saw the change in my own energy before and after these breathing techniques, it was like, wow, this is amazing. This is awesome. This is something that allows me to see so many things that is worthy to start understanding a little bit more, or which is the effect that each single thing has in my own life. And then I started a real journey testing, well, first of all, buying the GDB, of course, and second, testing everything that I could find in my daily life about before and after that. It could be before and after working with my computer. It could be before and after a breathing technique, a yoga class, drinking magnetized water, or whatever I could find in my daily life and in all my students' life, because at that moment I was still a teacher and I was still in a very close contact with many people at the same time. So what I did was that I started taking pictures of many of my students, and since I know my students, I know how they are, I know what they are struggling with, so it was very helpful to do this kind of reverse engineering, if you want to call this way, because I knew the person, and when I started watching the images, I start connecting the information that I knew about that person with the information that I was finding in my images. So it was very interesting. It was very nice. At that moment, you know that there was not so many training courses about GDB, so it was a little bit like self-education. And in this case, I did it like this, like a reverse engineering, reverse understanding of what was happening. And it was very nice because it gave me a very solid feeling and confidence in this tool, which is what we basically need when we want to work with a tool, that we can trust that. Okay, so now I'm going to be just a little bit, just some little points about science, because I love science. And of course, this can be understood only if we expand our normal paradigm into something that is a little bit deeper or broader, because our normal paradigm is only based on matter, is only based on biochemistry and physicality. So we need to understand that the three basic elements in physics, I'm not talking about medicine or just human nature, I'm talking about everything that exists, can be considered like with three different elements. One of them is the physical body, another one is the energy, the vibration, and another one is the informational field. So we have matter, we have energy, and we have information. But the hierarchy is exactly the opposite. First, it comes the information that directs the energy towards a certain places, and this energy comes a moment that becomes physical. And this happens in everything that exists, and this can also be understood as different octaves. And for me, the big challenge that we had 18 years ago, and we still have, and especially at this moment that we're struggling with very, very, let's say, biological, physical, or mechanical things in our paradigm, in our medicine, and everything that is happening now, the big challenge is to have an integrated vision about what is happening. And I compared that with a piano that has different octaves. The notes are the same. We build the whole, we create the whole music, all the different songs with just 7 notes, and are always the same. In Spain, we call them do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, si. And then we have this pattern or these notes that are repetitively increasing in frequencies, and we call that different octaves. So we can consider that we have different octaves in ourselves too. We have a physical octave that can be like the lowest, the more dense octave. Then we have an energy octave, we have emotions, and we have mental issues, and we can even consider the spirit. And what we need to know is that the information in each one of these octaves is not different from the rest. It's the same notes. The same do has a physical component, has an emotional component, has a mental component of, if you want. The same emotion has a physical component, has a mental component, and every thought becomes something emotional, becomes something energetic, and becomes something physical. And what we need to understand is that everything goes together. Okay, and our different octaves are harmonics of that. So my question has always been, since I was very young, my question was always, okay, it came a moment when I was a child that I realized that I wasn't a person different from my mother. And since that moment, I'm still asking to myself, who am I? Who am I? What is being alive? What is life about? What is being a human being? What is consciousness? And we know that in science there are small questions that we spend a lot of time on that. Sometimes a lot of money too. That is which is the metabolic path for the sugar synthesis or whatever, which is the effect of this pill or this drug or. Yes, these are small questions that we spend years and years trying to understand. But there are also these other big questions, like I'm saying, what am I? What is life about? That can also be addressed, if not answered, using science. And that's the kind of science that I love. The science that helped me to understand better who am I. So in this understanding that we have now, that we know that we are not just matter, that we are not just a body, we can understand that we have a consciousness that can be connected with this information, that in the hierarchy is the one that is directing the energy in our mind, in our emotions, in our physical body energy that finally will become what we see as matter. And everything is connected. It's just like harmonics. It's just different octaves of the same information. It's not something different. One thing is not different from the other thing. And there is a whole new paradigm in which there are many, many sciences that are putting their grains of sand in this super big understanding of life from another point of view that is less materialistic and much more energetic. Of course, Konstantin, Korotkov, thank you for introducing me to this wonderful language of energy with your wonderful tool. There are other sciences that here you have some of the names that I consider like the superheroes of my own galaxy. And when I wrote my first book, which was forward by Professor Korotkov too, this what your light says about you, that is a trip, is a journey from technology to consciousness. I explain a little bit of this science before starting explaining and sharing a little bit what I'm going to share with you today in this talk. Okay, so one of the first things that I realized when I started seeing these images from energy is that energy doesn't judge. And sometimes we are not so conscious about what is energy telling us or what is our energy saying. Here you're going to see different versions of the software because I've been using this GDB system since a lot of years ago. So you're going to see different pictures. And here, for example, you can see these three pictures that are showing different levels of energy. And what I want to say with these conscious emissions is that we are experts in lying ourselves. We can convince ourselves of something and exactly the opposite, because we are masters in lying ourselves. But energy doesn't lie. So I can think that, yes, I'm very glad to meet you again. You find someone, you meet someone in the middle of the street, and suddenly you say, yes, I'm glad to see you again. How are you doing? But in fact, you are not glad to see that person again, because you are still feeling a strong emotion towards that person. So what happens there? That even if you are smiling, even if you are saying, yeah, and being very nice and very polite, your energy probably is saying another thing. And there is a connection, and there is an interaction, and there is a conversation between both energies that is going to say the real truth and not what our words say. So I started, as I mentioned, working with anything I could find surrounding me that was how things affect me. What was my purpose? And this is something that I want to strengthen, and I want to tell you very clearly. I see many times, almost all the time, how people give their own power to the rest. That means that I let the TV scare me. I let a person make a decision in my name. I let other people to do other things that's my responsibility, because I'm an adult person. And being an adult person means that I'm not going to do everything alone by myself, because there are many professionals that can help me in doing things. But it doesn't mean that I'm going to give my power to the other person. I still can say something. I still can question something. I still can ask you but what do you think? And I can tell you what do I think. But the first thing that I have to do is learning, how does my body work? How do I work? And I know that we are not just a physical body. We also have emotions, and we also have energy and mind and spirit. So we have different octaves, and we need to know how all of them work. So I started measuring before and after many different things in my own self, and of course in many other people, because, well, I wanted to have my own knowledge about how to come back to being responsible, how to know which is the price that I pay for living the way I'm doing. And once I know that, I can do something to change it. But first of all, I need to be aware. I need to be conscious. And I put here me in capital letters. How does it affect me? Sorry that there is an overlap with the image. I put the me in capital letters because this is not exactly the scientific method. This is not exactly science. This is a pedagogical experience, if you want, because I didn't do control and groups. I didn't have enough statistics to publish a paper with that. My concern wasn't at that moment to publish anything about this. It was just being aware and giving people tools so as they could see, look, this is what happens, or this is what happened to me or to that person when he or she did this. But know what? We are quite similar. We are quite our behavior is many times quite similar. We are not so different one from the other. So let's start with this. How do things affect me? And I'm going to start with one of the questions that at that moment I was concerned about. That was, oh my God, I work a lot in front of the computer, and how is it affecting me? So I did a before and after. You can see here, I don't know if I can record the mouse. I don't think so. Well, here you have the before at the left side and the after at the right side. This camera has the opposite. So this is the before and this is the after of myself a lot of years ago, as you can see, because in the software, and before and after working 1 hour at the computer. So, well, I always felt that the computer was making my head like heavy, that creating a headache and like a lot of energy here. And you can see that, yes, basically is this. And of course, this energy is here because it has disappeared from other places. Well, at that moment, probably I was also a little bit upset because you can see some flames that come from the liver area, but I'm not going to go so deep in the interpretation. But it allowed me to see that, okay, I was one of the person that sometimes think that if you are vibrating in love and if you're passionate what you're doing, things don't affect you so much. And that's probably true, but we need to know that things also affect us in a daily basis. So it can be that one day I'm super excited, it doesn't affect me so much, but another day I can be not so excited. And I have to know that there are certain things that interfere with my own energy. So here you have the first image of myself with the energy being interfered because of the electromagnetic field of the computer, and also probably because of being sitting down static in my chair and probably very focused in something that I was creating at that moment. So it's not just one single thing. But here we can see the first change. This is awesome. This is Julio. Julio is one of my students that now he's a psychiatrist. He has finished the school and the residence and everything. I'm talking about images that are really, really old, but I love them because I still love them because I think that are so useful to know ourselves more. So here you have Julio. And Julio has a before and after measurement of many things because he was helping me a lot. And in this case, I was just putting him listening the statics in a radio. It was only noise, but it was not the noise as I have now in my home that someone is drilling the wall because they are doing works. It was just the static noise of the radio during 5 minutes. But the thing is that he's a musician. He also plays the violin and the piano. He's a very good musician. So, of course, he's very sensitive to music and to noise. We were playing a lot. We were taking images before and after each kind of music that he was playing. It was awesome. And in this case, it's just the noise. And here you have the before and you see the after. And it was very nice because with this image, what we can realize is that something as simple as living in a big city with lots of noises or working in a lab that you have always the fan that is working, this can totally drain your energy. It doesn't mean that it always happens again. I'm not talking about scientific research in which I've done this with controls and with placebos and with, no, I haven't done that. But I've done that enough times to realize that this is a truth for many people, that just being with lots of noise, physical noise, can create that your energy disappears, that your energy is drained, and that you get tired and even you get sick, because what we know is that this energy field that is surrounding us and is inside us is protecting us, is nourishing us, and at the same time is protecting us from everything that comes from outside. So here you can see that the second image, the person is much more vulnerable than the first, just because of being 5 minutes listening to noises. So now you can try to feel yourself when you are in front of a noise. You can try to feel and say, how do I feel with this? Do I feel tired? Yes. So what can I do? Sometimes it's as easy as putting earplugs and that's it, like in the labs. That is very easy because we always have the fans that are working because of the extraction of the chemical substances, but sometimes just putting headphones, you can improve a lot your energy, but you will not know that unless you pay attention to it. You know, that's what I love. This, I think that now you're getting my passion of showing this because it was so extremely useful for me to understand more about my own self, how my body is working, and how can I improve and optimize my own health. So let's continue with more images. the noise in the systems. Look at this old version of the software. We can see that it's affected before it's in this orange and after is in this kind of purple. So you can see how the energy that was more or less in the standard zone, in the normal area, it becomes suddenly dropped. And it's not only in one system. Of course, each person is different, and each one of us have systems that are weaker than the rest. So this is going to affect specifically to the places that in my structure are weaker. If I'm a person that I'm easily upset, probably my weaker point is the gallbladder or the liver. So probably everything is going to go there. Everything is going to impact there. And the same stimuli, the same noise, another person can affect to another place because this is the weak spot. I always say that when we have a chain, the chain is broken always in the weakest link, not in the link that I'm doing the strength or doing the effort, is in the weakest link. So this is what is happening to him, that he's losing energy in many systems, and in some of them he's losing more energy, probably because he got upset with that. Okay, and this is another person listening another thing. Music is great because it has a strong effect on our energy. So here you have another person. This person is called Javier, and Javier was listening for 3 minutes, 4 minutes, a song that is spillover from the band that is called Rammstein. And here his image, as you can see, was this one, and after the music was this other one that, as you can see, is weaker, is more vulnerable, is more broken, is not as, let's say, homogeneous like this. It's not that it's extremely homogeneous, but it's quite continuous, and we love this, like the bottom, this bottom part in which we have the light blue and the dark blue, and everything is continuous, is homogeneous, and then you see that this is suddenly broken. Okay, so what happened with this? And I asked him, what do you think about this music? And he told me, I like it. And say, really? So let's see if your body likes this music or not. And according to this image, what we can see is that this music had an impact on his energy, and it was an impact that was not exactly harmonizing. Okay, it was something that was breaking his energy, even if he didn't realize, if he didn't know that. So then I did the same experience with a very young girl. She is about 15 or 16 years old. And I did the same. You can see here the first, at the left side, you can see the first image that is this girl is a teenager. So it's normal that they have this kind of chaos in the energy. This is quite usual, at least my experience with teenagers, that is quite big, says that most of them have a lot of challenges. The energy is changing very quickly, and they are challenged because of many things in their lives. So I asked her, can you please listen for this music? And then you have the second image in the middle. Wow, this is not beautiful. And she told me, I don't like that music. So can I put now my own music because I love this? And say, yes, of course, do it. So we have at the left, the first image that is the original image. Then after the first music that she didn't like, and her body didn't like either, her energy didn't like it. And then we have the third image that was just 3-4 minutes later. The difference in time from one image to the other is only 3-4 minutes, what the music lasts. And in this last image, in this last picture, we can see how her energy was much stronger, and was stronger just because she was enjoying that music, and that music had a strong effect on her. So now you can ask to yourself, okay, do I really like what I'm listening? Does my body really like what I'm listening all the time or not? It doesn't mean that this song is good for everybody all the time, but it would be great if we could connect with ourselves enough to realize if what I'm listening is really good or not for me. Wow, this is one of the images that everybody asked me to show. And at the same time, I was also wanting to show and to see. This is the effect of a cell phone call when we still had the GSM, I think it is. It's like the first, second, when we only had SMS messages and phone calls. It was not with data, it was not 3G, 4G, nothing like that. It was much simpler than this. So here you can see a person before and after a phone call. It is, I have to tell you, that it's a phone call without content. Okay, it's not that it's someone telling you something. She was just holding the cell phone close to her ear and someone was calling her. That's it. We know that the moment that the cell phone is connected with the station, because there is a phone call, is a strong energy and strong, yes, electromagnetic emission. So that's what she was swallowing, she was receiving. It was not that there was any conversation that can create an interference with the content. No. So here you can see her energy and her energy here, and in the right side you can see how she loses energy. So this is happening all the time to everybody. I haven't measured everybody all the time, but I've measured enough people before and after the cell phone calls, so as I can tell you, yes, they interfere a lot with us. It can also happen that you receive a phone call and they are telling you the best news ever, and this is going to compensate, probably the emotional part of that is going to compensate the radiation. But what is clear is that living surrounded by so many artificial electromagnetic waves is not exactly healthy for ourselves. As you can see here, this person becomes more vulnerable, becomes weaker. But not everything is about being weaker. Sometimes it's also about being stronger. So this is a girl that was just playing. What does playing mean in this context? She was with her boyfriend and they were just like dancing and having fun and doing like, you know, silly things, not something specifically planned. It was, in fact, she was waiting. She is Julio's girlfriend. She was Julio's girlfriend, and she was waiting that I finished all the research with Julio, and she was a little bit like tired of that, as you can see in the first image in your left side. You can see that she's tired and she's like, let's see what happens here, because we were having such a great time doing these kind of experiments that, well, we were enjoying. So time flies when you're having fun, but not so quick for persons that are waiting for us. So in the moment that I let them together and they start just like, yeah, just hugging each other and playing a little bit. So look at the change in her energy. This was awesome, because here is when you realize how powerful we are and how easy it is to get your energy better, to be stronger. We just need to have fun. We just need to enjoy with our friends and with our girlfriends and boyfriends and with our family. We just need to enjoy, because this is going to make us stronger. Sometimes we are looking for, you know, we go into the rabbit hole trying to find the solution for something, because it seems that everything makes us weaker. Everything that I'm showing you makes us weaker. But you know what? It's so easy to be stronger too. We're going to go back on this later. I want to continue showing you other things. Our beloved ones. This is again Julio's girlfriend and me in this case. And here that I said, two people, they don't know each other. It was the first time that I met her. He was my student, but I didn't know her. So here we put together the two fingers inside the device. And as you can see, there is kind of corridor, white corridor without energy between she and me, or her and me. There is no energy, no common energy. There was like kind of rejection of the energy. It seems that she was not so happy with me. And when I put they both together in the same image, you can see how one of them is hugging energetically the other one. So here you have two people with a close relationship. So during a few months, I was doing that with couples. I was just playing with it, and I was just taking images before and after. They both together and seeing what was happening. But I decided that it was not a good idea, because sometimes, well, the images were not so beautiful to see or to explain. So I decided that I don't want to be part of any divorce. So I'm not going to show you more this kind of images. Okay, and this is something that is wonderful, that is great. For me, it's awesome. I put here on the top of the image, you will recognize that is the typical crystal, water crystal that Masaru Emoto did in his super pedagogical research that was about this, the messages in the water. I was thrilled with that book. It totally blown my mind up, because it was amazing to find this, to see how the different things were affecting the water structure, especially taking into account that we are 70% water. So then I was inspired by his way of doing things, and I started doing my own research and say, okay, let's see what happens with the words. So I was in a classroom at a school. I was doing a research there. I was doing a kind of workshop 3 hours, and we were doing some tests live. I explained a little bit about energy. I showed them some pictures, and then we were doing this kind of tests, and we were doing that live. So here you have a person, a boy, that he's young, he's probably 14 years old, his energy is kind of messy, right side tired, so probably he's been doing a lot of things. And then I asked him, okay, what do you want to do? And most of the people told me, were telling me, I wanna dance, or I wanna listen to this music. Some people want to just run outside, in circles outside the school. And this guy told me, yes, I want my friend to insult me. Well, this is not the most beautiful thing I can do with children, but let's do it. Let's see what happens. It was risky, because it was the first time I was doing that. It was risky, but it was worth it to do it, because they went outside and they started saying horrible words one to the other. But you know, when you listen a horrible word and then a laugh. So their intention was not insulting the other person, but just laughing at me. They were trying to, to say, well, she's crazy, we are going to destroy her experiment. So they were doing this, and it was awesome, because then they came back and I took the picture, and I didn't analyze the picture. I just took the picture and I kept that there. And I say, now go outside and say beautiful things to each other. So they did exactly the same. They went outside and they did beautiful things, but just one word and one laugh. It was just laughing. Okay, so look at this, because it's quite awesome. After saying bad words, you can see how the left part of the image is being broken. The left part is more about emotions. So the whole left part of the image, as you can see, was broken. So even if there was no intention, the word has a power itself. And that's great to know, because that way we can be more aware of the way that we are using the words. This is something that Masaru Emoto demonstrated too. But for me, it was awesome to see this, because it was the first time that I was doing that, and I was doing that live, so it could haven't worked, but it worked. And after that, I did the second measurement, that was after beautiful words, and guess what happened? If I put it, that the energy, let me put it big, that the energy, the whole energy was again reconstructed, was rebuilt, and it was even stronger than it had been previously, that it had been at the beginning. So look at this super interesting information that I got at that moment 15 years ago live in a school with teenagers. That was, let's take care about the words we say, because it's not the same saying one word than the other, even if we have the same intention. Because many times that we say that the power is in the intention, well, here we are seeing that the words without an intention, they also have power. So probably it's worth it to start learning something about the neuro-linguistic programmation and things like that, because it's going to be extremely useful and empower for us. Playing games, does it happen every time to everybody? No, but I've checked that many times. Here you have a guy and a boy that is with his energy, with his messy energy, and after 10 minutes playing with the PlayStation. Does that mean that the PlayStation is like evil? No, but this means that for this person playing the PlayStation was not the best way of spending leisure or free time. It was not the best idea. And this happens many times when we are playing or doing activities that we have a limited time to do it. When they can control our minds, they can control everything, because the time is the atmosphere of the mind. So when they are controlling your time, when you have just limited time to finish this exam or this test, or you have a limited time to fulfill this in this screen, wow, this is a strong stress for the body. This is super strong stress. So here you can see that this was stressful for this person. I've also seen other people that once if you have a lot of worries and then you just play a game and you can focus in something that is far from all your worries and concerns, it can also make that your energy becomes stronger. But we need to know that it can also make you weaker. So it's worth it to know it and to try to at least to be aware of that, so as we can decide at every moment what we think is better. Smoking, cigarettes, just tobacco, is it good, is it bad? So this was a very nice image before and after, and the first thing that it shocked me was that the energy field looks much stronger in terms of amount of energy, and it was nice to discover, because this is what we call addiction. Exactly, your body is missing something. When you give this something to your body woo, feels fulfilled, feels completed, but you must know that you pay a price for that, and the price is all the filters in your body that are burning at this moment. So this is what happens when this person was smoking. Here we can see the effect of an addiction, let's say the apparently positive effect of an addiction, and we can also see the price we pay for doing what we do. And if what we are smoking is not only tobacco, sometimes other things can happen too. In this case, here we have a pattern of this person, that it was a nice pattern. These are the original images. Now with the Bible, we are not so used to see these images, but the GDB old users, I'm sure that they will recognize this very easily, because we were used to watching these images before they were processed. So here we have these nice eclipses. Here we have these nice images, and before and after smoking psychoactive substances. So at this person, at least, and I have repeated that many times, these things that alter the biochemistry of their brain, they also alter the energy, making them weaker, making them more vulnerable, making them less strong. That is the same, that weaker. Okay, and if we go to different substances, then things become more and more difficult. But this is another rabbit hole, and I don't want to go there now. I'm open to work with this and do research with someone if you want, because I've done my own research on this, but it's not something that can be considered like science. I'm just going to tell you that this also affects us a lot, much more than people could think. That's why I want to show all this stuff, because I want people to be aware. I want people to be aware that everything we are doing has an effect on our health. So when people tell you, no, this is not going to change anything, no, it is going to change anything. It's going to change many things. So you have to know that, and then you will decide if the price is worth the effect or not. That's your decision. That's why we are adults and we make our own decisions, but we can only be free if we start having knowledge. Otherwise, it's going to be very, very difficult. So this was another awesome test that I was doing in a family, because after the PlayStation boy that was playing, and this was, I mean, I have so many experiences and I have enjoyed so much doing this work or playing this game with the Bible, that I have so many things that I could explain to you. So in the same family that had the boy that was playing with the PlayStation, and that the parents told me, just show him how bad it is that he spends so much time playing with the PlayStation. And I say, yes, I can show that, but you are his father, so you can also tell him and put some limits, because sometimes we want other people to do what we should do, because setting limits is something that the parents should do. But anyways, I was I was explaining them, I was showing the pictures, and the boy saw that he loses energy playing the PlayStation, so everything was perfect. But the unexpected happened, that was that the child asked me, better said, can you measure my father when he drinks this kind of strong alcohol that is distillated alcohol? I don't know the name in English, but it's kind of gin or something like that. It's like pure alcohol. And so, and I did a video that was very, very nice, because it was, the father was sitting, and I started recording the middle finger that we know here. We have the cardiovascular system, we have the liver, we have many things there that we can see. And I was recording dynamically with the GDB device that finger, taking video. And at that moment, the wife came to him, gave him the glass, he drank the glass and let it again back and went. It's a pity that I've lost these videos, because it's an old, I'm talking about 15 years ago, when my computers, I've changed many times, and some of the images are lost. But it's a pity. What I have is this image, because I was using that in other lectures. So here what we see is that his first energy level was the red one. Okay, we have this graph here. The red levels is how it changes with time. It was before, when he was sitting. And then while he was drinking, it is the blue. And after that, we have the green. So we have a big drop of energy while he was drinking this strong alcohol. And then he recovered a little bit, but not enough. But what was very interesting was seeing how the body was reacting even before he was drinking. Just as the beverage, this alcohol, was coming to him and he was holding with his hands, the energy started changing. It was super, super interesting experience. And this is also something that I like. When someone came to me to tell me, I'm very concerned because my child has a lot of problems. And well, I took the image of the child, although we know that it's not so easy to understand the children's energy. So I took his picture, and then I told him, I wanna measure you too. He said, yes, of course. So we are going to compare the energy of your child, because he was concerned, oh, look at this. There is a strong challenge here in this tail that we can see here, and this is broken and blah, blah, blah. And say, okay, I'm going to check you. So I checked him. And as you can see, the child was just reflecting, mirroring his own energy. So this was very, very interesting for me, that at that moment I still didn't have children, to realize that our main responsibility as parents, as teachers, as caregivers, as therapists, is being okay ourselves, is fixing our own problems ourselves. In this case, the child was just mirroring the problems that his father had. So, well, let's start working in our own selves before we want to change the world. Okay, so caregivers, parents, teachers, therapists, let's take care of ourselves. This was a terrible and super sad image that I took in a place I was collaborating with, that these are the caregivers, these are the people that were taking care of about 25 children that were diagnosed with HIV. And it was kind of, not a clinic, but it was a, I don't know how to say that, a house where where the children were there because the parents couldn't take care of them. And these were the images from the people that were taking care of those children. So for me, it was super sad because it was like, oh my God, you cannot even hold your whole life. So how are you going to take care of anyone else? And this is a warning for me because it's like, we cannot give what we don't have. It is very good to have a noble heart and to be compassionate and to try to help each other and to try to save the world. Okay, so if you think that that's your mission, good luck. But we cannot do that unless we learn how to love ourselves and how to take care of ourselves. So for me, this was very, very important because in the energy kingdom, in the subtle energy kingdom, let's say like this, in the market, in the sometimes this kind of energetic and spiritual market that we have outside, there are many people that say, no, if you are vibrating with love, nothing happens to you. And I say, no, that's not true. If you vibrate with love, nothing is going to happen to your soul, that's clear. But if you are with a white dress and you go into a cold mine, it doesn't matter how much love you are feeling, you are going to become black because the coal is black. So we cannot confuse the different levels of experience. So if we want to work and do our best, we have to be our best and we have to love ourselves before we try to help other people. And this was a big, big warning for me that has been extremely useful because if I'm exhausted, how can I help my children? If I'm challenged, if I'm full of fear, how can I be a peaceful place for my children to be close to? Well, here we have other just quick images that, well, in front of a hostile environment, sometimes we are with all the defenses in front of us. I know that this is my own way of understanding the images. After more than 15,000 images, I think that I can connect with the information that is there. Sometimes we just shut up, we don't say anything, and this appears like these gorgueras that we say in Spanish that were typical from the 16th century. And it makes that the image in the GDB image appears like this, and this big congestion in this chakra here in our throat because we don't say what we need to say. And this is quite typical from our culture, and especially from women, Latin women, we don't say many things. Well, there are many, many images that I can show you with all the histories and the stories and everything behind that. This is quite nice. This is a person that, as you can see, the whole energy is in front of that person, but behind there is nothing. And I always say that this wasn't me, but it could have been me when I started working in a new school, that I was substituting a teacher that the students broke his nose in the middle of the class, and I was the one that was substituting him. I was in my 25th, 20-something, you know, and I was very young, and I was super insecure. But when you don't have energy that is sustaining you, your back is empty, and you feel so vulnerable, so insecure, but you're not putting your whole energy in front of you. I remember myself going inside that classroom the first day and just saying silence and shut up, and, you know, being super strong and super aggressive, in front of me, just because I was feeling super insecure in my own back. So little by little, I was learning how to strengthen in my spine, how to strengthen in my back, so as I can also have an interaction that was much more nice and much how can I say that, softer with people, just because I was feeling strong enough. And when you feel strong enough, you don't need to be aggressive with the rest of the people. Well, there are many other images that I think that now I'm a little bit out of time, when I'm upset, sad, emotions. So emotions are a big deal, because when I show people, when I do my workshops and I say, okay, which emotion do you think is this one? And people say, yeah, probably anger. And I say, no, that's not anger. This is an extreme excitement. This was something that was saying, yes, I want to take the picture today because I'm going to break your device. I'm so full of enthusiasm. Okay, emotions are always taking us out of our comfort zone. That is the way that we can learn. We can understand what is happening inside. How is my subconscious mind reacting to what is happening in front of me? So it's the only feedback that I have in my body to understand what is happening in me. And the important thing is not what are you feeling, but what are you going to do with what you are feeling. That's the most important thing. What are you going to do with everything that you are learning? And I want to finish just with this other image, because I think that is very important. This is Gerard. Gerard was at the car, as you can see, with the GTV, and this was him at the beginning, and after half an hour, this was his energy. What happened in the middle, so as he was so depleted? So what happened was that Gerard was saying, look what my girlfriend has done to me. She's a bitch, because she's done this and she's now posting a picture and she's doing this and she's doing that and blah blah blah, and she was complaining in circles like a cycle. He was just saying, she's so bad with me, she's so bad with me. She was in this circle of criticizing and complaining and being a victim. So you can see the change. So I always want to finish with this image, because I think that is quite important. That is, okay, we've been observing many images about how our energy changes when we are doing this or that, when we are exposed to this or that. And I have thousands of images, more than the ones that I have showed to you. But if I have to choose one that creates the most dramatic change in my energy, I'm always going to choose this one, because this is not what other things from outside you are going to do in your energy. This is what you are doing to your own self all the time, that you are just cycling in complaining and in criticizing. So the best thing we can do for ourselves is knowing ourselves enough to realize which kind of things are making me stronger, which kind of things are making me weaker. And according to that, choosing a lifestyle that can help me to be always the best version of my own self. Okay, so I really hope that these images have been useful for you to understand a little bit more how just showing some images can be extremely useful for us to be more conscious about our own life. And I really wish that this has inspired you, and that also encourages you to work more and more with these tools. There are many tools on the market. BioWell is one of the great tools that we have there. And I'm always here. You can contact me. This is my email. My website is anamariaoliva.es. My YouTube channel, everything has my own name, so it's very easy to find me. And here you have my books. You can find them in my website. And thank you for being there. Thank you for listening. And I hope I see you soon with the questions and answers. Have an extraordinary life. Bye.
Okay, such a wonderful lecture by Dr. Ana Maria Oliva, and a very inspiring one to look at our lives, and how do we live our own lives, and how do we interact with other people, with our relatives, our kids, also our friends. So very good one, very good one. And we have next presenter, and also a very outstanding person, but from the other part of the world, Dr. Neto Pagnataro, and he will present his speech now. So just give me a second to let him do that.
Hello, everybody.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. Good morning for all. I would like to thank the Congress organization for inviting me to share once again this year a little of my experience with the Bible system. My intention will be to present something very practical for the daily life of those who use the system, addressing the topic adaptation, the basis of a good health, how to assess adaptability with the Bible. My name is Neto Pagnataro. I'm from Brazil. I'm a clinical dentist for the last 37 years. My main focus in dentistry is dental occlusion, chewing function, and...
I'm sorry, just to exclude my voice, because I didn't switch off my microphone. I'm very sorry. So I will do that now.
Now, integrative dentistry. Our wellness and health center, Centro Salutares, has Pilates, yoga, acupuncture, and other complementary activities. I have been working with BioWell system for the last 7 years. This is a completely atypical year for all of us. We have had to adapt the changes that have occurred very quickly in our world and that have affected everyone. In addition, it's exactly about the ability to adapt to these changes, the central theme of my presentation today. In pandemic, everyone was very concerned about the SARS-CoV-2 virus, an enemy to be defeated. But they forgot that it's only part of a unique system, unique ecosystem, indivisible, in which we are also inserted. It's a single complex open system. Any imbalance can affect the whole system and cause serious problems to us. Everybody has a system for warning problems. We can compare our body to a car. If there is a problem with the oil, for example, the warning light comes on. But if we just remove its fuse to turn off, the problem won't be solved. It's not enough to treat the symptoms. The ideal is always to prevent them. In this case, we can make revisions. An oil change, for example, schedule always are in front of our eyes. However, because of the busy life, a lot of things to do, we may not have patience in it. Our minds are distant, often in the other tasks we have to solve. This can make our car, as well our body, age or damage prematurely. The human being is a complex open system. It's in constant search for balance and depends on perfect communication between cells to keep this balance. This communication is made through biophysical and biochemical signals through the circulatory and nervous system. However, our system needs an extremely fast means of communication to adapt to the hundreds of thousands of biochemical reactions that occurs in more than 50 trillion cells of our body. Moreover, the connective system can apparently do that. Thus, many scientific models are being suggested for the energy channels described by ancestral medicines related to the biological system of signals already described, like this role of hypothesis. Nowadays, a meta-biological system model that integrates all systems into one are being proposed, also integrating the ancient channel system of traditional Chinese medicine. Could we measure our health? Ancient traditions have developed several methods for checking vital signs before body reaches a very advanced stage of disease. They use the examination of the wrist, tongue, and other signs that body sent to us. But we need a lot of training and time to do this, and it can't be recorded. At the fingertips, we have high concentration of nervous ending, blood vessels, sweat glands, and energy channels, providing access to information regarding the general state of the body. The state of the fingertips changes the electrons flow that passes through them, revealing to us the status of organs and systems. The tensegrity, fractality, including the microsystems like Korean sujok, crystalline and semiconductive characteristics of the connective tissue, and its microtubular structure capable to lead activated p electrons and photons, as through optical fibers, maybe can explain these connections between acupuncture points and organs and systems. We are an oscillation system. This graph of daily variation of the body temperature can show it. We are in contact with the environment. Other oscillation systems currently become more unstable and intoxicated. So, we are always looking for balance. We need a constant reserve of biological energy to maintain the balance caused by the demands of physiological stress. These three pillars of health is under control of our mindset, of our operation system. When we observe a sequence of electrophotonic images, as in this graph, we notice the variation of our system from a range that varies around an optimum mean. Dr. Deepak Chopra uses BioL to measure the impact of his workshops on participants. He came to Brazil last year and presented a lecture about the pillars of health. As you can see, in a sense, by improving our sleep, movements, nutrition, harmony with biological rhythms, we are in the true entering into harmony with nature, as the Taoists told us thousands of years ago. We also see that of the 7 pillars, 3 address the mind and emotions. However, can we conquer an equanimous mind? Our friend Meteorlov showed us in his book that Ayurvedic medicine already alerts us, showing us that the mind is the first step of every illness. It can lead us an incorrect interaction with the world. Then a cascade of events is triggered, as we said before. But we know how difficult it is changing our mindset, especially our unconscious mind. How does our mind react to sensations? Every time our mind comes in contact with a sensation, any sensation, first it perceives it, then it identifies it, ranks it, and finally reacts. When it classifies it as a good feeling, we generate greed. When we classify it as bad feeling, we generate aversion and negativity. But when the good sensations end, then we suffer again for attachment and generate more negativity in the deep level of our mind. And this negativity spreads all over our body. How much anger did you feel? We can't measure how much we feel in anger or fear. However, we can measure the effect of this emotion on our body. In the physical world, these emotions generate a chain of biophysical and biochemical events that spread through the body. By observing these emotions objectively, we can understand that all of them have the same characteristic: arise and disappear, and thus gradually change our mindset, change the old habit our mind has of react negatively. As Siddhartha rediscovered thousands of years ago. After Siddhartha found in the depths of the mind the root of suffering, he discovered the method to purify the mind at its deepest level, and left us all a map, a non-sectarian, simple, and objective guide through experience of equanimous mind. It's when the waters become calm that the moon appears. Okay, compare again our body to a car. The energy would be the fuel, the stress would be the engine in rotation, and the balance would be the way the driver is driving. So we can plan the trip to be more enjoyable and profitable. The first question that crosses our mind is the system stable? It's easy to verify. With the metallic cylinder in position, we do 4 complete scans of it. Through the compare tab overloading 4 exams of the cylinder, we can check by the energy field, chakras, and diagram tabs perfect superposition of them. This way, overlapping the exams, we don't see variation. Longer tests have already been done, demonstrating repetitively of 98.5% of the system. However, below, we can verify that for consecutive tests of a person, and we verify that there is a fluctuation of results in energy field, in chakras too, and energy diagrams too. This occurs because our organism has a normal oscillation and instability proper to complex open system, as before said. We observe the same situation through the analysis step. When comparing the cylinder with the human body below, each person has a different variability depending on this internal state, the environment, the activity, the level of energy reserve, among others. In addition, the relation of our body to these factors that interested us. Usually, we use a record protocol that gives us much more information than in only one single examination. So, we can have a better idea of the basal state of individual through the examination without filter and with filter. The filter exams regulate the emission, giving an idea of what the proper state of organic function should be like. The examination after exercise, on the other hand, induces a load of stress to the organism, imposing a mobilization of energy to recover the balance. In this way, we can analyze compensated weak points from the energy reserves. With the examination of one finger, we can verify if abnormal sectors that appeared in the complete examination really present themselves with this pattern or only randomly at the moment of the examination. We can also test therapy like acupuncture or chiropractic to evaluate the impact in the organism. The reaction time as well as the length time of the effect, thus being able to make a planning for organic balancing. In the energy diagram tab, we can already see the energy distribution, its excesses, deficiencies, and the difference among three situations: without filter, with filter, and after exercise. Here in the energy tab, we can see an example of protocol described. And left, without filter, after, with filter, after exercise, and we can see the low energy after exercise in this case. But see that after some time, the organism recovers from stress and becomes almost as before. It's a just time to recover pre-situation. It depends on amount of reserve of energy, the type of effort and its duration, and the level of initial stress of the person. A lot of factors can be involved. Already in this example, we observe the effect of impact of activities. On the left, we see basal state through the energy field and chakras too. In the center, after exercise, and right, after 1 hour of Vipassana meditation. Note that the after exercise in the center improved in this case and regularized the emissions, but didn't change much the state of the chakras. That has greater psych-emotional influence. After the meditation, both the distribution of the emission and harmonization of the emission and the centralization of the chakras have improved. So, we can analyze various kinds of stimuli and their effect, as said before. The questions that remains is, for how long? What will be the new state of rebalancing? We don't know. Can you guess between these four situations, which one corresponds to a COVID-19 case? Okay, all of them shows only a low energy level because they are close to the orange region in the center of the diagram. On the left is after yoga class, hard yoga class. Left below after martial arts training, kung fu training. Upper right is unrestorative sleep, and down right is a case of the COVID-19. The only way to differentiate through these systems is to do a follow-up. Transient stress states such as exercise will return to normal more quickly than stress situations, more quickly than cases where stress remains, as in the case of the COVID-19. This is the energy reserves are normal, and if the stress is acute. We know this through the basal state levels at rest before exercise. As you can see, by evaluating only one test, we have a good chance of making a mistake. In this case, it is exactly the opposite. It's the comparison of a doctor's condition after 1 day of on-call duty and after only 1 night of restorative sleep. Therefore, it's very important to have a protocol of more tests besides the patient's history in order to understand the state of function of the organism. Adaptation is one of the keys to health. A good power reserve. A proper preparation of our work environment and home and a fair mind can bring us well-being and longevity. The book bag in Brazil is called the João Bobo. This toy represents our resilience and the ability to always keep our balance in any situation. If we overlap several tests, in this example there were 10 tests, we will see several things. The sectors of abnormal function. And observe the thickness of the exams. As explained before, after a certain stimulus, we have the reaction of the organism that seek the balancing. Each organism responds in a way at a different speed and with a different expenditure of energy, configuring its adaptive capacity with greater or lesser efficiency. This adaptive efficiency is one of the keys of the good health. In order to evaluate the adaptive capacity of the organism, we use this protocol. To test without filter before the stimulus, to have an average, a complete exam with filter, and a complete exam immediately after exercise. Then 2 to 4 complete exams, one every 5 minutes, to analyze the ability to return to the baseline state and the body's response to exercise. If necessary, we can do one finger exam to evaluate sectors with abnormal emissions. I will share with you the tests we have done on our family by comparing our state before and the impact of the new lifestyle after the beginning of the pandemic. In this table, I have quickly listed the changes in our lifestyle, more specifically this in my lifestyle, pre and post-pandemic, so that you can understand the results of tests. In summary, I can say that in the last 5 years, I have exaggerated in the working hours, more than 12 per day. Mainly sitting, because I am a dentist, and after I work in computer at night, and I have lost the rhythm of meditation practice. I had a sedentary life, but I started again with regular exercise maybe 8 months ago. After the pandemic, I took advantage of the isolation to improve my lifestyle, sleep more and earlier, sunbathe regularity, eat more calmly, select more my food, meditate as a routine, enjoy time with my family, and organize things at my home. In resume, better life after pandemic. These are 100 overlapping tests of the past, before pandemic, from the last 4 years. Notice that there is a clear pattern related to the sectors I commented, like in here in prostate, in respiratory system, prostate, in respiratory system, like this, in excess, and some sectors in deficiency, like cerebral zone and coronary vessels, cerebral zone here, like a mirror, almost all of them in the green zone. But with the several exams, we can see the fluctuation. Same here with only 12 overlapping exams. We can see these sectors, respiratory system, and the urogenital system too, and this prostate, cox, like this, and we can observe the thickness of only 12 overlapping exams. But here we can see the impact of the new lifestyle on sectors. Thickness has decreased, showing greater adaptability and abnormal normal emissions have improved too, becoming less irregular. It's a good side of the pandemic. We can see here 3 comparative energy field diagrams, 10 examples of each one overlapping. The situation, this after exhaustive situations, long-term work, acute illness like flu, and put 10 these exams overlapping. In the center, normal baseline state, pre-pandemic, normal state, basal state. And right, current baseline state after 4 months of drastic lifestyle change. We can see in this way, but if put in dynamic visualization, we can see much better, like this. 10 exams in low energy, and here 10 exams in normal situation, basal situation, and now 10 exams after 4 months of drastic lifestyle change. On to left, the cox, prostate, and urogenital sectors are abnormal, like this, like this, like this. So is the respiratory system too, like this. On right, the emissions are stronger and more harmonic. We have an epigenetic stimulus to result in more health. Here the same for the pre- and post-pandemic at the energy diagram. We can see this exam like a star with the points in excess and deficient energy near the orange center. And we can see again in the dynamic view the fluctuation of some exams, pre-pandemic exams. In the dynamic view, we can see more easily we can see the behavior of the dynamic fluctuation of the pre-pandemic exams comparatively with exams post-pandemic. Is like a circle, and here it's like a star with some sectors in the deficient points more different this value. Now the chakras tab that has an approach to psycho-emotional response pre- and post-pandemic. If we activated the dynamic view, we can see the fluctuation of the chakras in pre-pandemic situation, before pandemic, and after pandemic, in social isolation, in quarantine, but very tranquility and equilibrated style of life. However, the most interesting, as we can see, is the response to the physical exercise, to see adaptability of in the organism that increases the integral stress level. In this case, after 1,000-meter run was performed at a strong pace. The first 2 bars refer to baseline state, in orange and dark purple. The arrow shows the immediately after exam in green bar. Here, 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 and here. Immediately after the exercise. Look at the good response of the organism. With less stress, grow up a little energy, is the like equal of imbalance, and here you can see more imbalance after the exercise. But the others 5 minutes in red and blue, the level of the stress keep almost the same. Level of energy 2, balance 2, and imbalance is like the same, showing us that the organism have energy to spend. The other 5 minutes showing that the integral stress level decreased, the energy level increased, the balance was maintained. The other 5 minutes showing that the integral stress decreased, like this, comparatively before the exercise. The energy level increased a little, the balance was maintained, and the imbalance of the organs on the left, suggesting that there would still be more reserve of energy to spend. So, the good response to the test. This is my wife, Carmen. She also works a lot as administrator and organizer of the Salutary Center. She sleeps on average 6 hours a night, does not exercise, likes to eat before bed, goes to the bed with her cell phone, does not practice meditation, and the most abnormal sectors on the bioexam are thyroid, respiratory system, mammary glands, second, and coccyx. She fractured her coccyx, but did not want to go to the hospital because she is afraid. She hasn't changed her lifestyle much after the pandemic. Now she's spending more time with the family and has started taking vitamins and food supplements. This was pre-pandemic state with these more irregular sectors, like this, this, and this. Notice how easy it is to see the thickness. Now, look after the pandemic, much thinner. This was the state without filter, with filter, and after exercise in frontal view, left view, and right view. Look, this sector in the coccyx, where is broken 1 year ago. And now, post-pandemic, look the difference. Much better. More strong, more harmonic, including the coccyx too. The first two are the baseline state, in orange and dark purple. The green bar is immediately after exercise, and the other are post-exercise. In red, light blue, light purple, and orange. Is after exercise, level of energy decreases a little, the balance is worse, and imbalance of right is very big. When we see the imbalance of the right, means the organism needs to rest, reserve energy. Realize that the level of imbalance was very high due to the lack of physical preparation. It was breathless, but returned to better levels than the baseline state, showing a beneficial effect on the body. We can see better levels after the exercise, like this, and like this. In the Energy Diagram tab, we can clearly see the sectors with excess and deficiencies that are repeating in the all 10 tests, like a star mirror in pre-pandemic situation. But below, we can see now post-pandemic pattern of the exams, much better, like a circle and good green zone. This is my son, Rafael. He has 20 years old. He studies information system and marketing in São Paulo City. He is on the computer all day, study, internship, and games almost all day, but he practices physical exercise and started yoga during social isolation. He sleeps late and wakes up late. It's many carbohydrates, including before sleep, and he is a little bored with social isolation. Here, the overlap of some tests performed over the last 4 years. Notice how easy it is to see. Note the thickness. But now, look at the overlap of the current tests of 4 months at home. A lot less thick, more stable, much better, much more harmonic. Here can compare the characteristics of your exam over the last 4 years. In 2017, 2018, 2019, and now, anyway, the change in lifestyle of the pandemic apparently had a positive impact. Okay, through the energy diagram tab, the change in patterns is all very clear. Above the last 4 years and below the current tests. Dramatic change. This is the protocol used to measure the results of the exercise and your adaptability. In green, immediately after the exercise. Here, here. Level of stress, level of energy, balance and imbalance of the organs. To right, showing us the organism need to rest too after the exercise. Down in red, 5 minutes later, and light blue, 10 minutes. There was a little increase in overall stress and a quick recovery after the effort. We did more one exam the other day in the morning. I took the exam because he went to bed at 4 a.m. Here is the exam, and look, the level of stress immediately after wake up. Imbalance, and we can see this, the big deviation for the right. The levels were worse than after the exercise. Look, he's young and has enough energy to spend. It's because he had an restorative sleep. This is São Paulo City, before and after pandemic. Nature seems to reestablish itself quickly when we stop throwing toxins into the environment. A parallel can be applied to our lives, both for the toxins we absorb through air, water, and food, but also the toxins we produce internally, mainly through negative reactions generated consciously or unconsciously. This is Venice, the city of water and gondolas. We can use it as a representation of the water that hydrates our body, where our cells are nourished. If we compare cells to fish, we should keep the water in our tank completely clean and structured. That is foundation of good health. As you could see, improved lifestyle with exercise, contact with nature, family life, diet, and especially stress administration resulted in more harmonious and stable biowell exams, indicating less physiological stress, more balance and energy. In addition, we can also measure individual adaptability in order to monitor trend and correct the complex body-mind. These are epigenetic factors that may result in more health and longevity. This was possible thanks to BioWell, this incredible technology developed by Professor Konstantin Korotkov and his team of developers, by giving us a north, a direction to get it back more easily and to keep it. Okay, thank you for all. Thank you for your attention. Thank you again for event organization and our friends Konstantin Korotkov and Dimitrov and all distributors and the BioWell family too. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody. Good morning for all.
Okay, that was a super lecture by Dr. Neto Pagnataro. And can you imagine that just 2 or 3 years ago, like, or a little bit more, he was only starting to learn English. He didn't speak English at all. And while working with the BioWell company, and in parallel, he was working in his dental office for 10 or 12 hours a day. Not only he has really increased his knowledge in BioWell, and look at how excellent, precise, and methodologically exact was his lecture and his examples, just made on his own family, and with very good English. Like, you can ask him, and it's going to be an interesting question for him, how did he fit this all in 24 hours? And you will have this opportunity in Q&A session at the end of the day. And once again, thank you very much, Neto, for this excellent, I would say, excellent speech. Brilliant. Maravilhoso. Okay, so we continue our Congress, and we have our next speaker ready. Yes? Please, Dr. Voeikov, it's your turn. Please turn on the sound and
yes, my sound is turned on, as I understand.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Dmitry, as yesterday we tested, can you make a screen so that I could... do you see my screen already?
No, not yet. Please click the green button and start sharing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Please select the only the part of the screen so we can see not the whole screen.
Do you
but
see everything is okay? Is it okay now?
Yes, now it's perfect.
Fine.
Okay,
Fine.
Enjoy your time and enjoy lecture by Dr. Voeikov.
Okay.
Welcome.
Thank you very much for the 24th invitation to participate in this Science, Information and Spirit Congress, Konstantin. And this time I was thinking what to talk about. And as Konstantin and others are concerned about the current state of health of humanity, I'm also interested very much in what's going on with this coronavirus all over the world, and what approaches people try to implement in order to fight this disease. And I recalled that 100 years ago, when there was a much more severe pandemic all over the world, Konstantin already mentioned it, that the Spanish flu. There were also a lot of different approaches to treat this disease. And I recollected that there were two very simple approaches which helped a lot to many people, but they were nearly completely forgotten. One was hydrogen peroxide treatment. And there was a paper published in Lancet in 1918, where the medical doctors who used intravenous injection of hydrogen, dilute, of course, highly diluted hydrogen peroxide, this decreased the death toll from Spanish flu by about 80%. And also there was data that bicarbonate also helped very much for those people who were dying and were suffering from Spanish flu. As a matter of fact, during this pandemic, very few people recollect that these very simple and very cheap approaches may, if not cure, but at least help a lot to those who are suffering from this disease, because this is disease, like many other disease, is a disease of bioenergetics, because it hampers respiration. And when I was studying the properties of aqueous system, especially of bicarbonate aqueous systems, I came to conclusion that the most important function of water and bicarbonate is a function to support respiration or breathing. So when I'm talking about life-supporting features of bicarbonate aqueous solution, I will just make a trivial statement that life is impossible without respiration. And everybody knows, of course, that aerobic respiration is the primary source of energy for all the organism. Even, I don't have time to discuss it more deeply, to those organisms that are considered to be anaerobic. They're not anaerobic at all, simply they need a very small quantity of oxygen. So aerobic respiration is the primary source of energy for all the organism. And what is respiration? When we start to study some big area in biology, for example, it is very good to return to the origins. And the respiration, as well everybody knows, was discovered in the end of the 18th century by the French chemist and biologist Antoine Lavoisier, who defined it as a slow combustion of carbon and hydrogen, similar in every way to that which takes place in a lighted candle. And breathing animals are active combustible bodies that are burning and wasting away. So what is, here is at the figure, at this picture, you can see really a lighted candle, but we know that usually most of the animals do not light, but they still combust carbon and hydrogen. And as a matter of fact, most energy and most expensive energy of high quality is obtained when hydrogen reduces oxygen, and the product of this reduction, which may go mostly in mitochondria and also in other places about which we'll speak later on, this product is water. So when oxygen is reduced, the molecule of oxygen is reduced by 4 atoms of hydrogen, 2 water molecules appear, and a lot of energy which in the form of energy equivalent to light is released. What happens to carbon? Carbon is also oxidized by oxygen to carbon dioxide. This reaction gives less energy and less quality energy, but two products of these reactions, two reactions appear, that is water and carbon dioxide. And so that's why Lavoisier called animals are active combustible bodies that are burning usually carbohydrates or fats and wasting away. Wasting, as most people just accustomed to think, wasting away water and carbon dioxide. But in fact, water and carbon dioxide are not just waste product of respiration, but they're its active participants. And what I'll be talking about in my further presentation is the function of both water and carbon dioxide as not just participant of respiration, but vehicles of respiration. And as a matter of fact, respiration may be considered as water burning catalyzed by carbon dioxide. That's what I'll be talking about. Now, the first participant of respiration is just water. Strange as it may seem, because, well, the respiration, according to Lavoisier, is burning, though slow burning. And how can water burn? We know that water fights burning. But in fact, that's what we know. But some people knew and discovered it more than 200 years ago, that water is the necessary combustion catalyst. It was discovered by at the same time when Lavoisier discovered respiration by the British chemist Elizabeth Fulham. She wrote an essay on combustion, in which she described such a discovery that she made, that dry coal do not burn in dry air. And for coal to burn, you need to have at least traces of water. And she wrote that carbon attracts the oxygen of the water and forms carbonic acid, while hydrogen of the water unites with oxygen of the air and forms a new quantity of water equal to that decomposed. So on this scheme below, there is the description of her discovery. Carbon is not oxidized directly by oxygen. It is oxidized, according to Fulham, by oxygen which belong to water molecules, and water molecules split into oxygen, which goes to carbon, and to hydrogen atoms, which become free and which unite with oxygen and give again to water molecules. So in this reaction, which was very interesting reaction, which was described by Fulham, water works as a catalyst on one hand, because without water, carbon cannot unite with oxygen. So water, it disappears, and then it appears, and again it disappears. So it rotates this combustion reaction. But in fact, if we return back to the combustion of carbon and hydrogen, it turns out from this reaction that oxygen oxygen takes place from hydrogen, and here we see combustion of water. So carbon burning is equivalent to water combustion. That's a very strange reaction. So it was discovered, as I said, more than 200 years ago, and still very, very few chemists know about this reaction, though this reaction was rediscovered several times during these 2 centuries. And just recently, at the beginning of this century already, the American inventor John Constantine, he found the conditions under which water was really burning in a sense that it was emitting light, and the temperature of this burning was very, very high. So if he put salted water, what is interesting, not very pure water, but salted water, into the action of the radio waves, radio generator, then sparkling this water caused water burning, and you could see flame, temperature of which increased to such tremendous figures, 1,500 degrees, and this water was burning until it completely disappeared. So this was discovered in 2007. It was reproduced by Professor Rustrom Roy from Pennsylvania University 2 years later, and again practically forgotten because for most people, it was simply very difficult to understand how water can split into hydrogen and oxygen, and hydrogen can be given to oxygen and reduce it back to water. Now, if from the common understanding of water structure, this is really impossible. But from the works which were started by Gerald Pollack about 2 decades ago, he discovered that water wetting hydrophilic surfaces constitute a peculiar water phase, which he called exclusion zone water. So that means that this water phase doesn't dissolve in it like usual bulk water, different substances, including molecules, water-soluble molecules, including gases. For example, oxygen is not dissolved in this water. So its physical and many other physical properties are very different from usual bulk water to which we are accustomed. As a matter of fact, the size of this zone may be very high. It may propagate for hundreds of microns up to millimeter from the hydrophilic surface. And what is one of the most important features of this exclusion zone water? The most important feature is that it is charged, and it bears a negative charge. Most important trait of exclusion zone water for bioenergetics, which is important for bioenergetics, that is negatively charged, that it means that it has excess of easily acceptable electrons, and it has electron donating and reducing properties. They are in an excited or quasi-free state, and they may be donated to appropriate acceptors. And another feature to which we'll come a little later, that this low density energy, for example, infrared electromagnetic waves, which are equivalent to usual heat or warmth, supports electron donating properties of exclusion zone water. So if this water can donate electrons, who are electrons acceptors, which are mostly widely accessible in our world, that are oxygen, which is dissolved in bulk water. So in principle, exclusion zone water can be the electron donor, and electron donor which also, when it is split into electrons and protons are here. And so these 4 electrons plus 4 protons can reduce oxygen molecular. And the result of this reduction is again water molecular plus energy of electronic excitation. So negatively charged easy water is the source of electrons, and this reaction is the source of energy. The unique property of this water is that products of its oxidation with oxygen are against water molecules and oxygen. How can it be? Two water molecules are burnt and the products are again oxygen and two water molecules and energy. What is the source of this energy? The source of this energy is increase in entropy in the system due to conversion of structured quasi-crystalline exclusion zoned water into much less organized bulk water. And so this energy, which is released in principle, it can be used to utilize to perform useful work. So if this water degrades, this water becomes burned completely into less organized water. How can we get again this energy back? How can this process can go continuously? And another discovery, important discovery, which was made by Gerald Pollack, is that under the action of environmental radiation, that is infrared radiation, which is everywhere practically, under the action of warmth, the disorganized bulk water can return back into, can organized back into the structured water, easy water. So this process of water burning, in principle, can donate energy, and this energy can be another energy of infrared energy can be accepted from the environment, and then the exclusion zone water is recovered. So this is the principle of water burning, which can be the source of energy. But in order for this process to continue to go on, of course, some perturbations should be done. Like you have a fuel, and this fuel can be used as a fuel only when you excite it or when you give some catalyst to this water, to this fuel, and then the process of burning begin to develop further and further. So what is the major catalyst for this water burning, which is acceptable practically everywhere? Now we come to the second participant of this energy donating process. Spontaneous water oxidation burning occurs in the presence of catalyst, and natural catalysts of water burning are bicarbonates and carbonates. So just baking soda or carbon dioxide dissolved in water, which converts into bicarbonate, are the catalysts of water burning, and that's what we'll talk about. So participant number 2 of respiration or breathing or water oxidation is carbonates. In fact, if we just look around, then we'll understand that all real waters, including all biological liquids, are complex aqueous systems containing representatives of the family of carbonates. What we know best are carbon dioxide in gaseous form, the carbon dioxide dissolved in water, which converts into carbonic acid, which dissociate and converts into bicarbonate, which is a lot of which is in our blood and in our cells also, and a lot of bicarbonate and carbonate is all present in all environmental waters. As a matter of fact, if you even manage to get water without bicarbonate and carbonates, very, very pure water, and you begin to somehow to work with this water, don't forget that in your exhale, there is about 5% of carbon dioxide. And this carbon dioxide easily dissolves in water. So water with which you are dealing very, very fast becomes the bicarbonate solution. Now, aerobic respiration is, as Lavoisier stated, is a very slow combustion of carbon and hydrogen, similar in every way to that takes place in lighted candle. And we return back to this equation from which we started our presentation, that any fat, any any sugars, when they are burnt, the product of their burning is carbon dioxide. So in carbon dioxide and carbonates are always a rise in the cause of respiration, and they are necessary for it. As I told at the very beginning, the bicarbonate helped a lot against many diseases, and that was checked and that was repeatedly demonstrated after just the discovery that carbonates are vitally needed for normal respiration. And this discovery was made about 150 years ago by Swiss chemist and biologist Mischer. As a matter of fact, he was also the discoverer of DNA, where he stated that over the oxygen supplies of the body, carbon dioxide spreads its protective wings. That means that if we do not produce enough carbon dioxide during respiration, or if we do not get enough bicarbonate from the environment with our food, then oxygen supply of the body becomes deficient, and without the product of respiration also becomes damped. It becomes more and more deficient. For example, the cause of mountain sickness is deficiency of carbonates in the body rather than deficiency of oxygen in the air. Everybody can make a and knows about very simple experiment that if you breathe very deeply and very fast, one can lose consciousness. That seems strange because you get a lot of oxygen, but you get rid of carbon dioxide, and respiration practically stops. So carbon dioxide is needed very much for our respiration. And when there are problems, then better to breathe not pure oxygen or very intensive air, but oxygen and air supplemented with 5–10% of carbon dioxide. It was used in 1930s as a cure against poisoning with 5 fumes, side effects of ether and chloroform narcosis, and supported treatment of many diseases. By the way, it's completely forgotten because now when they use all these devices for respiration, they give it pure oxygen without addition of carbon dioxide. Then most respiratory exercises result in accumulation of carbonates in the body. Carbonates have a regulatory effect at the cellular level, and I just give only a couple of examples. There are a lot of them. The bicarbonate ions are necessary for efficient DNA synthesis in primary hepatocyte cultures. Everybody who is working with cell cultures knows that it is good to keep these cultures in atmosphere of 5% carbon dioxide. Otherwise, they do not grow and they do not perform their function. Bicarbonates even work at molecular level. For example, they modulate activity of such many enzymes and proteins. They function as antioxidants. They eliminate hydroxyl radicals. And what is the reason of their such very wide range of functions is, as usually people say, they regulate acid-alkaline balance in the body or in aqueous system. That's true. But what is much less known, and what we also studied, and I would say that even discovered many years ago, is that carbonates participate in the process associated with generation, transformation, and accumulation of energy in living systems, in particular in the process of water burning. So again, I return to this very bizarre equation. Water burning with oxygen gives oxygen and water, and the bicarbonates here are the catalysts of this process. So we discovered using electron paramagnetic resonance method that continuous generation of superoxide radical, that is the first product of water reduction with oxygen, takes place in all bicarbonate aqueous solutions. And also, if to add iron salts in catalytic quantities to bicarbonate solution, that results in the development of a wave of photon emission. And water burning is accompanied with photon emission. So these both observations prove that bicarbonate waters contain reactive oxygen species, and because oxygen is incessantly oxidizes and or burns water. For example, when we have a bicarbonate solution and add iron salt in catalytic quantities to these waters, this results in the development of a wave of luminol amplified photon emission from water. Luminol is the probe for reactive oxygen species, and when it is reduced with this reactive oxygen species, then it is followed with a flash of photon emission, and this flash of photon emission may be registered using photomultipliers. So that you can take add another portion of this reagent with luminol to this water, and again you have this flash of photon emission. Thus, this indicates that the process in which reactive oxygen species arise, this process continuously go in bicarbonate waters, even in those waters, most of those waters which we use for drinking. As a matter of fact, waters in which there is no, for example, acidic waters and so on, in which this process is goes very, very slowly, they are less good to your health. When we begin to study what's this process of water which goes on in bicarbonate solutions, then we observed that this process of water burning has circadian rhythms. For example, you take a bottle of bicarbonate water or drinking water, and you look at the amplitude of this photon emission from this water on addition of this reagent. And one can see a circadian rhythm, 24-hour rhythm, which is going on in this water. And sometimes suddenly, the photon emission flash becomes much less intense from this water. And this less intensity, as it turned out, is correlated to the different cosmophysical phenomena. For example, here, the minimal photon emission was at the time of new moon. And then when moon begin to become older and older, again, water become water burning or energy produced by water, it became more and more intense. What was also very interesting, that if you add something which intensifies water burning, for example, hydrogen peroxide, which is also reactive oxygen species, and to the bicarbonate water. Then this water begin to burn much more intensively, and it is the intensity of photon emission from this water becomes very high, especially in the presence of luminol, and this water begin to burn for very long period of time. Hermetically closed bicarbonate solutions activated with only 0.05% of hydrogen peroxide can emit photons for many months, even in complete darkness. Here is one of the hundreds of experiments which we performed in order to see if water is really continuously produces this light, can produce this light energy. This is photon emission from the sample 1 milliliter of water, which was added to it at this time point. And here are months during which water was burning, and still even about 1 year and a half, the light photon emission from this water was still very intense. Patterns of photon emission from activated bicarbonate solution are affected by low intensity influences. As water photon emission induced by iron is sensitive to moon phase, water is also sensitive to such changes, to such cosmic phenomena as moon and sun eclipses. And I will give you one example what happened to this continuous burning of water with traces of hydrogen peroxide during a long period of observation. First, you can also see in the before moon eclipse, just normal cosmophysical, under normal cosmophysical conditions, you can see here the circadian rhythms. During the daytime intensity is higher, during the nighttime it's lower, and I would also wanted to stress that water is standing in completely dark box. Now, when there is a moon eclipse, when it starts, intensity of water burning increases 2-3 fold. And when even moon eclipse here is finished, this very high intensity in water burning continues for about 2 days. Then it falls down, then intensity returns to original value, but still again for several days after moon eclipse, water is not still. It is flashes more or less intensively. Okay, now other also cosmophysical factors affect water burning. For example, bicarbonate solution activity or intensity of its burning correlates with fluctuations of the geomagnetic field. For example, during this period of time, the sun was not calm, it was active, and during this period of time, there were several geomagnetic storms. This red line is AP index, that is intensity of geomagnetic fluctuation on Earth, which are correlated to sun activity. One geomagnetic storm, another geomagnetic storm, third, fourth. And if to look at photon emission from water, you can see how high correlation is intensity of water burning with the geomagnetic storm. I do not have time to show you what happened to water burning during sun eclipse. Even the eclipse was not in our region, but on the another side of the planet, but water still also felt sun eclipses. Now, we come to such a conclusion from all this observation, that carbonates participate in the processes related to generation, transformation, and accumulation of energy in aqueous system because they catalyze water burning. Let's again return to this bizarre equation. Water burning with oxygen occurs in the presence of carbonates in the system, and these carbonates also do not disappear because in a hermetically closed test tube, the process of this burning continues for very, very long period of time. So neither carbonates do not disappear, nor of course water and oxygen, they also do not disappear. They continuously recover during all this process. And what is the source of energy feeding activated bicarbonate solution and supporting them in a stable non-equilibrium state for many months? This source of energy is low density energy or infrared energy or heat from the environment. So what all this is about? That bicarbonate aqueous solutions, and I again would like to mention that practically all waters on Earth, practically and in our bodies and in bodies on all living things are bicarbonate active aqueous solutions. They perform this very strange reaction, which is the source of energy, a source of high density energy, which is equivalent to light. From this observation, it follows that aqueous systems are not generators of energy, as a matter of fact. They are step-up transformers of energy. Then they transform what we usually consider to be as waste energy of heat into high-grade free energy of light. So activated bicarbonate solutions with the efficiency of 100, practically 100%, convert all available heat energy into light energy. So this energy which can be used for performance of all forms of work. And now aqueous systems, practically all aqueous systems, in which liquid crystalline water and quasi-chaotic bulk water coexist. So liquid crystalline is easy water. You need some hydrophilic surfaces to have this water, and you have some need to have some excess of water which is not converted into easy water, and they coexist, and that are practically all aqueous systems. In which charge separation between these two phases, easy water or liquid crystalline water and bulk water, is ensured. And the experiments show that practically in all aqueous systems, this charge separation is ensured, in which electron flow from this coherent, I call the quasi-crystalline water, of course, coherent, highly organized water to oxygen present in bulk water is provided by catalysis with, for example, bicarbonates as most abundant catalysts. They can transform external low density energy into organized, coherent, free energy. And the process of energy transformation may react to subtle resonant influences from the environment. If to look with a much just more generally in all these aqueous systems, which are abundant, which are practically everywhere around us, not only on Earth, but as we now know, on other planets of solar system where there is liquid water was found. So these all aqueous systems meet the all known criteria of living state. They convert accessible the dissipated energy from the environment. They concentrate this energy to high density energy, and they perform useful work for their survival. On the other hand, they are very sensitive to subtle resonant influences from the environment. And this usually, all these influences are electromagnetic electromagnetic fluctuations, which somehow modulate this process of energy production from water. So this is the necessary condition for such system function is availability of enough energy, thermal or infrared or other, to support liquid state of water. So whenever you have enough infrared energy to melt water, then already the above mentioned conditions are begin to be to function. So the same condition is needed for spontaneous emergence, existence, and self-organization development of living systems in the forms known of on Earth. From all these properties, not very well known properties of water, and better to say bicarbonate aqueous solution, it follows one very important thing, that whenever you have a liquid water, you already have life. And in order to support life and keep it energetic and let it survive, all these conditions should apply. So that's what I wanted to tell you in this presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. And I hope very much, like Konstantin said in his talk, that all the problems which we meet in our lifetime, they simply excite water in our bodies, and it begins to produce more high-grade energy, and will feel much better after all these problems are resolved. Thank you very much. I'm over, Dmitry.
Okay.
Thank you.
You can stop sharing.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, a wonderful lecture by Vladimir Voeikov, and well, as always, as usual, it's already a tradition, a tradition for 24 years. It's almost quarter of century, you know. You are giving these wonderful lectures about the magnificent properties of water, and every year there's something new.
And I consumed, and I also advise you to consume tons of bicarbonate aqueous solutions.
Okay. Excellent. Excellent. So we will gather the questions to you, and people will have the opportunity to ask them at the Q&A session. This is some kind of magnesium water, I think. Yes.
Yeah. And bicarbonate also, you can see. Bicarbonate, magnesium, or magnesium carbonate is bicarbonate is one of the most healthiest waters, so please drink it.
Okay, excellent, excellent. Thank you very much. So, well, now we're coming to a wonderful time of the day of the Congress. We have the lunchtime, the break to make it depends on your time zone, of course, because we have people from all over the world, from different time zones, starting from Taiwan, and I think even somebody like from China there, and then we have people from Brazil, United States, and so the whole world is here. And whatever is the best time for you to have a break, just use this time to move a little bit, because we have many interesting presentations for the second half of the day. So and just take rest and see you in 1 hour. Hello, everyone. We are back on air, and the next presenter is Dr. Roberto Contreras Rosa, who will deliver his speech on the topic of the constituent systems of the human being and their interconnectivities. Roberto Contreras Rosa is from Honduras, so we have a speech from that part of the world once again. So let's go and enjoy the lecture. He is absolutely new to our Congress, and let's see this interesting presentation.
Hello, my name is Roberto Contreras Rosa from the Centro Médico Biológico in Honduras, Central America. Today, I am going to present on the constitutive systems of the human being and its interconnectivities. You can see my Roberto Contreras gmail.com for contacting me. The constitutive systems of the human being and their interconnectivities are scientific concepts, ascertainables, and of practical use in global human medicine. This review presents a complete, albeit simplified, analysis of the strata of systems that make up the human being. The analysis is taken from ancient and modern origins, known to cultures and civilizations such as Hindustani and Chinese. It is supported by studies and practices that the author has been had in the field of orthodox medicine and in natural and biological medicine, and outside of them, managing to establish a functional interconnectivity of all the mechanisms of the subtle, energetic, and material structure of the human being. Partial knowledge of the structures and functioning of the human being leads to understand an incomplete form and solutions to health problems of such a varied and profound origins. The sick may never be treated in a comprehensive way. It is not an easy task to comprehend the mechanisms and structures of the concrete and subtle substrates of the human being, man and woman, in all its extension. The different strata or systems that structure the human being are as follows. 1, the spiritual, with its soul or spirit. 2. The causal with the Akashic register. 3. The mental one, coming from the universal mind. 4. The astral with the astral body. 5. The chakra with its centers of light energy. 6. The ethereal or bioplasmatic and gaseous. 7. The electromagnetic generated by the subatomic, atomic, and molecular activity on a quantum level. 8. The bioelectrical system described in Chinese acupuncture. And 9. The material physical body. This conference compiles ancient and modern knowledge related to the structures and functioning of human beings, and it is a proposal that the author tries to explain. The seat of the soul is in the frontal chakra, or tisratiel, known as the third eye, occupying its right half. From there, it vivifies the entire organism, connecting through the silver cord to the navel, where the action of the solar plexus chakra, or Manipura, focuses. The seat of the mind is also in the frontal chakra, or third eye, occupying the left half, from where it acts throughout the body. The causal system covers the soul, impregnating it with the dharmas and karmas, positive and negative actions of our past lives, and even the present one, determining the destiny of the human beings. The astral level gives and nourishes the energy of the chakras, and its function is manifested in the emotions, showing its activity in the aura of the people. The energy system is explained in detail in the books of traditional Chinese acupuncture, the classic of internal medicine of the Yellow Emperor, Huang Ti, one of the 3 legendary emperors of the golden period in the history of Chinese civilization. Huang Ti explained that ancestral energy comes from God. It focuses like a flame between the 2 energetic kidneys, keeping the 3 heaters on. Something similar to the burners of a volatile gas stove, since the 3 heaters, the lower, the middle, and the upper, are located in the lower abdomen, upper abdomen, and chest. Ancestral energy is distributed to the entire bioelectrical system as the energy of the meridians, or energy conduction pathways, causing the qi and blood to circulate. An abnormality of this 3-heater system perfectly explains the spontaneous combustion that some people have suffered, burning their own body in their trunk and nearby areas. The meridians, in addition to ancestral energy, carry vital or respiratory and nutritional energy. This comes from pure and impure food and form defense energy to maintain body temperature and vital functions. Of course, they keep the thousands of acupuncture points on, like the lights in a big city. These energy systems interconnects the constituent system of the human being in a very unique pattern, in such a way that the vivification of the soul and the activities of the mind reach the other energy systems and the cells and tissue and organs of the material cycle structure also received. The chakra system is well known in Ayurvedic medicine in India. This system includes 7 major energy centers or chakras. They are located in the middle line of the body, from the perineum, where the radical and basal chakra is. This chakra is called Muladhara. The chakral system ascends in front of the spinal column and spinal cord until it reaches the head, and the head chakra called Sahasrara. Hindus understand a system coupled to that of the chakras and call it Sushumna. This system has 2 channels that carry light energy as if they were 2 elongated white light tubes called Ida and Pingala. These channels are located on the sides of the spinal column and go up to the skull, the coronary and frontal chakra, where they join to illuminate the third eye, which once open allows us to see the superphysical. Hindus narrate the existence of an energy that they call the light of Ohas that nourish and runs through the Sushumna in order to illuminate the third eye. Various yoga systems recommended these disciples and starters to practice sexual abstinence so that they open the third eye more easily due to the luminosity that light from Ohas give it. This comes by Ida and Pingala from the lower chakras, the radic and the polarity or basal, which gives a harmonious sexuality. The chakra system has a capacity to generate luminosity that can be seen and detected technologically, the human aura. From the chakra system, energy is generated that couples to the electromagnetic system, where each chakra is an energy center, with its function of transmitting energy forces to the system of solid and hollow organs, to wonderful organs, to channels and collaterals, or meridians and all existent acupuncture points as Chinese medicine described. These small light bulbs, the acupuncture points, are distributed throughout the entire energy structure and appear on the skin to be used in acupuncture. All its elements are at the level of energy substrates, supporting the organic system of tissues and anatomical organs. Currently, there are ultra-modern devices that allow you to visualize the energy of the aura and the ethereal as the ancient monks of Tibet managed to see and describe, and many people who include children capable of seeing the aura with their atavistic visions. The entire body can be visualized with Kirlian cameras and other sophisticated devices, such as the BioWall, designed by the Institute of Biophysics in St. Petersburg, Russia, based on the Kirlian phenomenon studied by the Kirlian spouses in Krasnodar. Subatomic, atomic, and molecular substrates with the consequent quantum activities studied in atomic energy institutes find the multiple ways in which energy and matter are interwoven, the quantum levels. Likewise, the cellular structures forming internal and external tissues and organs reaching the skin and its annexes well studied in anatomy and histology. Its biochemistry and physiology are also known to doctors and researchers in medical fields. They form the material structure of the human body. Understanding the constitutive system of the human being, we will analyze the interconnectivities between them. The soul or spirit, made in the image and likeness of the Creator, is the breath of life, vivifies all the structure of the human being and of other beings that have life. Intelligence and will come from the soul. The mind is the instrument that allows the mental activity of the human being, such as thoughts, with their virtues and defects or perversions, in such a way that a healthy mind is a blessing, but a sick mind is nonsense. The causal includes the records of our acts in past lives, and also there are accumulating all the action of the current life, and even the smallest thoughts are recorded. On the other hand, emotions are managed in the astral, and its activity is seen in the aura. in its different forms and luminosities in different colors. It is visible to clairvoyants and experts, such as those who have experience of flying on near or far away in astral travels, such as going to the upper space, the firmament, and returning with the memory of everything they saw and experienced. The auras can be visualized, captured in those who lead a life of holiness and obedience. This is reflected by artists in paintings, some of them very famous and shown to the public in churches and cathedrals worldwide. The aura can be photographed, since we all have an aura, obviously with different degrees of luminosity. The astral is detached at the moment of death, and people who have had the experience of dying and returning to life narrate in great details what has happened to them in the different celestial spaces or heavens, as described in the work by Madame Blavatsky. In this image, you can see humans' auras and their different luminosities of men and women. In these other images, you can also see the human auras by levels, coming the luminosity from the chakras in levels, the 7 layers, and one of them specialized to receive light from the sky, and the other one, the basal energy down to the earth. The biowell analysis captures the variation in alignment, position, shape, and color of the main chakras, and deduce from these changes the mental, emotional, and behavioral changes in the life of social relationships. This is well explained in the book The Energy of Health, written by Dr. Konstantin Korotkov from the St. Petersburg Institute of Biophysics in 2017. In this illustration, you can see the main chakras, 7 ones, from its different color, from the head to the base. The crown chakra, the third eye chakra, throat chakra, heart chakra, the solar plexus chakra, the umbilicus, and the basical chakras. The interconnectivity of the chakras with the bioenergetic system described by the Chinese has been found in the work Basics of Acupuncture by the authors Gabriel Stokes and Bruce Pomeranz from Toronto, Canada, and Düsseldorf, Germany. In this illustration, we can see an image of the chakras and bioelectrical points of Chinese acupuncture. Each chakra gives an energy in front of them and the other part back to them, in trying to find and join the main acupuncture points related to this connection between chakra and acupuncture points in front, the conception basal or rain meridian, and the back, the governor meridian or du meridian. The interconnectivities of the astral body with the chakra system and the bioenergetic function of the Chinese acupuncture points can be easily appreciated. Additionally, there is an interconnectivity of the acupuncture points and the electromagnetic system, where the subatomic, atomic, and molecular activity that exists in the material structure of the human body generates an energy capable of having electromagnetic attraction among all the particles of the organs and body tissues. And it is possible to be directed by the therapies of small, medium magnetic fields or powerful magnets. The search and application of orthodox, conventional, allopathic medicine therapies, coupled with the also multiple therapies of unconventional, biological, alternative, natural, energetic, supraphysical, and even magic medicine is a major task. However, understanding these constitutive systems of the human being and their interconnectivities, therapies that appropriately influence each structure can be applied. Based on ancient and modern experiences, other therapies such as music therapy can be added. For the soul or human spirit, the science of the soul of the Surat Shabda Yoga, the yoga of light and sound, can be connect the soul with the super soul or supreme God. The microcosm unites with the macrocosm, freeing itself from the bonds and cycles of the 64 births and deaths laws. For the causal, by not being able to change the karma of the past, we can improve our life to generate dharmas that charge us in goods such as personal and group psychotherapeutic methods. Regressive hypnosis can reveal deep causes that unbalance and overwhelm our human lives. The mind is a very special stratum, since a good mind is a great ally of the human being. However, when the perversion of the mind, by corresponding to the 7 deadly sins and their derivations, and being those who govern thoughts and feelings, we will have people in different degrees of mental and social illness, such as the individuals linked to crime and violence. Professionals in psychology and psychiatry, as well as counselors, religious doctors, and naturalistic support people can help to keep them balanced, even if they are in precarious balance, being able to treat many of the mental and emotional disorders. The energetic layers of the solid and hollow organs, as is described in Chinese medicine, each have relationship with mental and emotional states of the mind and the astral. It has been described that psychotropic drugs can be combined with aura cleansing, with herbal remedies, medicinal baths, light therapy, and magnetic field therapy, without forgetting homeopathic remedies and acupuncture to generate endorphins, painkillers, regulators, and stabilizers of mental disorders. The physical structures of the human body that deteriorate in acute, subacute, and chronic phases in innumerable diseases can be investigated and diagnosed. Resources are provided by modern medicine in conjunction with diagnostic methods of natural, biological, and bioenergetic medicine. For example, it is important to have a good medical history and a good physical examination that also includes assessment of the pulses, the tongue, and the teeth. Additionally, iridology, spinal column, and reflexology areas of the hand and feet can be performed, as well as diagnostic resources such as the HLB test, Heitman-Lennart-Bolin test, oximetry, electronic measurement of fall, medical thermography, and biowell. This will enable information, visualization, and analysis of several of the structures of the human being described in this holistic study of men and women. As a conclusion, the following illustrations show how the light and sound of the higher spiritual phase plane coming to the inner eye and ear that all humans have. Also, at the peripheral zone appears the aura coming from the chakras. And you can see how the biowall captures energy from the fingerprints to measure energies of the ethereal aura from the nerve systems, from chakras, and energies of the meridians and organs and others. My group here in Honduras designed this wonderful illustration for you. Did biowell, taking prints, having information from nerve system and energy field as ethereal aura. Also the measurements of organs and meridians. The chakras one, and you can see the general aura and the rays coming from or going to the sky. Thank you for your time, and I hope to see you all in St. Petersburg, New Year, in the next year. Muchas gracias in Spanish. And gracias in Russian. Spasiba. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay. Here we had a wonderful lecture. Well, after listening to such a lecture, we can understand that there is much more to learn, much more to investigate, much more things to study and measure and understand in this life. And the limits are far away. So we have many things to continue to study in with biowell too. Well, to make this technology even better and make it even more accurate, more informative, etc. So thanks, muchas gracias for the speech. Now we're giving a word to Claudia Schembri-Heitmann. She will deliver a speech on the topic of consciousness-based integrative approach about body talk system also and biowell system together. And let's give her a word. And here we are. Enjoy this.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Wherever you are on this planet, whenever you are watching this recording, it's an honor to be with you and to be able to share with you my observations and also meeting each other, getting to know each other in a very virtual way and manner, even though we don't have the possibility of exchanging personal conversations, but we're still connected through the field of consciousness, which brings us together on the subject of science, information, and spirit. And this is the beauty of this work. Quantum-based, consciousness-based work does not know any limits or any boundaries. It's present all the time. And it's so beautiful to create an awareness and also create so-called ripple effects within the field of humanity, which is so much needed today. And so I'm looking forward to the other talks also of this Congress, but I'm also looking forward to share with you my observations. So the future of healthcare lies in a consciousness-based integrative approach, which must include emphasis on the environment. And I actually will place a lot of emphasis on the environment in my lecture here. because we cannot address the whole person, the whole human being, without also addressing or at least acknowledging the presence of the environment. The environment itself plays a very important factor in health and healing, and also in disease. And so we, or me as a holistic healthcare practitioner, I've been striving to obviously integrate the environment into my approach to help my clients and also my students in the best possible way of spreading the word and just getting better, getting to know themselves and also feeling better in their own environment, be it their families or be it their home environment or be it their work field or the workplace itself. So there's lots of layers to this whole work. Now, my journey has begun many years ago, and I've always worked in the field of healthcare, but I've come actually from a conventional medical background in sports therapy and sports sciences, and then later on turned towards natural therapies and more holistic healthcare, with the end result of having been a very advanced Voeikov system instructor for nearly 25 years now, and also working in this natural healthcare field as a naturopath and an integrative medicine practitioner. So when I was working on the subject of my dissertation, I had obviously to find a topic that would create some new interests and also touch on a subject that may not have been addressed before. So the whole idea is to use or have used all the modalities I was working with in a very specific approach. But my vision was, how can I help the individual based on my experience in my clinic and the modalities I work with? How can I work the individual in an even more holistic way, in a more permanent way, rather than they come to me for a session and then they go back home and eventually they have to come back and then they go back home. So there's lots of layers to this approach. So this idea was based on the fact that each group of people creates an energy field, which we call matrix, and that energy field has the potential of helping a person heal or not heal, actually get very distressed. And so the idea was to create a so-called coherent energy field, harmonize that field on a 21-day routine, and observe the shifts and changes in the individual group members who have not even been patients. And so the results were quite amazing and very promising. And so I'm hoping to share some of the ideas with you. I'm not here to share statistics with you, even though I will show you a couple of pictures of my results, but it's more like helping us to be more mindful and aware that there is a big potential out there which should not be ignored, especially in this time and age where chronic disease, so-called non-communicable diseases, but also mental neurological diseases are so much on the increase apart from autoimmune disorders. And this is something that conventional medicine has a very hard time in addressing. So I do feel that consciousness-based practitioners, quantum-based practitioners have a very, very big role here already, not just in the future. So during my, during my dissertation, I used different evaluation tests and modalities on a subjective, qualitative, and also quantitative scale. And one of the devices I used was actually the BioWell device, the camera, and the glove. And for me, I have been aware of GDV devices for quite a long time. So I was really excited when I was looking for devices I could use for my research, when I came across the GDV camera as it is right now from a colleague and friend of mine who's coming from the background of biogeometry. So for me, it was an honor and a pleasure of introducing these devices into my groups when I was working in the field. But the main modalities that I used were the body talk system, was biogeometry and source point therapy, and most importantly, also family systems constellation. And anyway, this is just a brief preview. Now, when we're talking about consciousness-based healthcare, we have to understand what is consciousness, what is healthcare. Are we really understanding both of these terms in the best possible way? Because there might be so many different definitions and so many different concepts floating around. So I just want to briefly touch on the subject, because my main subject here in this talk today is talking about the environment and what place the environmental treatments have or could have in our approach to healthcare. So, consciousness is the ground of all being, not matter, says Amit Goswami in lots of his literature. So what does that really mean? For me, I love using images and metaphors for myself because that's how I learn and how I understand, but also when I teach. So if you look at the image of the ocean of consciousness, as I call it, everything is connected through that ocean of consciousness. There's lots of terms around this. So I just want to highlight why we say based on consciousness. So the whole idea is water is the source of everything. Consciousness is the source of everything and not matter. But matter is the only place where consciousness can express itself. Can we measure it on a kind of quantitative level, or just pre-matter when it's still a bit on the emotional distress situation, but we're still measuring the output of the body. Be it biophotons or be it other energy devices, even on the physiological electric level when we look at the HRV devices and measurements. Consciousness is all there is, consciousness at rest and consciousness in movement. So again, this refers to the ocean as it is there, but consciousness at rest means just a pure bliss consciousness in its potential form, which actually is not just empty and nothingness. It has a lot of interference patterns. There's a geometrical structure to the whole manifestation process. There's a deep quantum entanglement going on already there on that level. However, when something is manifesting, we call it its consciousness in motion or in movement. And the person that I resonated a lot with when he was mentioning it in his talks and his literature was Ramesh Balsekar. And so I'm just sharing this with you here. Maybe it helps you to understand where we're coming from when we say consciousness-based. This is a graph which or a figure which I designed for my dissertation to make us understand or help us understand that from the divine consciousness of ocean of consciousness, the causal level, the other levels of manifestation, when we are basing our assumptions on the downward causation model, the so-called supramental, mental, vital, and physical levels evolve. However, they're all interlinked and interconnected all along. And these are concepts that are not used by Amit Goswami. There's actually a number of researchers that have been publishing their ideas and concepts of this downward causation model. So basically, consciousness is not just all there is, it's also the source of everything that's manifest. And within everything that's manifest, consciousness is present. And like I said before, the physical body is basically the only layer of this universal consciousness, which sometimes is also referred to as the self, where all these layers of consciousness are experienced in a simultaneous way. So whenever I'm talking about holistic healthcare, that's basically when I'm referring to involving and addressing all the different relevant causative levels of dysfunction, distortion, and lack or disruption of energy flow. Health or healthcare. There's a number of definitions around, but we have to understand that the concept of health means wholeness. So just looking at Hippocrates, who was around for so many thousands of years ago, he already said at his time that health is the result of a dynamic balance, and he loved referring to it as being in sync, being entrained, being in resonance, other terms that are used today. So a dynamic balance of the relationship of an individual human being, for a start, with him or herself. That also means within the inner environmental rhythms, but also with his or her core nature, the pure potential which could be manifested if there wouldn't be the distortions and blockages of life experiences and distress factors in the way. And also the environmental and cultural influences. So environment is what we're going to speak about next, but cultural influences is basically what we're referring to, or I would be referring to, also so-called inherited trends and tendencies, morphogenetic fields, and so forth. So all of that is something that needs to be juggled with when we, as practitioners, would like to address the aspect of health in ourselves, in our clients. And so it's a big task, but it's approachable, and we have a lot of beautiful modalities around that can help us and support us in this way and on this path. Now, I, as a practitioner, hear a lot of times that the environment out there is making me feel unwell. The environment is making me sick. So I could relate, people could be relating this to toxins, to emotions, to other kind of stressors or distress factors, even the aspect of social isolation, which we have been observing in the last couple of months, is a big disease promoting factor, and it creates often a lot of imbalances, these stresses on the physical, physiological, emotional, mental, and also supramental levels. However, and this is the whole point here, if we really want to truly be holistic practitioners and use all the levels of manifestation, then it would really be helpful to say, okay, how can I turn this around? How can I utilize the environment, the environmental fields, which we will be looking at, to support actually the self-healing and self-regulation in myself and in my clients, rather than being the victim of the environment? Because this interaction, is taking place whether I want it or not. So I might as well try and make the best out of it. So when I'm referring to environment, I've already mentioned the terms. I can relate to the inner or intrinsic environment, and I can also refer to the outer or extrinsic environment. So I am not going to address much. I'm just highlighting certain aspects of balance, because I think a lot of natural healthcare modalities would be going into this direction and into this line when it comes to the inner environment. However, it's always a relationship between the outer and the inner environment, and all the different levels around this. So when we're looking at this graph, which I created here, I've just, utilized the assumption or the observation really, which has been researched a lot, that the P, the psychology, the N, the nervous system or neurology, the E, the endocrine system, and the I, the immune system, are very deeply connected, regulating systems in the field of our so-called inner environment. And but within the inner environment, we have to always remember there's the physical, physiological, vital, emotional, mental, psychological, and spiritual aspects. These levels of manifestation would be present in anything that's manifest. And so the question is really, so many disorders that are around these days, the core regulation systems are usually involved, either one of them or all three of them or just two of them or four of them. So how can we support the inner communication system? So my main modalities, would always be able to address this, to create a consciousness-based awareness in the innate self-healing ability of my clients, to say, okay, listen, we have to switch on something here, or something is overactive or underactive. Please self-regulate and do something about it. However, there is the constant inner and outer relationship we have to look at, relationship between inner and outer environment we also have to address. We're not an isolated system. The human being doesn't stop on the level of our skin or of our outer energy layer. There's constant communication going on, electrons popping in and out, and so forth. So I don't want to go so much, like I said before, into the inner environmental factors. I just want to highlight there's a lot of modalities which in this day and age are addressing this. So our inner rhythms, we have pacemakers, which are often not being heard and not managing to create our inner self-regulation, the so-called pacemakers. But also people often don't live in alignment with the rhythms of nature, their own biorhythms, but also, are we in summer now? Are we in winter now? What should we be eating, drinking, doing, not doing, and so forth. The microbiome is a huge system, and the microbes, the good microbes in our system, they have the potential of helping us to self-heal. If we recognize them, if we support them with proper nutrition and proper communication pathways, and especially the relationship between the human cells, so the endothelial or epithelial cells where the microbes would be living, but also specifically the immune cells, because the immune cells are our inner army, and obviously if they don't like the microbes, they would start a fight if they're very aggressive or very passive. And so it has to be an optimal balance within the ecology of our body-mind complex. Very important aspects, but there's always tools and means for that. Now, the outer environment is something which puts a lot of people into distress, actually. Again, we have to address this from a physical, emotional, mental, spiritual level based on the downward causation model, if we have the ability to do so. So for start, highly discussed in this day and age, the so-called EMF fields. So electromagnetic fields, there are natural fields, there's man-made fields. There is natural geophysical activity within Earth, the sun. There's natural geopathic lines, the so-called grid lines on our planet, which unfortunately have created a lot of distress factors and scare a lot of people, but they are part of planet Earth. So the question is, how can we optimize, harmonize, and balance their energy and utilize them to our best interest? And then there's also other environmental factors which we actually address within the Voeikov system. So I've just taken a snapshot of our protocol chart here to say, okay, this is our whole section around the environment, which I don't want to go too much into detail here. But just on this upper box here, you can see we have lots of different factors relating to the outer environment of a person and the relationship of that person with this environmental factor. And this in turn can be mirrored in distress situations within their body-mind complex. And then we also have other environmental factors, which I call inherited factors, which we could also address here, apart from planetary relationships with our body-mind complex and so forth. So there's always tools and means around. So again, like I said before, how can we use the environment to provide a supporting field? We can optimize the relationship, between me as a human being and the outer environment, addressing the ecology of the body, addressing the emotional, but also the specific environmental factors, which may be, related to certain experience I may have had at one stage in my life. Most people, and that's the main point, I believe it would start with having a very specific level of awareness. And most people would be very addicted to their emotions and also their environmental distress situations. And when I am in resonance with something, that means I attract more of this into my situation. So the question is, how can we break this loop of addiction? This is how Joe Dispenza refers to this. And so I can only try my very best as a practitioner to support my clients, but it would be so much better to create a bigger impact and create a bigger impact to also create a field around my client. So where they are immersing every single day. So it could be harmonizing their home, their family matrix, and also their working place. And this is how I started in my whole dissertation project. Okay, so the environment is made up of fields. But we are fields, but the outer environment is basically interconnected fields. But if I address one aspect, it will be mirrored on other levels, and relationships can change. And so we have to understand the bigger picture in order to dive into the smaller picture, and vice versa. The microcosm and macrocosm are constantly interlinked and intertwined. And so the statement by Jeff Maitland is a beautiful statement, which just shows us that in order to dive into the tiniest unit, we have to see the bigger picture and vice versa. Now, for this term matrix, which I've been using all along, there's lots of other references, lots of research has been done, and lots of literature has been provided by James Oshman, who refers to this as a living matrix. Rupert Sheldrake, also mentions the so-called morphogenic or morphogenetic fields. All of this communication is based on morphic resonance. And Lynn McTaggart in her first book described, the whole field aspects. I already mentioned systems constellation based on Bert Hellinger and others. And we also know about the awareness promoted in Chinese medicine. The microcosm and the macrocosm are just one unit of function. And if I address the macrocosm, it has mirrored on the microcosm and vice versa. So how can we define matrices? Okay, so this is just again one shot from our body talk protocol, where we also specifically have the potential of working with pathological matrices, but also with so-called complex matrices. And this is what we have to be looking at. So when we are addressing something in a very specific group environment, we have to understand the group environment creates an entanglement, and from a quantum physics perspective, that has far and wide-reaching effects, and time and space do not really matter. Sometimes when I'm working with patients, I actually have to address a group from their childhood or a group from their workplace, which they haven't worked for 30 years or something like this, because there's still an entanglement there, pathological way. The whole idea, however, and that has come up in recent research, is that we talk about relaxation modalities, nutrition, movement, all of that. But the biggest health promoting factor in a human being is actually the aspect of social coherence. And this has a lot to do with how do I feel in this group? How do I feel this group is supporting me? And it's not something that's happening on our head brain. It's actually something that we feel on our heart brain level. And this is what my main aim is, in presenting you this information here. And I know I'm going through this very fast, but there's so much to share with you. So I'm trying to utilize the time in the best possible way here. So coming back to the environment and the so-called electromagnetic fields and frequencies, there's actually natural frequencies. Anything is, what is there in nature is obviously supported also by the sun and the sunlight, and it has the potential to heal. But within nature, I mentioned earlier on the grid lines, we also have the so-called vertical frequencies. Now, when I talk horizontal or vertical, these are concepts that we use from the perspective of biogeometry, which is also having a relationship with French radiesthesia. So all I want to say is anything that's kind of magnetic, which is also our positive elevated emotions, our heart-based connection has actually horizontal wave qualities, and that can help to promote our health. And anything that's kind of vertical, and that includes not just part of the grid line energy field, but also anything that is man-made, come into building materials, electromagnetic radiation, the whole e-smog situation here has vertical components. Now, unfortunately, there is more and more of this man-made electromagnetic radiation around, but it also has its benefits because we're using modern technology and we don't want to live life without modern technology. But there's a big potential here. The question is, how can we slowly but surely, or maybe faster than better faster than ever, introduce horizontal, harmonizing, health promoting qualities in this background smog that is there. And this is why I love working with my modalities. The main modality which would have an effect for this field is, from my perspective, biogeometry, because the whole idea is to help the human being in this modern day and age to live better, healthier, and also heal themselves and heal the planet, and self-heal really, but connecting back to the natural frequencies. So when we are literally, so how can we get out of this emotional environmental distress loop, right? So when we are creating resonant communication within those matrix fields, then we will also have a resonant harmonizing, we don't want to have incoherent fields, effect on the whole situation and on the individual. We can also just work specifically on the physical environment, be it the bedroom, the workplace, the living room, and so forth, specifically. Okay, so the resonant communication, the coherent fields that I mentioned, this is what I worked on in my dissertation. And I'll show you a couple of pictures before I finish this lecture. So, and apart from that, a lot has been promoted with global coherence projects, global consciousness projects, group meditation, and specific emotional work. So this is something that's already happening in society, and there's a lot of research that's happening there, which helps us to connect us back to our heart. But it's obviously so much easier to connect us to our heart when we are already present in a coherent energy field rather than in a distress situation. So my vision would be that every employer would start incorporating this, every household would start incorporating this. It's a multi-layered approach where I can work with the individual, I can work with the fields, I can work with the space, I can work with the history, and hopefully, understand, or coming from the perspective of understanding that it's all one continuous system, or as James Oschman said, the earth and all of its inhabitants, plants, animals, humans, form one single living being. We are living in planet Earth, not on planet Earth. We are part of the whole environment. We are the environment. We cannot leave out the environment from our equation here. So coming back to what we're doing here in this conference, right? Spirit, information, and science. We are all working with subtle energy devices. And so how can we interpret this? How can we work with subtle energies, conscious-based modalities? We have to understand those downward causation levels are not just theory, they're actually reality. And they are like an operating system running in the background. There's specific software programs, and that is then mirrored on the different levels of manifestation, which we could look at, where people observe their symptoms, where they get their diagnosis and their labels. However, we don't want to start on the physical body. We theoretically or practically would like to start preventatively. So if we can manage to really create a subtle energy field balance, then any other, even so-called conventional medical treatment can work so much better. And we don't have to address things from a symptomatic approach, right? So we have to remember the subtle energy and the physical energy, they're very strongly intertwined and linked. And from the devices I used, obviously, we have different quantitative and qualitative possibilities of observing the befores and afters. We're using control groups and treatment groups in our research to really be comparable to standardized approaches. So I mentioned the terms entrainment, I mentioned the terms resonance, and so we have one aspect of communication between all those PNEI systems is obviously look into the entrainment of the inner environment, be in tune again with the rhythms of nature and all these different aspects. However, we also have to look at the entrainment with the outer environment. And most people, however, live from a perspective of not being entrained at all. And once we understand that all these fields I've been mentioning and talking about communicate through the level of resonance, once I change my attraction to horizontal or vertical, I keep using this vocabulary, then obviously I will also change my possibility and my potential of health and healing, staying healthy or being able to self-heal on a very specific level rather than getting sick all the time. Okay, so this is just a repetition of what I already mentioned. So we have to remember that this communication is going on all the time. All the fields are interacting with one another, and we don't really find a definable boundary when we're looking at a person or when we're looking at a system. So for me, when I work with priorities, it's so beautiful to say, where do I have to start? Where can I start? And what do I have to look at right now? Okay, so this is what I mentioned early on. So what can we do about this? Addressing the individual and their outer environmental and inner environmental field. So literally fill up the systems, all the fields as much as possible as we can with this horizontal health promoting and coherent smog in a good way. Creating a harmonized space, a so-called abode, divine center, using proper energies, utilizing Earth's energies, and then also understand that the group matrix fields can either heal a person or make them sick. Now, from a BioWell perspective, for me, this is really amazing that we have these three different devices. There's others, I know, but for the potential of working with matrices and individuals, I think the camera, the glove, and also the Sputnik are really, really great in reporting and evaluating all of these different situations. So I want to conclude my talk. I know I'm going slightly over time here. I want to conclude my talk just with this specific table which I created, just to highlight there's so many modalities out there, and obviously we have to feel attracted to whichever modality we want to utilize, but we have to understand if I really want to go to the causative level, which means based on the level of consciousness that is out of sync, then I have to find a modality that's always one level higher rather than being on the same level. And just to show you a couple of pictures towards the end here is I don't have so much visuals from my dissertation when it comes to GDV or BioWell because of the complexity of the research, I must say that. But this is something that we can see here that just go very fast here. So the first row is always the same person. This is the research done, the test done without the filter, and this is the test done with the filter. So this was kind of the intake phase here. And then we have the control phase. So this is basically nothing has happened in between these measurements. And this was the treatment phase. So to me, you can see there's still bumps and valleys, but at the same time, the whole energy field of this person has definitely changed towards more stability, health, harmony, and balance. So to me, it just shows just by working with the energy field of the group, not of the individual has changed. Okay, just to highlight that. Now, this is a summary of the whole group. It's not of the individual. It's also based on qualitative parameters, which I used to observe from biogeometry. And so the blue and green is basically before and intermediate. That is basically the control phase and the after. So we can see that a lot of the qualities that were kind of high or elevated have gone down. That means no longer an issue or a problem. So, and this is the table that is accompanying that picture. So being able to say that in the control phase as a total, the deviations that were observed in this group here was -10. Okay, there's still a shift, but in the whole treatment phase, it was an average minus of -73. We can actually say something has happened here. So I would like to conclude now by saying, okay, the future of healthcare is already here. And if we want to utilize the whole aspect, the wholeness aspect, we have to understand that consciousness has to play a role. The environment has to be looked at, different functions. We have to understand the level of downward causation, addressing the physical, emotional, mental, supramental levels, if possible. We don't have to do everything ourselves, but we have to obviously have other practitioners we could refer to who could help our patient. And so the whole patient is at the center of my focus when I'm working. So the patient could be an individual person, the patient could be a whole company, and it's always complementary and integrative. It's not an alternative, and that's the beauty. This kind of work really works hand in hand with the conventional medicine, and if we combine the two together, we can really create a true healthcare for the whole person. And it could also have a health or healing effect on our economy and the social challenges we're going through, have been going through for a number of years now. So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And I want to conclude just by saying the future of healthcare is no longer away. It's already here, and it lies in this consciousness-based integrative approach, which I'm sure many of you are aware of, are utilizing. And to me, it's so important that we remember we have to include the environment on all aspects and all levels. So thank you very much, and I appreciate you all. And let's send the ripple effects throughout this field of consciousness. Thank you very much.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Claudia, for this wonderful speech. Very, I can say, really holistic, really integrative. I don't know even other synonyms of this word that can describe this. Very good approach, fundamental, and I think that many participants have enjoyed it very much. And thank you once again for making this presentation. And I will just tell that on YouTube we have a longer version of Dr. Claudia's presentation, 1 hour length, so where she shares more information. So after the Congress, you will be able to watch it. So we have next speaker, Andrey Sijaushii, and hello, Andrey, can you hear me? Please turn on the sound.
Ага. Все. Я приветствую всех участников конференции. Меня зовут Андрей Сijaushii, я генеральный директор издательства «Стигмарион».
I will be translating this presentation. My name is Andrey Sijaushii, and I'm greetings to all the participants of the Congress. I am General Director of Publishing Agency Sijaushii.
Я немножко расскажу о себе, о нашем издательстве, чем мы занимаемся, что планируем делать. И во время своего выступления я буду делиться своим опытом.
So I will be sharing information about my work, about the activities of our publishing agency, and a little bit about myself.
Ну, у меня была обычная жизнь, но все началось и изменилось в моей жизни в 1985 году, когда я пошел служить в армию. И в 1986 году, в апреле месяце, я попал в самый первый день.
Андрей, делайте паузу, чтобы я переводить успел.
Да, да, хорошо.
So I had pretty regular life until 1985, and when I was in army, and in April 1986.
Вот 26 апреля 1986 года произошел взрыв на Чернобыльской АЭС. Я тогда служил в Киеве.
And so most of you know about the Chernobyl explosion, and at that time I was at service in Kiev.
Нас подняли в 5 часов утра по тревоге, и мы направились в зону Чернобыльской АЭС.
So we were woken up at 5 a.m. and sent to Chernobyl area.
Но после этого моя жизнь изменилась, естественно, когда я вернулся с армии, у меня появились проблемы со здоровьем очень сильные, потому что мы получили большую дозу радиации.
So after returning back from military service, I had several problems already with my health because of the irradiation in Chernobyl.
В течение нескольких лет, ну, примерно до октября 1997 года, я пытался, ну, вылечить себя традиционными методами.
Традиционными, в смысле, вы имеете в виду обычными?
Медицина официальная.
So until 1997, I was trying to cope with my diseases with regular medicine that we have in the country.
Но как оказалось, на сегодняшний день медицина не смогла помочь мне, потому что на сегодняшний день лучевую болезнь не лечат.
And allopathic medicine didn't help me significantly because there were no approaches to deal with the irradiation complications.
И с конца 1997 года я полностью отказался от услуг официальной медицины и занялся как бы своим здоровьем сам, потому что уже терять нечего было. И
So from 1997-1998, I've stopped attending any allopathic medical doctors and turned over to traditional or oriental medicine to find a way to heal myself.
И мои изыскания привели меня сначала в народную медицину, а затем я начал изучать литературу по духовному развитию.
So first I get acquainted with the traditional medicine, like Oriental medicine, and afterwards I started reading literature about spiritual self-development.
Я себе не ставил целью стать здоровым, мне просто было очень интересно, я занимался различными видами, о которых я сейчас расскажу коротко.
So I didn't put the aim to become super healthy, but I was just very curious about this field of study.
Как показала практика, я специально ничего не стремился чего-то достичь, но получается так, что все, чем я занимался, было связано именно с нашей землей и с природой.
So I didn't try to attain something specific, but it turned out that everything that I was doing at that time was connected with Earth, with the some natural things.
Но я занимался, например, начал ходить босиком по земле, по траве, бегал по углям босиком и по снегу.
So I started walking barefoot on the ground, on the snow, and even on the charcoal.
Купался зимой в холодной воде.
I started swimming in winter in open water sources.
По утрам, по вечерам смотрел на восходящее, заходящее солнце.
So I was sun gazing in the sunset and sunrise.
Естественно, занимался медитациями, причем я до этого этим никогда не занимался и начал развивать свое образное мышление.
And I've also started practicing meditations, which I have never done before.
В результате через несколько лет все мои проблемы исчезли, хотя в 98 году я себя очень уже плохо чувствовал, и я думал, что я уже долго не проживу.
So actually, within several years, all my problems have disappeared. But back in 1998, I was thinking that I will not live long.
Сейчас я смотрю, и я уже понимаю, почему произошли именно эти варианты развития, потому что мог быть вариант развития моей жизни совсем другой.
So, looking backwards, now I understand why it happened so and why the health has changed so drastically and why the radioactive illness, the sickness has disappeared.
70 или 80% людей, которые попали в Чернобыль, даже которые были через 2-3 года, в основном все умерли. И у меня была цель остаться живым.
Well, actually, 70 to 80% of people who were in Chernobyl have died, and my aim was to stay alive.
Это было на мое намерение, и я его решил воплотить в жизнь.
So it was my straight intention, and I decided that I will fulfill it.
Потому что я понимал, что кроме меня мне уже никто не может помочь.
Because I understood that nobody can help me beside myself.
И в 2006 году, примерно в начале 2000-х, я почувствовал, просто один раз проснулся и обнаружил то, что у меня нету никаких симптомов, себя прекрасно чувствую, и все мои болячки исчезли, даже те, которые были до того, как я попал в Чернобыль.
So in the beginning of millennia and until 2006, finally, one day I woke up and I felt that I have no more symptoms of the radiation sickness anymore.
И в 2006 году мы с женой решили организовать издательство, и мы его создали.
So in 2006, together with my wife, we have decided to create a publishing agency, and we have created it.
Издательство – это наше семейное дело.
So it's our family business.
И мы поставили своей целью передавать духовные практические знания для развития каждого человека. Это миссия нашего издательства. Мы так для себя определили.
And we have stated a mission of our publishing agency that we will share all possible information about spiritual growth and share it with other people.
На своем опыте я понял, что реально можно изменить свою жизнь, реально можно исцелиться практически от любой болезни, по крайней мере, те, которые мы получаем в этой жизни.
On my own experience, I have understood that it's possible to heal thyself from many diseases that we get during this life, incarnation, this life.
И этот практический опыт мы пытаемся передать другим людям. Мы ищем авторов, которые пережили похожие, люди пережили похожие случаи и которые смогли себе помочь сами.
And we are searching for cases of people who have also overcome through such obstacles in their lives, who are able to help themselves and heal themselves.
У нас были серьезные намерения, и я думаю, это сыграло свою роль, потому что именно наше мышление, наш настрой, он и помог мне в свое время, и помог многим людям, которые сами смогли себя исцелить, люди, которые отказала официальная медицина.
So we had pretty strict intention to do what we have decided, and thanks to that, we were able to fulfill it, and we were able to help other people who were struggling with the same problems in their lives.
Но во время своей работы, когда я именно занимался своим здоровьем, я начал изучать медитацию, очень много медитировал, научился медитировать, причем для того, чтобы медитировать, мне сейчас не нужно тихое место, мне не надо закрывать глаза, я это могу делать в любом месте и в любое время.
So since I started practicing meditation, I have gone very far forward, and now I don't need even any quiet space. I don't need even to close my eyes in order to start the meditation.
Наш мозг, он работает на разных частотах. Но вы знаете, это альфа, бета, тета.
So you know that our brain works at different brainwave lengths and oscillations, like alpha, beta waves, theta.
Когда мы общаемся, работаем на компьютере, примерно ведем машину, наш мозг работает в бета-режиме.
So, for example, when we drive the car, our brain works in beta waves regime.
Как нам говорят, это нормальное состояние человека. Раньше частота бета была с 7, по-моему, с 14 до 21 Гц, сейчас поднялось до 30, до 35 и даже до 40.
So we are being said that this is a normal state of the person, and like previously, the normal state was from 15 to 21 Hertz. Now it has increased over to 30 or sometimes even to 40 Hertz.
Но, как показала моя практика, это ненормальное состояние для нашего мозга. Это стрессовое состояние, когда мозг находится в состоянии стресса, и наша очень сильно активная деятельность очень сильно влияет, и проблемы постепенно накапливаются.
So my personal practice has shown that we have this regime is not normal for us. This is a stress regime. So when we have such high frequencies, it means that we are in a stress state. So it creates problems in our body.
Нормальное состояние мозга – это альфа, это как раз-таки состояние медитативное. Но, как наука говорит, это примерно частота от 17 до 14 Гц.
So my opinion is that the normal state is something of alpha waves from 14 to 17 hertz, and this is like a meditative state, which should be norm for a person.
Это нормальное состояние нашего мозга. В этом состоянии организм сам исцеляется, и это то состояние, в котором мы должны находиться постоянно.
This is normal condition of our body, and this is the condition in which our consciousness, our mind, and our body should be in always, as much as possible.
У меня, в принципе, вот когда проводил я последний раз свои исследования, у меня частота составляла где-то 10-11 Гц.
Вы имеете в виду, что чем ниже, тем лучше, или как?
Ну да, конечно.
So my opinion is that the lower is your brainwave activity in terms of wavelength, in terms of hertz, the better it is for you. So, for example, my last measurements that I made for myself has shown that it's from 10 to 11 hertz, that is normal state of my brain.
И это состояние нам помогает поддерживать именно природа, Земля.
And this state we can maintain also thanks to the Earth.
Ну, я сейчас приведу пример, о которых я говорил в начале. Например, все мы знаем, что произошло с этой эпидемией карантина. Мы в конце марта уехали жить за город, и мы там живем до сих пор.
So, well, due to pandemic, I'm just giving an example. Due to pandemic, we have moved outside of the city, and we live outside in the suburban area.
На один день приезжаем в Москву по делам и по работе.
So we visit Moscow only one day a week.
С нами начали происходить очень интересные вещи, когда мы подъезжали к Москве или въезжали в Москву во время карантина.
So strange things have started to happen with us, and when we were entering or living Moscow during the pandemic times.
У нас появились симптомы першения в горле, мы начинали кашлять, это начинала болеть голова, это происходило до тех пор, пока мы вечером не уезжали из Москвы.
So when we were entering Moscow, we had the symptoms of irritation, itching in the in our neck area, in the respiratory system and upper respiratory system, thorax, in larynx, trachea there, and we were also starting to cough, but this all disappeared when we left Moscow, same day.
Что это такое было, я понимаю прекрасно. Это было практически физическое проявление тех мыслеформ или сил намерения определенных людей, которые создали атмосферу в городе. Ну, это СМИ, это правительство и все остальное, когда вот эти мыслеформы боли, смерти, они уже практически материализовались.
So my opinion is that these were effects of those thought forms that were created by mass media, government, etc., who have created all this history around this COVID-19, and these thoughts and ideas were affecting us. This information field was affecting us.
Но это также работает и в обратную сторону. Можно создавать силой своего намерения совсем другие мыслеобразы, и жизнь будет меняться.
But it works also the opposite way with our power of thought, power of intention. We can also heal ourselves and create opposite intentions and thought forms.
Все это наводит на те мысли, что мы должны, каждый должен человек заниматься и правильно создавать свои намерения, действия и мысли.
So the conclusion is that every person should concentrate on his own intentions and thoughts and ideas in the mind.
И мы в своей работе пользуемся именно этими принципами.
And in our work, we are using exactly these principles.
За 14 лет работы издательства мы издали чуть больше 100 книг, но мы очень избирательно подходим к выбору книг, которые издаем.
So within 14 years, we have published around 100 books, but we are really selective what kind of books we publish.
Мы издаем книги по духовному развитию, по здоровому образу жизни, всему, что связано с
spiritual development, healthy lifestyle,
всему, что связано с непознанным, то, что выходит,
everything that is connected with the unknown.
Все, что сейчас выходит за грани официального признания наукой.
So everything that steps a little bit further away from what is already officially accepted.
Среди наших основных авторов это мы издаем книги Долорес Кеннон.
We are our main authors. For example, we are publishing books by Dolores Cannon.
Это известный регрессолог американский, которого, к сожалению, уже с нами нету.
So she was a famous regression hypnotherapist, famous in the United States, but she had passed away.
Мы издаем книги наших регрессологов, например, Татьяна Макарова.
So we are also publishing books by regression therapists like Tatiana Makarova.
В осенью того года мы издали очень хорошую книгу «Таинственные мумии Наска» Константина Короткова.
Last autumn we have published a wonderful book by Dr. Korotkov about the mummies of Nazca.
И готовим еще несколько книг к его изданию.
And we are also preparing other books by Dr. Korotkov to be published.
Это книги об НЛО.
So the books about UFO.
Книги о здоровье, в том числе о воде.
And about water.
В 2007 году мы издавали книгу «Вода удивительная».
So
я общался со многими специалистами. Я общался со многими специалистами в Москве и учеными, которые работают с водой.
So I've been communicating with many specialists who work with water.
Стараемся искать действительно профессионалов, которые подходят очень серьезно к исследованию различных вопросов, связанных вроде бы с элементарными вещами, но выходящими за грань познанного уже.
And we also communicate with people who are studying seems to be known things and usual things, regular ones, but with a different angle of approach and that steps a little bit out of the regular way of thinking.
И мы стараемся подбирать такие книги, чтобы они действительно помогали, практически помогали в развитии людей и в их оздоровлении.
So, and these approaches that we are publishing are helping many people to heal themselves and help in their situations in life.
Также мы проводим различные семинары, школы с нашими авторами, с интересными людьми, готовим видеоматериалы, интервью с ними.
So we are also creating interviews, holding seminars together with our authors.
Стараемся подбирать качественную информацию, которая действительно будет позитивно влиять на каждого человека.
We are trying to select special people whose information will be positively affecting the lives of humankind.
В ближайшее время мы готовим конференцию очень серьезную, где будут очень интересные спикеры.
So we are also preparing a conference on these topics in the nearest future with very intriguing speakers.
Вот, но об этом мы немножко позже сообщим.
But we will announce this later on.
Также мы сотрудничаем с различными авторами, которые живут в Америке, в Англии и в других странах.
We're collaborating with different authors from USA, United Kingdom, or other countries.
Вот. Мы приглашаем к сотрудничеству авторов, специалистов в различных областях, кому интересно продвижение их информации в России.
So if any one of you is interested in promoting your information, sharing your information in Russia, you can contact us.
Ну, если интересно подробнее изучить о наших книгах, у нас книг достаточно, то можно будет зайти на наш сайт там, или на YouTube-канал. У Константина есть все контакты, вы можете у него попросить, он вам даст, и вы можете посмотреть побольше и поближе познакомиться с нашим издательством.
Напишите их, пожалуйста, в чате, Андрей. Это будет, все увидят.
Да, хорошо, да. Ага.
So all the contacts are available, and if you are interested in looking what kind of books we have published, you are welcome to our website and our YouTube channel.
Я тогда оставлю сейчас контакты в чате. Если кому-то интересно, то мы готовы сотрудничать, рассмотреть различные варианты сотрудничества.
So I will leave our contacts in the chat, and if any one of you is interested in a collaboration, a possible cooperation, please feel free to contact me. Thank you.
Если у кого-то будут вопросы, касающиеся меня, моего опыта, я могу тоже поделиться. Просто это большая тема, и я просто вскользь пробежал, чтобы немножко рассказать, почему появилось наше издательство, что со мной произошло в жизни.
So, and if anyone is interested in my personal experience that I can share in more details, and as long as I have shared it only briefly, just to explain you why and from where our publishing agency has appeared.
То, что сделал я, сделали многие другие люди, и это доказывает то, что мы можем сами силой своего намерения, силой своих действий действительно изменить и свою жизнь, и жизнь людей, которые находятся вокруг нас.
So what I have done in my life, and other people did also, is just demonstrating once again that our power of intention is almost limitless, and we can change a lot in our lives by using it properly.
И в своей жизни я понял, что, живя на этой земле, мы должны жить с ней в гармонии. Она нас кормит, она нас защищает, она нас исцеляет. Мы должны только жить в гармонии с ней, и тогда все возможно.
And in this life, I've understood one thing, that we should live in harmony with this planet on which we are living, or as Claudia said, within which we are living. So, and then it will help us to live a happy and healthy life.
У меня небольшое такое короткое выступление, просто я поделился немножко, и я сейчас заканчиваю. Я благодарю всех, кто меня слушал. Если что-то будут вопросы ко мне, я готов ответить на них.
So this was my short presentation, my short speech. And if you have any questions, you are welcome to ask. I'm ready to answer all of them. Thank you very much for your attention. Окей. Спасибо большое, Андрей, за замечательное выступление. Отлично.
Ну, немножко сбивчиво получилось, но вот так, как получилось.
Отлично, отлично.
Да. Я благодарю вас тоже.
So, thanks very much to Andrey for his speech, and I think many of you will be interested in cooperation with Andrey and his publishing agency. Not so many publishing agencies are really thinking, first of all, not about money, but first of all about the use that their books will give to the humankind. So, our next speaker and presenter is our magnificent Tiffany Barsotti from United States. So she will deliver a speech on the topic of the practical uses of subtle energy assessments in clinical practice. applying biowell and medical thermography and cymatic devices. So some practical cases, some practical observations. So we're giving the word to Tiffany now, and enjoy watching it. And remember that if you have any questions, type them in the chat right away. We are collecting all of them, logging all of them, and we will forward them to the speakers on the Q&A session at the end of this day. So, giving word to Tiffany.
Hello, I'm Tiffany Barsotti. It's a pleasure to be with you here. At least we have the Zoom format if we couldn't be in person at this time. I feel very fortunate to be able to share in this platform with you and be able to learn from all of you and exchange some good ideas. So let me go into the presentation. I operate in the world as a medical intuitive and spiritual counselor, and predominantly I have a global worldwide practice. However, I maintain my operations in California, specifically at the California Institute for Human Science. And it's a pleasure to be here with you again. It's actually been since 2011 that I have been part of this Congress, and I very much miss being there in person. So hopefully that can happen soon. So this presentation is on subtle energy devices in clinical practice. And I actually want to give, before I get going into this, just a great gratitude for all of the brilliant minds and all of the people that have come together in this group and others, and all the great work recognizing the shoulders of giants that we have stood upon in order to be where we are today. I just want to play and pray for a great gratitude. Thank you. The last time I presented was in 2011 at this Congress, and it was the master's thesis that I had completed writing. And essentially, I was proposing a spiritual axis. And the topic was how the reticular activating system, the RAS, the vagus nerve, and the Alta Major chakra axis may be the nexus of body, mind, spirit, consciousness. My hypothesis is that there is a physiology to presence and transcendence. And one of the reasons why I love working with the biowell in particular so much, which I'm going to use in one of my cases to demonstrate to you, is because it actually, I can see where consciousness is included in the physiology of the person. And this is making big strides within our technology today to be able to make unique measurements and see how the mind is actually affecting the body. The statement of conflict of interest are that at the time of gathering the information that I'm going to present to you, I had no financial interest in the sales of BioWell or the CYMA AMI 750 device, which I'll be speaking about. However, I was a BioWell educator. And today, I am now an authorized distributor as well as a certified educator, and I'm proud to be so. So, using subtle energy devices in clinical practice, the point of this presentation and my sharing with you is to take you through a couple technologies that I have learned to really value in my clinical practice, and to discuss some of the mechanisms and outcomes that we can see from pilots and a case study. One of the quotes that I very much appreciate is from Richard Gerber, and this is in a landmark book that was published, I believe, in the 90s, Vibrational Medicine. Our subtle energy bodies play a major role in maintaining our health. Energy disturbances in the etheric body precede the manifestation of abnormal patterns of cellular organization and growth. A key piece of what it is that we see. And now today we are working in an area called biofield sciences. And we have I think Richard Gerber would be very proud to know that so many of us have continued this idea of electric health or vibrational medicine and carried it forward to where we are today. And we have a long way to go still, but biofield sciences is at least on the map. And from the US government side, it's interesting to consider that many years ago, and one of our distributors for BioWell, Beverly Rubik, who's a biophysicist, actually was on a task force that helped to coin this phrase. And she's one of the shoulders of giants that you could say that we've been standing on as well, who's part of our tribe to continue carrying us forward. So the outcome of that task force is that biofields are putative energy fields that surround and penetrate the human body. The existence of such fields have defied measurement to date by reproducible methods. So we're getting there, but not quite yet. My colleagues and I wrote another paper that was offered a little bit more of a varied, a more in-depth definition. And this was published in an overfield of biofield devices in the Global Advances in Health and Medicine. And this was a journal that was published in November 2015. It was a biofield special issue. And many of us got together and did a lot of really deep work from historic aspects as well as what can we look at today that is considered a biofield device or subtle energy device. And when we augmented this definition a little bit and wanted to go on record with going a little bit deeper, we see it as an organizing principle for the dynamic information flow that regulates biological function and homeostasis, which I actually would like to consider more homeodynamic, because there's really nothing static in the body. The stasis speaks to a delicate balance, which we will speak to as we go further along in this presentation. The piece that came out in the Global Advances paper was our short edition. And this, we got to actually publish our 60-page version, or I think it even became longer because we had the room to do it within this book, which is the third edition of the Scientific Basis of Integrative Health. And it's put together by Dr. Len Wisniewski, who is very much one of the early founders and responsible parties for getting BioWell, well now BioWell, but gas discharge visualization and EPI, electrophotonic imaging into the US. So another giant's shoulders we've been standing upon. So I'd like to share with you a personal story. The funny thing is that in the 70s, this book came out, The Psychic Discoveries Behind the Iron Curtain. And a doctor scientist by the name of Thelma Moss had a lab at the health center at UCLA, which is the University of California at Los Angeles. I grew up in Los Angeles. My mother happened to be in this course. And she had asked, Thelma Moss had asked, if there were any young families that were part of the course. And my mom, being in her early 20s, raised her hand and said, yes, I have. I think I was like 4.5 or 5 years old at the time. She raised her hand and said, I have a young daughter. And so we ended up becoming part of a science experiment. Dr. Moss's hypothesis was that if you take a small child's hand and put it on the Carillion plate and you take a Carillion image, will that child's hand overtake the energy of mom and dad or their parents or whoever their caregivers were? And John Hubacker, which some of you may know, he today has the company called Pantheon, who still makes these photographic plates for old school Carillion photography, but also microcurrent devices and many other electronics in the subtle field of detection for biofield sciences. He and I connected couple of years back, and I asked him if he had these images, and sadly, there was a fire, so the images were lost, but he was the scientist that collected, and I was the kid. Isn't that funny how things come full circle? So just thought I'd share. Then I meet Konstantin Korotkov through the great fortune of my precious and amazing advisor, Dr. Bernie Williams, who was my chair of my research at Holos University, where I was doing my master's in energy medicine. And it wasn't BioWell at the time, it was the GDV, the gas discharge visualization device that we were using while at Holos. And I am grateful for the inventions and for the entire team's creations that have made this possible. All the technology, all the training that now exists, I am absolutely grateful. So Mitya Orlov and Dr. Konstantin Korotkov, I am grateful, thank you, and everyone on the team, absolutely grateful. So the BioWell is a 21st century version of Kirlian photography. For those that don't know who are part of this community watching these presentations. The BioWell is the latest in the gas discharge visualization family, or EPI, electrophotonic imaging. It's a device that is measuring real time, making an assessment of how the body is managing stress, and also detecting the balance of how the body is managing in its environment, metabolically and energetically. With the BioWell, we're predominantly measuring the human and using the fingertip meridians. And these are used to give us a map, if you will, because all of the meridians end, well, most of the meridians end at the fingertips and also the toes. It's easiest to get the ends of the fingers to be represented well. So the BioWell is not used to treat or diagnose or get into any kind of curative. But what it does do is it gives us a look-see into some of the processes that are going on for how the body is managing stress and energy, which is really a predominant feature for well-being. There are over 200 papers that have been published, and I've actually been on many committees for doctoral students and master's students that are wanting to use this technology within their work. If you go to pubmed.gov, at least for us in the US, and you can obviously access this worldwide, the search terms to use are GDV, gas discharge visualization, electrophotonic imaging, or electrophotonic capturing, EPC. Those will yield a good amount of papers that are out there, but many of them are on our BioWell websites as well, because sometimes search terms are a little bit cumbersome to come by. So this is a reminder for all of us that every living organism contains electrical charge within its body. And the BioWell captures this phenomenon. I like to say that it is a modern-day Kirlian photography that sits at the intersection of chemistry and quantum physics. And it uses the four pillars of essentially what I would say are the four pillars of well-being. The endocrine system, which is both very much present at the beginning of life and is also a really good detector for end of life. Gastrointestinal system, the RGI system, gives us a great amount of information for our well-being. The autonomic nervous system, of course, and our emotions. So really being able to visualize what is our connection to our body-mind and its effect on our entire physical being. So what's being measured and what are the mechanisms? With the BioWell, when you're using the software connected to it, when you hit scan, you are getting a microvolt of a current that comes through a glass plate. That perturbation of that electric charge, if you will, creates a gas discharge plume, like an electron cloud. And it yields the light energy, which essentially turns those photons into pixels using a CCD camera, stands for charge coupled device. What we're ultimately able to visualize are all of the organs and systems based on the hand and using the fingertips, the Sujok Korean hand system, as well as the Jingwell points that match up with the Chinese 5-element theory. So I have found the overlapping of many ancient systems to be very informational, including Ayurvedic. So many of the Asian models of our ancient systems, including Tibetan medicine, I have found to be very correlative with the findings with the work that I do. We are not imaging the aura, even though it may look like it. These pixels have come from the pixelated view that come from each of the fingertips. So this is a map, if you will, to all of the organs and systems, which is easily visualized in the software. So what is it that we're actually seeing? What are the outputs? Our outputs are using scientific measurements such as joules. Joules is used as a unit of energy in order to give us, it's a scientific unit, of course, and it's giving us information where there is work in the body. The ability for there to be work in the body is an important feature of our well-being. Do we have the ability to adapt to our situations in our environment, both internally and externally? Also within the software, we have the left and right that are highly visualized, the area and energy diagrams. And what this gives us is area diagram is giving us the quantitative measures, left and right, symmetry, balance, left and right hemispheres of the brain, left and right aspects of the body. All of this speaks to balance. And we're seeing a quantifiable measure per organ and system about how well is the body adapting per that organ systems. So both aggregate totals as well as more finite micro. So there's a micro and a macro view of energy systems in this software. It's quite robust. And that quantitative set of details will help us to create a roadmap for what it is that we could be observing over time with a person. We also see the chakras. These are just some of the views. The chakras are giving us really more psychospiritual, emotional, and energetic information, less so on the physical, though you can relate some of the physical to the energetics of the endocrine points, which are really the wheels, the chakra wheels of the body, actually sit over various nexuses of our the energy bodies, or the energy connections to the chakra bodies also relate to nexus of bundles of nerves that happen to have a concentration in these 7 regions. In the systems of healing that I work with, I use much more than just the typical sort of rainbow or traffic light model of the chakras. However, it's still very informational related to all these systems and organs as an aggregate total in these predominant main centers that you can pick up around the body. Right and left has a lot of meaning within our software, and there can be details that you can glean. Left side being more introverted. When you see the balls on the right side of the chakra balls, that is represented on the right side of the screen, meaning the left side of the body, is more of an introverted, more of an internal conversation that may be going on. Whereas the right side is maybe about what actions that you might be led to, the energy that would lead to relating to the outside world, what actions to take. The case that I'm going to present to you was featured in the back of the book of The Energy of Health. So this was a case that was referred to me by her naturopathic physician, and this physician and I had gone to a medical fellowship together, and we spoke a similar language regarding the endocrine system. That work was called endobiogeny, by the way. So this was a woman who presented, she was referred to me before doing more psychospiritual emotional work, subconscious. So it was a 63-year-old female who had a recurrence of bladder cancer and uterine hyperplasia. It was her second recurrence, and she had already had BCG treatments and was treated for surgical lesions were removed. The surgeon actually had recommended a cystectomy due to recurrences, and that she was negative on a PET scan for metastases. The patient wanted to work alternatively and keep her bladder. So that's where a team of us got together to work on her behalf. What was interesting when she first showed up to my office, I sort of, in my own ability to be intuitive and clairvoyant and clairsentient, claircognizant, and audient, there was information that I was gleaning where this woman was a little bit cut off from herself. And this was the perfect opportunity. The BioWell was actually brand new to my practice, so I really didn't have a lot of practice yet with it, but it was the perfect opportunity and really proved to me a great validation. Even though I didn't need it at that point, I had already been through some deep discoveries with the GDV technology and studying blood and many other mechanisms. So what did this reveal? When I was fully expecting to see urogenital show up on this woman, but what showed up was the jaw teeth. And you can see that break, and it's more easily visible here. And the break that you're seeing is a significant one. Ideally, this line would not be broken and homogeneously connected all the way around. But this is showing something that's pretty significant. So what ended up happening is I sent her to a biological dentist, and knowing that we really needed to deal with this as a predominant feature for her health. And what ended up being found is that she had an abscessed tooth. And these plumes of energy are when she came back to my office and had the abscessed tooth taken care of and cleaned up. What we ended up finding is that tooth was corresponding to the bladder and kidney meridian. And fascinating, because that was not, of course, where we would think that we needed to reach, but that's what it detected. So what we're seeing here is that this energy demand with that spike that you see in this orange line is the body adapting and a call for energy for healing. So this is what we noticed. It's ideal for these lines to not touch. There's meaning for that, and it just speaks to the energy reserves where we may be at our capacity for that organ system. This is another piece of evidence that we have within our BioWell software. At the time of the software, this only had 26 parameters to look at. There's a legend on the bottom of the screen that look at these 26 different parameters, and the organ systems are being shown for what the body is saying, hey, prioritize me first, please. And these corresponding lines are giving us clues about the left-right balance of a particular organ systems. So a little pearl here is that when you group, when there are 7 or 8 more of these bars lit up, or 3 systems, because you can do these grouped by systems, you may need to focus on the nervous system first in order to get the client or the patient to the most advantageous connection for their healing. When a person's nervous system is highly charged, it's very difficult, or it really slows or retards the ability for that person to be able to relax into and receive the healing energies that are intended for them. And I'm going to show you some more details on how you might utilize this system to help with the person being able to relax their nervous system. what we're seeing here, it looks like a scatter graph of the chakras being represented here by these different colored, the representation of these balls, is that these are stuck emotions, you could say, when it's outside of these borderlines, which is really considered norm for age and gender, as well as being in the current time zone. And when it's moved over to this left side, like you're seeing here, this means left side of the body, even though you're seeing it on the right side of the screen. This is viewed as though the person is looking at you. So what was happening is for her is that she was not comfortable being out in the world with her true authentic self. She was going through a very difficult time, obviously with the cancer, but also a relationship, her husband and she were in a very difficult place. And the inner conversations that were going on for her were very much introverted and didn't really have the language of how it is that she could represent herself well in the field. Out in the field, I'm going to say out in the world. So her homework was that I actually gave her the sound meditations when she would come into my office for the work that we were doing together. What you can do is create a sound meditation that is customized for the person. And these frequencies are really, they're such a gift because they help bring down the tone of the nervous system. And within an 8 to 9 minute meditation, you are able to see really an incredible change in the nervous system with the tone coming down and the person really allowing in the healing work. It's been an amazing tool within my practice to use. So it's yet another tool in my quiver to be able to utilize. So I'm also a clinical thermographer, and I have done this work at SciTech Labs, which is also located at the California Institute for Human Science. And what we did with this person, we did some thermal imaging. And for those that are not familiar with the scale within thermal imaging, black in the background represents the coldest, and white represents the hottest. And red is also very hot. So the scale is down here at the bottom: black, cold, white, hot, and everything in between. So thermography utilizes the principle of thermodynamics. Where there is work, there's heat. And these white and red are red hot areas where these are extreme inflamed areas. This is before she had the abscess tooth taken care of. So this was, we can see these drainage patterns that are really polluting actually the lymphatic system, which is a very important aspect for our healing. So 5 months later, after the dental work and thermography, you want some time for that tissue to heal before you take images right away. So you can see that she looks like a healthy Martian. She's green, but this is actually really going in the right direction. So we expect that there would be white in the inner eye, the inner encanthus, and also in the inner ear. So those are normal patterns of heat. This could represent some dehydration and probably some dry patches of skin, still inflamed, but fantastically better than the way that it was at the beginning of our work together, than where she ended up 5 months later, with just making sure that that infection of the abscess tooth wasn't going to continue to pollute the system. So this is a follow-up scan that we had done right before a breakthrough session. And notice how the chakras are pretty much all outside of the body. And this represents somebody who's very emotionally stuck and also potentially very stuck in the past. And that is what we found in this healing. So what ended up happening through our breakthrough healing is I did timeline therapy with her in my office, which is an NLP technique, a neuro-linguistic programming technique. And it revealed a wound that she had been holding on to for 40 years. And this very much related to the blood work we were seeing and many aspects that were related to her healing. We did processes around forgiveness and around a wound that was very significant, where she was holding shame and guilt that she was carrying. No need to go into the details, but here's what we found once that work was complete. So this was the beginning, the before, where we saw the break in that at the jaw teeth section. This was during when the tooth was still healing. And then after the breakthrough, we can see how there's just much more homogeneity and how well she's responded to the overall healing and the work that she had been doing with many of us. So here's a quick summary also on the chakras view, where we began and where we ended. This is that she was able to be much more extroverted. She's now much more within the norm limits. And until that breakthrough session, we never saw her chakras be in the norm limits. They were always on the outside and usually in more of an introverted, detached sort of way that she was in the world. And now she's got extreme health. By the way, her oncologist fired her because this woman didn't follow her directions and kept her bladder. And it's now 6 years. And I'm happy to report that she still has her bladder. She's still doing very well. And all the physicians with whom I worked have learned to really respect the BioWell for what it's been able to show us in demonstrating the possibility to measure and research potential underlying subtle causes of the maladaptation that's going on in an organism. So it's really become a valued member of the teams with whom I work. So some other patterns that I have been observing. This was a woman that was having a recurrence of these patterns. And typically we're very careful about when we see patterns in the lower finger like this, because you can pick up lots of artifacts. But when you watch these patterns and they recur in the way that they do, you want to make sure that that there's really something that you are following up on. And it was a good thing that we did, because when she went to go get her x-rays, they actually found fibroids. So this was able to be treated, and she was able to get out of that dynamic situation, that homeodynamic situation. Well, we needed to bring her back into a a more balanced place, which she was able to do. But she did not know they were there. So it gave us some clues, was something that we could work with very early on. Whoops. And this is another aspect of looking at a particular pattern, where it looks like you could almost see an artifact of a nail, and that's not a nail. This is actually a real pattern that's there. And there's a subluxation that was pretty severe in the cerebral zone vessel area, which was a chronic pattern that we were observing. And so much so that she had gotten some cranial sacral work, osteopathic work, and I think some chiropractic manipulations. The proper curve is this curved here is the direction that we ideally want to go. And this straight line neck, many of us are dealing with today because of our technology and our lifestyles. But it actually, the cerebral zones get lit up quite a bit using the BioWell, most of it because of our lifestyle. What I'd like to share with you is actually a person who was suspicious of parasites. And I didn't think that we could necessarily use the BioWell for this, but she had gone to and I didn't have the results back yet, but she had recently gone to a tropical disease doctor. She was coming back from an overseas travel, and she just knew intuitively that there was something very wrong, and she wanted to get it taken care of. So we did a few scans, and this was a repetitious pattern that we were seeing, this little bobble of energy there. And it was totally subjective. This is a totally subjective thing, because we would need many, many more. But this is just to say that let's watch out and let's make sure that when these patterns are showing up, that we follow up on them. When she went to this tropical disease doctor, it was actually the way that he tested for parasites is through a rectal swab. And he was actually able to show a positive, that yes, she was positive on the rectal swab for parasites. We did this observation within a week of each other. Oftentimes we don't get a chance to do that, but just to share with my colleagues of patterns that we might want to be in observation of. I want to share with you, this is in all of the various types of biofield and subtle energy modalities. There are many things that we could say that fall into this category. And these are healing touch, therapeutic touch, touch for health, qigong, pranic healing, laying on of hands, energy healing, jinjitsu, reiki, sound healing. And one of my personal favorites is biofield tuning, where we use the tuning forks, as well as a device cymatics that I'm going to, what's actually called the AMI for apparatus for, acoustic for meridian identification. And I'm going to be giving you some information about that in the next case study. But what I wanted to share with you is this way that we could be using sound to give us subtle energy feedback. I think this is a funny cartoon where it says, the world and the way it would be if music and medicine were more closely linked. So this doctor is saying, I can cure that illness in 3 notes. There's an old show, Name That Tune, in America, and this is a take off of that. So one doc, yes, that's what I just said, that I can cure it in 3 notes. So my dear friend, Eileen McCusick, after 24 years of hands-on work using tuning forks as well as her hands, she's now had repeatability with over 2,200 of her students, where we see this map of the field, of energy that's in the field. And this is reproducible. We all find very similar information. And it's really dynamic, and it changes. The fork, it picks it up. It's a beautiful and elegant system because the fork is both diagnostic and treating at the same time on the principles of resonance and dissonance. That's a much bigger topic. What I will say here is that we can see that there are ages that we will find in the detection that we use for the fork. So it's like the rings of a record or a tree, but our outer edge is actually the beginning of life, and then coming into our midline, which is more of the current time, the current timeline as now. It's like putting a needle on the record. The fork is like putting a needle on the record and hearing what the recorded history has to say. It's fascinating and it's highly accurate. I'm going to switch gears into another area here. Dr. Peter Guy Manners, who is a British osteopath, who in the 60s designed a sound healing device that emitted and delivered over 500 frequencies. He was very much a wizard. And he is, we have a lot to thank to him, because what he spoke to after 50 years of research, that he was able to treat many, many illnesses with sound. He said that it was like using a tuning fork. He said the body is like a symphonic orchestra. Each cell possesses its own natural resonance that contribute to our harmonic health. I think this is very astute and wisely placed in our history of looking at sound as a subtle energy healer. This is the other device that I use in my office. This is more of a treatment device. Cyma Technologies is the company, and Mandara Cromwell and her partner, Kate Holland, use Dr. Manner's work so that it continues to live on. Luckily, he shared his secrets with her before he passed on. So this is the acoustic meridian intelligence. I think I misspoke earlier and said information. So the AMI stands for acoustic as in audible sound. Meridian is the pathways of how sound travels, it's proposed. And the intelligence, the body's innate intelligence that delivers the sound exactly where it's needed. The body has its own intelligence. If we just give it its resonance, then we are able just to sort of step out of the way and let the body do what it does. There's over 750 numbers of frequency computations that are in this device. This was a person who came into my office, and he was a 5 out of 10 with low back pain. And what was showing up, so that's this little bobble here that we see, but also he was under incredible stress. He is a CEO of a company in the midst of a sale, and kind of a little bit of a broken heart for what he was going through also with the stress, because this was the baby of his creation, of his company that was about to be sold. And although it's a fabulous thing, at the same time, bit of a heartbreak for him. So fascinating from a more body-mind perspective that it was showing up in the cardiovascular. But after 30 minutes of treatment on the Cyma, we were able to get his stress to be treated in that area. And that is the setting that I used, was for stress. So why I like to use cymotherapy, and what is it? Cymatics is sound made visual. And the etymology of this word comes from ancient Greek, and the meaning is wave. It's a subset of a modal vibrational phenomenon. Hans Jenny, who was born in 1904 in Basel, Switzerland, and died in 1972 in Dornach, was a physician and a natural scientist who coined the term cymatics to describe the acoustic effects of sound wave phenomenon. He was also a follower and a physician of anthroposophy medicine, which is based in Rudolf Steiner's work, for those that are familiar with it. This is a really important aspect of our considerations when we're using subtle energy and subtle energy devices in our practice. Waveforms and how they affect the body. One of the reasons why I like the Cyma is because it's using a sine wave. The sine wave, or a sinusoidal wave, is a mathematical curve that describes more of a smooth periodic oscillation. That sine wave means that it's less chaotic than the square or triangle or sawtooth or pulse or step waves, and that these sine waves can be more easily assimilated in the body. And it also relates, it's interesting because our hearts actually naturally give off its natural rhythm in a sine wave. So this is a really important aspect, a feature of what I have found in my practice, because I have worked with a lot of people who have also been hurt by subtle energy devices in some treatments. Ideally, we want to treat there's coherence and resonance in our field and in our tissues and at the cellular level. So there are times when we want to use different waveforms, and we need to know that subtle range of what is actually working for a person versus when something isn't. And we just need to know what we're doing about this. Intention is not necessarily good enough, because the sound is really doing something, as we saw in those wave patterns. There's actually a whole scientific area called sonocytology, where it's looking at the sound effects on the cell. So it's a fascinating new area. As a clinical pearl, I'd like to share with you is that many people suffer severe detox reactions from non-resonant waveforms. So if a person really needs, because they're already in a severe situation, they may need a more subtle range of treatment and not something that bombards the tissue or cell too much. So this is one of the reasons why I like the CYMA device. So this is a case where this is just a brief case study. It was published and presented at the Bioelectromagnetic Society in 2013, and the peripheral vascular disease is one of the subjects that was used. And this is only after 15 minutes. Thermography was used once again to be able to show where the inflammatory patterns were going on with PAD. And often PAD, or PVD, excuse me, is often unilateral in the body. Oftentimes it does not show up evenly on both sides, but you still want to treat both sides. So this person had, after 4 treatments overall, 4 treatments after 15 minutes apiece, was able to show, I'm sorry, I misspoke. This is the first after 15, and then the second person after, there was 2 people here, I apologize. So this is participant number 1 and participant number 2. And this is the before for number 1 and the before for number 2. And the after, both of them received treatments for 15 minutes. And it was a massive change in just 15 minutes. So there was also magnets that were used for this person. This is also visualizing it in grayscale. So you can literally see that there's a line that's going here where these are inflamed blood vessels, and very easy to see here the way this pattern is lit up. And these are things that we can see. We can actually watch. We can put a thermal imaging camera and watch real time as these shifts start to take place. So in another brief share that I would like to share with you is that we tracked 4 subjects using medical thermal imaging as well to observe the changes of suspicious patterns in the oral cavity, in the breast area and the underarm areas. Dental infections, as I showed you earlier in the person that had bladder cancer, have been known to cause inflammatory conditions in many other parts of the body. This is well documented. These subjects, what the protocol was, is for 6 weeks, they did 15 minutes a day, not adjusting anything else in their regular lifestyle protocols. And for 15 minutes a day, they put their feet on these pads in a seated position. You don't stand on this device. You just are relaxed and you receive the sound through the bottoms of these gel pads. And they were not really experiencing pain, these people, but they were visualized with the thermal imaging to show that there was a significant amount of inflammatory responses. And that's essentially what was treated. So no other lifestyle changes were asked. And for the sake of time, we're just going to look at 2 today. So with the AMI 750 on the application of the feet, this person had dental infections, and we were concerned about the spread of when the lymphatic system gets clogged up, and what it can do to the whole body is create systemic inflammation, systemic issues that build up in the tissue. And so it's important in thermography that we keep, when we're doing research, the same temperature allotment. So this is 6 weeks of a protocol of 15 minutes a day. So this is a huge, significant change. And I already mentioned earlier that black is the coldest and red is hot, very hot. This is another person for the lymphatic view of the congestion for the inflammatory responses. We have an accumulation of lymph, and when they get congested, you can see in multiple parts in the body where that accumulation happens. And this is a typical pattern where you will see that. So in closing for these cases, I just want to share with you, I hope that you have learned something from this and learned to value some of these subtle energy detection devices. And I put thermography in that subtle energy capacity because we're seeing the thermodynamics that is not so easily visualized with our naked eye. But it's helping us to prioritize the care and being able to put all of these devices together to work together harmoniously. We have a huge advantage in our practices to be able to see these subtle detections so that we can help people a lot earlier. I like to say that we can intervene at the golden year instead of the golden hour, which has meaning to people in the medical field because sometimes that's all that's given to a person who's been in a cardiac event and may only have a golden hour in order to get to the hospital for the care to save that person's life. That's what's meant by that reference. And I also see that the CYMA is a very effective, non-invasive therapeutic device for treating. And there are many more cases that we could share. I want to leave you with this quote. The day science begins to study non-physical phenomenon, it will make more progress in one decade than in all previous centuries of its existence. Thank you, Nikola Tesla. I wholeheartedly agree. Thank you for the work that you do in the world, and that I am grateful that we are all in it together. And many blessings. Spasiba. I look forward to being with you, hopefully in person next year. Many blessings.
Whew. An interesting and very instructive lecture by our excellent Tiffany Barsotti with real practical cases, with fantastic interpretation and going in depth of each one. And thanks for showing us one of the examples of interweaving the different types of technologies that are available on the market of the integrative medicine. So thank you very much, Tiffany. And if you have any questions, anything about Tiffany's work, you're welcome to ask the questions. Or in 1 hour, we have a Q&A session where you can ask those questions personally. So once again, super lecture, Tiffany. And we go next to our next speaker, Lynn McTaggart. She is, well, world known for the experiments with intention. So giving the word to Lynn McTaggart and enjoy her lecture. Switching on to her.
Hi, everybody. I'm Lynn McTaggart, and I'm thrilled to be part of this conference, even virtually. So I'd like to thank Dr. Konstantin Korotkov, who is a dear friend and colleague, and we've worked together on many intention experiments over many years, which I'd love to talk to you about as we go on. But first, I want to confess something to you, which is kind of an odd thing, given that I'm associated so much with the power of intention. And that is, when I first got into this, I did not believe. I did not believe in the power of intention. Lots of things in the popular press have been coming to the fore, things about manifestation and the law of attraction. But I have a background as an investigative reporter, and I approach most things with a skeptical mind. Now, I had finished a book called The Field, which was all about the latest discoveries by a number of frontier scientists who had found that we are part of a giant energy field. They found many discoveries that really undermined the paradigm that we have now about who we are and how we live. Their discoveries were giving us ideas about a new science that was unfolding, a new way of looking at the world. And one of the things that they'd come to discover was actually that thoughts are an actual something with the capacity to change physical matter. Now, being a skeptical journalist, I wondered what they're talking about. How far can we take this? Are we talking about just moving a quantum particle, or are we talking about curing cancer with our thoughts? So at that time, my books were in 30 languages around the world, so I knew I had lots of readers. And I also knew many scientists who were working in consciousness research. And I thought if I just put them together and set up a series of well-controlled experiments testing the power of intention, that we'd have the biggest global laboratory in the world. And that's what we did. Now, I didn't really expect this to work very well. I thought maybe we'd have very subtle effects, but it actually really worked. I've been running intention experiments since 2007. We've run 33 to date, everything from trying to make seeds grow faster to trying to lower violence in war-torn areas. And of those 33, 29 have shown measurable, positive, mostly significant effects. By comparison, there's no drug out there with that kind of consistent track record. So I want to walk you through some of these experiments, but also some really amazing things I discovered along the way. So I'm going to share my screen, and I should pop up as a little thing in the corner. So let me just organize sharing my screen with you. 1 second. Here we go. There we go. And there I am in the corner. And so here's my presentation. So you should be able to see me and the presentation at the same time. So we started out small, as I said, with seeds and leaves. And one of the first scientists I worked with was Dr. Gary Schwartz, a noted psychologist at the University of Arizona. And we set up an ingenious experiment using 4 sets of seeds. We labeled them A, B, C, and D. His lab team put these together, photographed them, and sent me the photos. And the first time we tried this experiment, I was speaking before a group in Sydney, Australia, of about 700 people. So we chose one of the photos, let's call it Group A. And we didn't tell the scientists which group we chose. We set an intention to, and there's the intention there, for all the seeds in our target group to sprout at least 3 centimeters by the 4th day of growing. After we were done, we told the scientists we were done, which was their cue to plant all 4 sets of seeds. We still didn't tell them which seeds we set intention to. And after they'd finished measuring, only then did I tell them, well, we set an intention for Group A. And what happened was amazing. The group set intention, remember there were 4 sets, grew significantly higher than controls. Now, let's unpack this for a second. Here we were in Sydney, Australia. Those seeds were sitting in a lab in Tucson, Arizona, 8,000 miles away. Nevertheless, we had an effect. Furthermore, we weren't sending intention to the seeds themselves. We were sending intention actually to a photograph of the seeds, a symbolic representation of those seeds, yet we had an effect. So it started me thinking that maybe there is some sort of psychic internet going on here that enables thoughts to affect their targets no matter how far the distance, no matter even when you're sending an intention to a symbol of the thing rather than the thing itself. Now we ran this experiment 5 more times in front of different audience sizes and also among my audience of thousands over the internet. We ran it in Rhinebeck, New York with a small audience of 100. We ran it in South Carolina with a large audience of healers. We ran it in Dallas, Texas, and LA, and then again over the internet. And every single time, the seeds set intention grew significantly higher than controls. So we moved on to water this time. We ran a number of clean water experiments. We've run many of them with many scientists. The late Dr. Rustam Roy, one of the water experts of the world, Dr. Gary Schwartz, again at the University of Arizona, and also Dr. Konstantin Korotkov in St. Petersburg, Russia, or when he was at a conference where I was speaking as well. And one of those conferences, there he is, one of these conferences was Lake Biwa in Japan. We were invited by the late Masaru Emoto to try to do an experiment to purify a sample of the water from Lake Biwa, which is the largest lake. It's considered the mother lake of Japan. It feeds a lot of the population with water, but it's highly polluted. So we took 2 samples of the water. One was going to be our control and the other our experimental water. And with Dr. Konstantin Korotkov, who was there at the time, we did this experiment, and we not only had the intenders be the audience themselves of about 700, but also my internet audience around the world, because we ran it simultaneously on my website. And our intention was to increase the pH, to purify the water, make it more alkaline by at least 1 pH or more. And we imagined the water becoming more pure, like a mountain stream. And afterward, he measured it, Dr. Korotkov measured it, and we found that the water sent intention had a significantly higher pH, and also the GDV measurements were different as well. They were quite different, significantly different. So one of the more recent experiments we did involved Dr. Korotkov's Sputnik, or what he calls an integral environment analyzer. And what this equipment does, I'm sure he's described it to you, is it measures human emotions on the environment. It's highly sensitive equipment, and it registers atmospheric changes relative to changes in people. So if our parasympathetic nervous system changes, and that's our rest and digest nervous system, it can be picked up. Its atmospheric changes can be picked up by Sputnik. And what it does is it picks up the capacitance, which is the environment's ability to store charge. And it's highly sensitive to any changes in electromagnetic fields. So we constructed a very ingenious but simple experiment where Dr. Korotkov set up in his lab in St. Petersburg this set of equipment. So he had a biowell device, he had a sample of water, which we were measuring with GDV and also Sputnik. And I was in Miami, Florida, with an audience of about 600-700 in March in 2017. And I asked them to focus on this picture and where the setup was in St. Petersburg, and to send an intention to that water. Now we measured it very exactly by the timings afterward, and this is what happened. As you can see, Dr. Korotkov started measuring well before we did the experiment, and our experiments are only 10 minutes long. And he then started measuring what was going on, and that shows you the green measurements are once I started speaking. And then when we did the experiment itself, that 10-minute window, you see the red bar is a very significant change, just when we were setting intention to that water. So these were all remarkable, and there were many, many more that were happening. But it's not the real point of my story. My story begins in a workshop in Chicago in 2008, when I started thinking about how to scale this down to a workshop. Some of the amazing things I was finding in these intention experiments, but I wasn't really sure how to do it. So I was kicking around this idea with my husband one night. He's also a journalist. And I said, well, I don't know, maybe I'll put people in groups of 8 or so and have them set a healing intention to a member of the group with a health challenge. And my husband's a natural headline writer. And so he said, I love it, the power of 8. And that's exactly how it started, really by accident. And so we decided to do this. And when we had this first workshop of about 100 people or so, we put people in groups of 8 or so. We had them set intention to a member of the group with a health challenge. And they selected that person. And Brian and I, my husband and I, did not think there was going to be much of an effect. We thought it would be a feel-good effect, a little bit like having a facial or getting your back massaged. But we sent the people back to the rooms at the end of our workshop on that Saturday, after they'd done this intention, and had them come back the next day and report on what happened. And one by one, the people who had received the intention began to talk. Now, this was a group just about like this, and they'd all been in these little circles, holding hands, setting intention for just 10 minutes once again. And we expected it was going to be this very mild effect. Well, that's not what happened. This is what happened. It was like the lame were walking. A woman came in who had insomnia for years, and she said she slept like a baby that night. Another woman was due, she had terrible arthritis in her knee and couldn't walk properly and was due to have an operation, and she said she was walking normally that day and could walk downstairs just normally. There was another woman who had terrible headaches, terrible migraines, and she said her head was clear. There was a guy who said he had IBS, and suddenly his IBS was cleared, and someone else cleared a depression. And I'm thinking to myself what my 23-year-old daughter usually says, which is WTF. I'm thinking, what the heck is going on here? And yet, I thought it was a placebo effect, but I kept going. And whenever I had to speak somewhere, I put people in groups like this and tested this power of 8, as I was beginning to call it. And wherever I went, wherever in the world I was speaking, I put people in groups, and the same thing happened. For instance, not long ago, I spoke at the Mile High Church in Denver, Colorado, and I had put people in groups, and this is what happened. There was a woman called Linda who reversed her stage 4 lung cancer after just one 10-minute power of 8 group. We had a woman called Natalie whose family business was collapsing, and her family business was saved afterward. She suddenly got all this kind of new business in after this power of 8 group. And Connie, who had terrible TMJ pain in her jaw, and that was erased after one power of 8 group. We had Sandy, who came in barely able to walk on one knee, due to have a knee replacement. And after that 10-minute power of 8 group, she could do a deep squat. Subsequently, she was able to cancel her surgery. We had Beverly, who had a dislocated shoulder, who came to this talk. And during the power of 8 group, it slotted back into place. And Joan, who had double vision after having a stroke, and after her power of 8 group, she could see normally. And even Faith, who was a skeptic, whose back pain nevertheless dissipated after being part of a power of 8 group. It was remarkable. And people were reporting other things too. They were reporting special visions they were seeing during this power of 8 group. One woman said there was this light, a ball of light, a light being of sorts, as if they were the magnifiers and they were behind us and their energy was coming through us. It was as if somebody with big mitts was holding my legs, said someone else. Kundalini type energy poured out into the floor through my arms, said someone else. People were reporting all kinds of things. In fact, Rosa said something I didn't understand at the time. She said, I felt like I was giving and receiving healing, like I was healing myself. Here's what one 10-minute group intention can do. Last summer, I was speaking at a conference. And as I do with all the conferences, I put people in groups of 8 or so at the end of my talk, and I run a power of 8 intention with them. So we do a 10-minute intention, and when they're put in their little groups, they select a member of their group with a health challenge, and they all set an intention for that person, holding hands and all doing the intention together while I lead the group. Now, one of the people in one of the groups was a woman called Maya, young woman who had idiopathic paralysis that had developed. And she's a dancer, which made it even more tragic. She was paralyzed from the neck down and arrived at our conference in a wheelchair. So her group set intention for her to be able to overcome her paralysis. And I have a video of exactly what happened afterward, because after this kind of thing, I always ask members of the audience who were part of the groups to stand up and talk about what happened. So here she is right after her 10-minute intention.
I'm okay, I don't need you. I am in a wheelchair. I became paralyzed from the neck down in January this year. Within the space of 2 hours, and I'm a contemporary dancer, and there's nothing wrong technically. So I recovered. I had 3.5 weeks half walking, and then it happened again in April, and I kind of recovered-ish until July, and then they just keep coming and going. My legs just come and go. It's mostly my legs at the moment. So my legs went again on Sunday, and I've not been able to stand for this long. Wow. I can just stand. And dance is my absolute love. I'm a dance teacher, and I love moving more than anything in the world. And I'm really so beyond grateful, because I know the whole group were just visualizing me dancing and showing that I am just free, and that was the massive message I got, and I felt this massive buzz throughout my whole body from you all. It was like the most amount of love I've ever felt, so thank you all so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So Maya, I talked to Maya afterward, and Maya described the experience. She said that there was so much love coming at her that she almost couldn't deal with it. So she said, I have to give some of this on to someone else. So she thought of a relative of hers who had cancer, and she sent some of that healing energy to her relative. And it was at that moment that she felt the wheels of her wheelchair almost going through the floor, so that she didn't need it anymore. And as you can hear, when somebody was trying to help her stand up in the beginning of this testimonial, she said, I don't need you anymore. So this was remarkable, but I've seen hundreds and thousands of these kinds of healings, and in just 10 minutes. So I was pretty freaked out by these results. You know, I'm a journalist, not a healer. So I went back to my intention experiments, and this time I wanted to do something big. This was back in 2008. I turned to Dr. Gary Schwartz and a number of others from Princeton and University of California, and said, let's do something huge. Let's get a team of scientists together and let's do a peace intention experiment. So I had to look for a place where they were actually recording casualties. And during wars, no government likes to talk about the bodies. So I looked and looked for months and finally found Sri Lanka. I found a very good organization that was keeping track of injuries and deaths from a civil war that had been going on for 25 years. The rebels had taken over the entire part of the north, and the government was at a stalemate. Nobody was winning, and casualties were just going up and up and up. So we sent an intention over 8 days, each day for 10 minutes over 8 days with my audience around the world. We had about 15,000 people participating. And here's what happened. Now, violence went up during the 8 days of our experiment, which actually scared me a bit, but then it plummeted afterward. And the death rate fell by 74%, the injury rate fell by 48%. Now, that was fascinating, but when we did a time analysis, we also found that the violence continued to go down. Now, if you look at this, this is done by Dr. Jessica Utz, who is a specialist in consciousness research. She found and measured what had gone on for 2 years before, because we had that much data, and what would have happened had it carried on to the same degree, the violence levels, the injuries and deaths to the same degree. And as you can see with the little green marker, that is what would have happened if what had happened before carried on at the same rate. But as you can see with a little dot to the very right of that image, the last dot, that's where the injuries and deaths actually were, well below what should have happened had the injury and death rate carried on. So that was interesting, but even more interesting was what happened subsequently. Now, as I said, there was higher violence than usual during the week of our intention. That was a little scary to me, but what it turned out to be was that the government won a number of decisive battles just during that window of intention, that 8 days, that enabled it to turn around the course of the war. Within a few months, it was able to recapture the north from the rebels, and in a few months after that, that 25-year-old intractable war was over. Now, it ended in a bloody finish, but it finished. Now, did we do this? Short answer, who knows? You know, there are many variables in a war that can change its course. So what you have to do is do it over and over again. And then when it keeps happening, this starts becoming interesting. So I ran a Heal America experiment. We've run 7 peace intention experiments to date. I want to tell you about this one. And by the way, all 7 have shown measurable positive responses. So this time I chose the most violent place in America, which is officially St. Louis, Missouri. It has the highest crime rate in America, particularly one part of it called Fairground, which is near the Natural Bridge Avenue part of the city. So we set intention there. And once again, we were able to get very accurate police statistics from 3 years before our experiment to 6 months afterward. And we measured the violence levels of Fairground, which is what we were setting intention to, the levels of property crime in Fairground, the property crime in St. Louis as a whole, and the violence crime in St. Louis as a whole. So we measured all of them, looked at them again with Dr. Jessica Utz, and we found 6 months after our experiment, St. Louis as a whole, the violent crime had been going up and it continued to go up. St. Louis property crime, again, carried on going up. Fairground, the area of our intention, but we were only focusing on violent crime. So the property crime continued to go up, but the violent crime, the focus of our intention, actually went down by 43%. So that was amazing, but not the point of my story. something else happened that was extraordinary. The first time we did a peace experiment with Shirilenko, I surveyed the participants, and they wrote back things like this. "It is as if my brain is wired to a bigger network," said one. And other people said this. They reported extraordinary feelings of energy. Now remember, people taking part in these intention experiments are taking part on my website from their computers or with a live video, but they're still taking part individually in front of their computers from all over the world. And they're writing in things like this. "I felt like I was stepped into a palpable stream of energy along my arms and hands. My whole body was tingling and I was having goosebumps. I felt a strong current in my body. It was like a solid magnetic force field all around me. Sort of like what I imagine it would be like to be locked in a tractor beam like in Star Trek." It stopped soon after the experiment. Participants also reported things happening in their own lives. Their own lives were becoming more peaceful. They reported being closer to loved ones. They reported on healing estranged relationships. Many said that they had left their jobs. A number left their jobs and wanted a new life purpose. People were doing things like, I know a few wanted to join the Peace Corps. And most of all, about half said they were feeling closer to strangers, closer to everyone they came into contact with. I feel more love for everyone I come into contact with. And after St. Louis, the same thing happened. People were writing in, and this has happened with every peace experiment. They said, "A true miracle happened. It is healing the relationship between all of us, my mother and her daughters." Someone else wrote, "My father apologized for disowning me." Someone else wrote, "Things smoothed out unexpectedly with my difficult new boss. It's night and day now." Someone else wrote, "My estranged son has suddenly more time for me. He calls me and comes to see me after 20 years of being a practical stranger." But most of all, people were feeling more love for everybody. People were hugging strangers, they reported. And this carried on when we did an experiment for a fellow called Todd Voss, who was a Gulf War veteran, an American Gulf War veteran, who had come home with severe post-traumatic stress disorder. So bad, when he would walk into a room, he was so hypervigilant, he would have to lean against a wall and just survey it, just to see if he was safe. So we did this intention live online with a neuroscientist who was able to measure different brainwaves signified by different colors that were happening in real time as he put an EEG cap on Todd Voss, which is him right there, and we used another control person, Kathy Martin, to send intention to. Now, we were focusing on those turquoise stripes, as you can see at the bottom of the picture on the left, and trying to make them bigger because we were trying to increase his alpha brain waves. And we did. And we had a major effect on Todd. After the experiment, he reported that he was able to travel. He didn't need any more treatment. He felt much better. He managed to meet the love of his life. They got married, they had a child, and he didn't seek any more treatment. So that was remarkable, but not the point of the story. The point of the story is what happened to the participants. Again, we got reports like this. One woman had pain in the knee and she said it's completely gone. Someone else wrote in and said he has regular digestion for the first time in 20 years. Someone else said no longer experiencing sciatic pain. Someone else had anxiety and panic attacks, but they disappeared. Someone else wrote in continuing improvement to skin condition. I had relief in my hips, said someone else, as if I had taken some pain relief. Once again, I'm thinking to myself, what on earth is going on here? And it started to dawn on me that maybe there was such another thing that was much more important even than the outcome of our experiments, which was a kind of a mirror effect going on. And this was extraordinary to me because I realized that we weren't just affecting the targets, we were affecting the participants as well. So I decided to test this further to find out what was going on with power of 8 groups and also intention experiments, big groups and small. Would it heal everything in both the senders and the receivers? So in 2015, I set up a year-long Power of 8 course. And I invited people to be part of it. They would get teaching from me over 6 weeks with various catch-up calls later. But we'd also put them in groups and we would monitor what went on in their health, their finances and career, their relationships, even their life's purpose. And very soon we had remarkable effects. For instance, here's a fellow called Mitchell Dean. Now, Mitchell is a clinical psychologist, but he suffered from serious, nearly suicidal depression for many, many years, as long as he remembered. And this isn't a very good look for a clinical psychologist. And as an integrative specialist, he'd tried everything and he still couldn't get better. So we had his Power of 8 group set an intention for him to find the source of this depression and find the right healer to heal it. And soon after that, he had a very powerful urge to go see a particular Chinese herbalist who felt that he ought to check out his liver filtration systems. And once he did, he discovered that one of his filtration systems wasn't working. And when it was treated, wasn't working properly, when it was treated, once it was treated, his depression eased enormously. And he is now absolutely fantastic. And there it went. And but other parts of his life also over the year began changing. His Qigong practice got better. He lost 15 pounds and got back to his fighting weight. He had had writer's block and that lifted too. And so this was happening to most members of this group. I had 250 people participate. Of the 150 people who met regularly in their Power of 8 groups, and remember, they were meeting virtually with these people. They were from all different places, and they were meeting together on Zoom or Skype. Nevertheless, of the 150 who continued to meet regularly, just about 100% had major life changes. But during the year, before that time, there were some people who were stuck. And one of those people was Andy Spiros. Now, Andy was a very talented young woman who was going through a divorce. She was very good in marketing and coaching. She had sold her gift shop business. And with 2 small children, she really needed a new job. But she was applying for all sorts of things, which she was good at, and not getting any work anywhere. So we tried all kinds of things, and I finally said to her, Andy, get off of yourself. Try intending for someone else and see what happens. And the someone else I had in mind for her and everyone else in these Power of 8 groups was a young boy called Luke. Now, Luke was 15 at the time, and he had broken up with his first serious girlfriend, and in a fit of adolescence angst, he threw himself off a 40-foot structure onto hard ground. Now, Luke broke everything in his body. He had brain damage, nerve damage. This is what Luke looked like when he first got to the hospital. So we set an intention for him with all of the groups over 3 Sundays, while his stepfather, who had contacted me about Luke, kept a running commentary of exactly what was going on with Luke during the times we set intention. So the doctors didn't even think Luke was going to live. But soon after, Luke had a remarkable rebound, and within a week or two, he was able to zip around in the hospital on his wheelchair. Soon after some more of our intentions, there he is working on devices like any 15-year-old. And soon after, his friends came to visit him in the hospital, and he was getting so much better. And within a few weeks, Luke, who they didn't even think was going to live, was home. And here he is as a healthy 18-year-old. So did we do this? Short answer, who knows? Maybe it was just good doctoring. Maybe it was our intention. But Luke's changes, the major changes in his attitude and in his health, all seemed to come about just at the time we were sending intention to him. We know one thing, it's not a placebo effect, because like most 15-year-old adolescents, he believed his parents' beliefs, particularly in the power of intention, were pretty stupid. So that was interesting. But what was more interesting is what happened to Andy. Right after she participated in focusing on Luke and not herself, Andy got a call out of nowhere offering her her dream job from somebody she didn't even know. And that also happened over and over again. So I started realizing that a real key element here was the power of altruism, the power of getting off of yourself. And I found this when I started studying the evidence about altruism. Altruism is like a bulletproof vest. People who do things for other people in every regard are healthier, happier, and live longer in every way. There was one really fascinating study about this, looking at praying, and it was done by a psychologist who's also a priest, who had seen that there's a lot of evidence for prayer helping with physical ailments, but he wondered if it could help with mental conditions too. So he recruited 400 people with clinical depression. He divided them into two groups. One group received the prayer, and the other group were trained to give the prayer. And afterward, he measured them on a whole bunch of parameters. And he found that the people who received the prayer did really well. They were improved, but nowhere near as improved as the people who had given the prayer, who had done the praying. And that's what you see over and over and over again. The power of altruism heals not only the recipient, but the healer. And I found that with one of my favorite studies. This study looked at whether or not, what happens with the immune systems of people who live certain lives. So they compared immune system parameters with people who live a life of comfort and affluence with those who live a life of service. So they looked at the people who were living the dream, basically, people who were living the life with lots of money, lots of holidays, jobs they enjoyed, all of that kind of thing, living a life of comfort. And they found that in most cases, their immune systems were terrible. These people very soon were going to drop like flies. They were perfect candidates for all of those degenerative diseases like heart attacks, Alzheimer's, diabetes, and the rest. And then they compared them and those results with people who were living a life of service. Now, these people didn't have as much money, didn't have as many holidays, but their immune systems were extraordinarily robust. These people were going to live forever. And so I started thinking about that and thinking about the whole self-help movement and how toxic that might really be. This idea of I want, I get. Maybe it's I want, I get, and I get sick. Maybe the real secret sauce here is getting off of yourself and sending intention to somebody else. Here's what one 10-minute group intention did for a guy called Wes Chapman. Now, Wes was a very sad story. He was a member of a Power of 8 group I set up in Colorado, and this was his first Power of 8 group. He had great dreams as a college student. He was at a university studying biochemistry and wanted to be a doctor or a biochemist when he was called up at the very end of the Vietnam War. And that was at the time where there were no more deferments for college students. So he had to go and be there in the front line. This was so traumatic for him that he came home deeply depressed, dropped out of university, didn't finish, and his life continued in a terrible downward spiral thereafter. Even when he met the love of his life, his second wife, that did not last that long because she developed a rapid growing cancer and he lost her and lost even his home, paying for her medical bills. So by the time I met him at the age of 65, he was pretty depressed. He felt as if life was over, and it was difficult for him to even get up in the morning to do the simplest tasks of all. He was also avoiding people. He was deeply depressed. So he didn't choose to be a receiver in this 10-minute group intention because there was a woman there with advanced cancer, and he felt that she was more deserving. But this is what happened to him afterward.
I went to bed, and the next morning, when I woke up, it was an amazing thing. The first thing I felt was this energy. It was like the wheels are moving. It's like I can do what I need to do and do it happily. The second thing is amazingly heightened sensory awareness, as well as the emotions that go with the sensations. Like, I had a cup of herbal tea and it like knocked my socks off and like, wow. And even like doing the dishes was, I could feel this self-love. You know, we all think, well, it's wonderful to take care of yourself and this is an act of self-love and self-care. And it's easy to think that, but to feel it, you know, the chores are actually fun. And I noticed went outside a little bit and I noticed flowers and trees are just so beautiful. It's like all my senses were multiplied by, I don't know, 5 or 10. And one of the surprising things too is I definitely had got in the habit of avoiding people. I tried to minimize my social contact, you know. And now it's like when I see someone coming, it's like I automatically feel enjoyment. It's like it just happens so fast. I don't have time to think about it. Here's a person. Wow, how are you? You know, and these good feelings come so quickly and so easily. When I went to bed that night, now this is the second night after the experience, I woke up in the morning with a clear memory of the most lucid dream, is what a rational person would call it. I call it a vision. It was so clear and powerful. I found myself back on the campus that I was at where I was drafted and where, you know, I sweated that out. And there was a chapel there that I always liked, and I walked past it every day. And it's like maybe the only sacred space on that campus. And this is not easy to describe. My 19-year-old self was waiting for me. And I felt the most powerful emotions of love and connection and joy. It's like all of his high hopes, all of his beautiful dreams, all of his optimism, all of his youthful energy, you know, it's like, wow. Somehow I left all that behind, you know, in that trauma, in that when I dropped into survival mode just to take my draft physical and God help me, you know, I guess I left that behind. But to meet him again, and he's been waiting there so patiently for me, and it's like, I got it back. Now with my experience and wisdom and strength and toughness, and, you know, his optimism and hope and joy, it's like, hey, I get to start life all over again at 65. I've done a lot of work over the years, but this is the most phenomenal, the most powerful, and the most direct.
So that and Wes's experience and many others gave me a bigger idea. I wondered if this kind of experience, the act of group intention, could bring together warring individuals. Would it heal everything? If people were hugging strangers after doing peace intention experiments, would they also hug enemies? So I decided to do a Middle East peace intention experiment in November of 2017. And we've run some others since, but this one I want to talk to you about because I had a real unique situation. I had known Dr. Salah Al-Rashid, who has hosted me in a number of talks throughout the Middle East. He's like the Deepak Chopra of the Middle East, and he's brought personal development to all of the Gulf states in the Arab world. And he has many followers all around, and he also has a studio in the south of England. And he invited me to speak there, and it was a perfect opportunity to do an experiment. And this studio had two-way capability, so I could beam out to a number of audiences. They had cameras in 8 different Arab cities with conference rooms in Arab cities, these 8 different Arab cities. And then what we did was we organized it so that the 9th camera would be in an auditorium filled with Israeli Jews. So we had Arabs from all those different cities and different conference rooms and also an Israeli audience too. And I brought the both of them together to do a special peace intentions experiment for Jerusalem, the old city of Jerusalem. And I figured this was good because everybody has a stake in it, and it had been experiencing a lot of violence, particularly around Damascus Gate. So I brought everybody together to do this intention while also running this intention live through my own YouTube channel. So we had thousands of people around the world. So here's what happened. Afterward, I could call on the members of the audience, the Arabs or the Israelis who were in those different audiences, and they could speak back to me and also to each other. So this is what they had to say. So are you ready to begin now, everybody? Our intention is to lower violence and restore peace in the old city of Jerusalem by at least 10% or more. Imagine it with your 5 senses. See people putting down their weapons. See people restoring peace there. See people hugging each other, hugging strangers, reaching across the aisles. Hold those intentions in your mind as you imagine yourself holding the hands of everyone on either side of you. If you're watching on YouTube, imagine you're holding the hands of everybody, all the thousands of people on this call. Can you feel the connection? Are you seeing peace? We have someone from
Amman. This amazing experience. We all here crying at the room, our tears falling down.
Like a big party. I like to have fun, so I feel fun. I feel like I was young again. Like I'm in a big party.
Like a commercial that you see on the road, and it was written, the peace is already here.
Jeddah in Saudi Arabia.
I saw myself there, and I felt very strong love for the Jews, in spite of our raising up to hate the Jews. Beautiful feelings, beautiful images of unity, oneness, love, and peace.
We live in Jerusalem. We know it personally. And I've seen images of hugging, of soldiers and Arab people, of kindness one to another. another of flowers all around Damascus Gate. This is so emotional. And I've seen the four quarters of the old city as the four rooms of my personal heart.
Yes, you're on Abu Dhabi.
Israelis are dancing, the Palestinians, they hug each other, and we are with the Israelis, like we share peace and love, which is an amazing thing. And I want to thank you and everybody participate in this participation.
Tunisia.
Yes, Tunisia. So a lot of children running and laughing. And there is a lot of butterflies and wearing a white clothes and running. And there is a lot of a loud voice of laughing. You took me to the place I really love. I saw there a sunny day, lots of people laughing, lots of joy and happiness. I wish I could stay there. I wish I didn't come back.
My name is Fatima Salemi, and the peace in Arabic means salam, and my name is Salami. So I feel in peace, I feel in love. I love all people in the whole world. I love you so much, and I feel full of love and full of peace. Your God is my God. I love you.
My name is Lily from Jerusalem. It's so overwhelming, the possibility to be connected with you, our sisters in Amman and in Damascus and in Iran and all over. We are thousands, hundreds of thousands of women here saying enough. It's about time to unite. We are one. It's time of compassion.
So this little experiment went viral and throughout Israel and in many places in the Arab nations. There were people tweeting about it and writing an article about it, because you have to recognize that Arabs are taught that many of them never even see an Israeli. They're taught to hate Israelis and or believe that they have horns growing out of their heads, and vice versa. And yet people were sending love back and forth, as you see, and saying things like, your God is my God. And so I wanted to try to figure out, so are you ready why this would be, and why we would have this experience, why they're so affected. And the answer came from a guy called Dacher Keltner, who is a psychologist at the University of Arizona, Berkeley in California. Now, he did a study, a really interesting study with students, where he divided them into two groups. And one group saw pictures of the world's victims, starving children. The second group were shown pictures designed to elicit pride, pictures of their own campus at the University of California at Berkeley, or their football team beating Stanford, their nearest rival, Stanford University. And afterward, when he showed them pictures afterward of groups of people. The people that the first group identified more with were people who were not like them. The people who had seen the victims identified with groups of people. If they were Democrats, they also identified with Republicans, or they identified with the homeless, or even prisoners, people not like them. They felt love for people like that. Whereas group two, they only identified with people like them, or the people they were going to become, lawyers, doctors, affluent people, or students themselves. They identified with people just like them. So what Dr. Keltner has realized is that when we do something compassionate, when we're involved with something compassionate, a thing called the love nerve gets turned on. It's the vagus nerve. It starts in the neck. It's the longest nerve in the body, and it winds its way through all of the major organs of the body. And this also is involved in the release of oxytocin. And when that is released, as he discovered, it also helps us feel more deeply and feel more love for everyone we come into contact with. It enables, as we saw with the Israeli experiment, the heart to leap across the fence. So suddenly, people recognize the other as a fellow human being. So there was one more thing for me to understand, which was what is going on inside the brains of people involved in Power of Eight groups. So luckily, the Life University, the largest chiropractic university, was interested too and put the neuroscience department at my disposal. And we ran a series of experiments with 7 groups of student volunteers, putting an EEG cap on one of the members of the group who was sending intention. Now, these were total novices. Most of these students had never even meditated before. Nevertheless, we saw major changes afterward. Just during those 10 minutes, once again, these are only 10-minute experiments or Power of Eight groups. I never do longer. We saw major changes in all the brain waves of all of the group members. And there was one slight deviation, but everybody else followed the suit. And this is an example of one person who had highly significant changes. And this was run by Dr. Stephanie Sullivan. And we expected we were going to have results just like meditation. They were nothing like that. So here's what she had to say.
So honestly, we found some pretty amazing results. Now, qualifying that, and then this was a case series where we only had 6 individuals that we were looking at. But to be honest, it was amazing. Across the board, we had one participant that varied slightly, but everyone else actually had a decrease in their frontal lobe, their parietal lobe, and their temporal lobe, and with some additional decrease in their occipital lobe. And all of this was on the right side of their brain. And of course, my natural thought is that, okay, this is going to look like meditation. So I was honestly surprised when it didn't look like the traditional meditation studies that we've seen, where there was an increase in alpha.
And what we discovered is, yes, there was nothing like meditation, these results. We found a global quieting of the frontal and parietal lobes. Now, the parietal lobes sit back toward the end of the top of the head, and they help us navigate through space. They tell us what's me and what's not me. And they were dialed way down, as were parts of the frontal lobe involved in worry, doubt, negativity. They were also dialed way down. And also the frontal lobes make us feel they're our executive part of our brain. They really are involved in very much a sense of me. And they were turned way down too. So there's where the parietal lobes sit and the frontal lobes. So as she said, these were nothing like meditation and the brainwave signatures of meditation, much more like brainwave signatures recorded by Dr. Andrew Newberg, then at the University of Pennsylvania, studying Sufi masters involved in chanting or Buddhist monks in ecstatic prayer. When he looked at them, he found exactly the same thing: quieting of the parietal lobes, quieting of the frontal lobes, blurring between me and not me. So there was only one conclusion I could draw, which is that a Power of Eight group is a fast track to the miraculous. It was a way, and you don't need all the kinds of things people think of. You don't need sweat lodges. You don't need years of disciplined practice. All you need is a group and a common intention. And there you go, an instant passport to a mystical experience, a state of oneness. So before I leave you, I just want to tell you about some of my books. My latest book, The Power of Eight, joins what I call the Field Quartet, which started with my book, The Field, and then I wrote, which is the overview of the science, then the intention experiment, my book, The Bond, which is all about how to live this, and the Power of Eight group, the Power of Eight, which is all about creating a Power of Eight group in all of the things that I've discovered. I am shortly starting a web TV channel, Conversations with Lynn McTaggart, and it's about living the new science. I also have a podcast, Living the New Science. You'll find this out on my website, lynnmctaggart.com. Don't forget to check out my magazine, What Doctors Don't Tell You. We've been going for many, many years, and 30 years now. We are in 15 languages, including Russian, and we are always reporting on what works and what doesn't work in conventional and alternative medicine, particularly looking for holistic solutions and non-drug-based medicine. And we have serious journalism, in-depth investigative reporting, the kind of things you don't see anywhere else. I run online courses. My year-long intention masterclass carries on every year, beginning in the end of January, beginning of February. So check out my courses. I run many others too, many online courses. Check that out at lynnmctaggart.com. And we just started a thing called Get Well. We started as an actual exhibition last February at Olympia in London, and we're running a giant virtual show, the Serious Alternative Health Show, on November 12th to 15th. You can find out more at getwell.solutions. We are going to have leading therapists who are healing people of all kinds of illnesses around the world speaking at this event. So if you have a particular condition and you're not getting well, this is a way to get well with a holistic method. So please join us with these top innovators and you'll find out how to get well. I'm going to be running a big intention experiment, trying to heal polarization in certain areas, and we're aiming for September 21st. You can find out more on my website, lynnmctaggart.com. Check me out on Facebook, Lynn McTaggart 2011. And if you want your own virtual Power of Eight group, I have a Facebook group anyone can join where you just announce what your time zone is and you can join Connecting and Healing Through the Power of Eight. And there's my website. And I want to stop this share so I can say goodbye to you and thank you once again, Dr. Korotkov, for inviting me to be part of this wonderful conference. I say goodbye from sunny London. I wish you all well. And please do check out my work, my website, lynnmctaggart.com. And also, I just want to leave you with one thought, which is, as I said, you know, did we do this? Had we done any of this? What is the possibility that some of the most amazing results that I've witnessed are the inevitable results of changes made over time? I no longer ask that question. I realize that some miracles just happen and cannot always be rationally explained. And one of those is the miracle of people coming together in a group. Something happens when people lose themselves in a larger group with a common intention that defies rational explanation. Somehow, this whole experience was gifted to me. And I realize that I'm its gatekeeper. I make sure that it's used in the right way. But this gift also belongs to you. So what I have discovered is the power of groups, any kind of group. You don't need years of disciplined practice. You don't need sweat lodges. You don't need loads and loads of activity. All you need is a common intention, a common prayer, if you want to call it, and a group. And it's your passport to the miraculous. So find this out for yourself. Don't squander this gift. Get your own Power of 8 group and find it out for yourself. Thank you so much for listening.
Well, excellent, and once again, excellent lecture by Lynn McTaggart. And well, this is one of the biggest in the world intention experiments done. Those are organized and held by Lynn McTaggart. So excellent presentation, and thanks a lot for that. Now we're coming to questions and answers, and we have the opportunity to do that right here, right now. So we can start from the questions that were asked in the morning, and first questions were asked by people from Colombia, and they asked Dr. Korotkov for reference of the disk that was used for structuring the water and food in the presentation, and if it's possible to share the link or some kind of name. Dr. Korotkov, can you do that?
Yes, of course. It's available. And this is done by QNet company, Q-U-N-E-T. And we did a lot of experiments with these disks because they had several stages of development of this disk. And I had to prove this in the court because they were accused of being shit and nonsense. And with all our research, we were able to prove that it's really efficient. And this disk, it's glass, but glass with embedded rare elements. So this glass operates like a laser, because laser glass, those are the basis of very important part of our technology. They are based on glasses with embedded rare elements that operate when they have light coming to this glass. So same with this disk. When light, sunlight or external light come to this disk, it emits some frequency. And this frequency really affects water, and this water really affects our physiology. So it was proven in our universities, medical university, with, as you've seen in my presentation, big study. So you can find this disk on internet, and the latest modality of this disk, this is the most efficient.
Okay, thank you very much. And another question was, have you ever measured the magnetic field energy of people on alkaline diets versus acidic diets?
You see, we've been measuring, of course, people who are having different type of life, who are having different type of diets. And we see that if people follow some line that they like, if they have positive intentions, and if they feel that it's really positive for them, then we have good results. With biofield, it's very easy to see this. Of course, we didn't make, I would say, clinical study to compare people having this diet versus people who don't have this diet. But you know that in my book, it is presented that idea that gastrointestinal tract, it's one of the key elements of life, not just health, but life. So if you can balance your gastrointestinal tract, if you can feed your microbiome with what your bacteria is like, then it's one of the most important bases of physical health. And plus, if you have positive intention, as we have seen in this brilliant presentation by Lynn McTaggart, then it's a good chance for you to be healthy. And to my mind, it's not so important which type of diet you are using. It is important that this type would be beneficial for yourself. And everybody, depending on your own situation, need to find out what's the best. Because there are so many factors. It's impossible to have one and the same diet for everybody. Impossible. This is total nonsense. We all are different, and we all need some attenuation in what we are doing in life and what we eat. Okay.
So there was a question to Dr. Neto. What is, in your opinion, the best strategy to establish adaptability with the world? I'll change minds or change personal energy, or what is your opinion?
Okay, hello. In my opinion, in my case, for example, meditation was very important to change my mindset. Vipassana is a very, very impressive tool to do it, because change the old habit of our mind that have to decide what is good sensation, what is bad sensation, and the cascade of events happen about this. Then changing the mindset, our body, our mind become totally different, and the mind, equanimity mind, could keep the balance of our body, of our mind, and the other things is only reflex about this.
Thank you very much, Neto. And another question. Well, we we all have seen your results during the pandemic times. So, and well, most of the people, they lose their health during that time, but you have shown us on real examples with real, diagrams and pictures that you have made it better. So tell us a little bit, how did you come up with this?
Okay, it's very, very curious, because how I said before, in my case, I work a lot of 12 hours in my dental clinic, and after in computer all days, and a lot of things to do. But after pandemic, I'm in my home with my family. Then I work only with the emergency patients, only emergency attends. Then the other hours of my day, I have been with my things in my home, with my family, taking a son, cleaning my things and prepare classes, and sleep more early and sleep more, and take vitamins and take a good food, chewing slowly. Then all things better for me. And I don't worry about virus because I think that our balance and our mind, heart mind, is very, very more important than the external cause. That's all.
Okay, thank you very much, Neto. Thank you very much. There's a question to Ana Maria. What is your protocol, a suggestion of the protocol to attend patients when you use the Biwell device? You can turn on the sound now, Dr. Ana.
Now?
Yes.
Okay, so, well, the protocol is something that we learn when we do the training. And so what I do is that I receive the person and I let the person be in like 10 minutes, more or less, adapting. Normally, I make that they fill a form about the previous things that they can have. And this lets some time for the patient so as they can get in a normal state and not very like anxious or excited. So it makes them calm. And of course, I warn them not to wash the hands before the measurement. And then I do the measurement without the filter and with the filter. And at the same time, I always ask many questions about how are you doing? What are your expectations? And filling a history form to know what is happening in this person. And then I start explaining what I see in the images and start, for me, the images is like a starting point to get a thread and start talking about something and double checking with the person and having this therapeutical conversation that is not only just giving you information, but also getting information from you. So it depends on the way that I'm using that, because sometimes I spend the whole time just reading the images. Sometimes I just use that to confirm a before and after a treatment, or sometimes I can use that in a very, very different ways. It depends on the situation. But for me, the important thing is that the person the hands are not just washed, and that the person is also a little bit quiet, is a little bit relaxed. So I always let them, normally while they are filling the form, there is enough time so as they get rested and that they are relaxed. And if I see that the information is quite strange, so I just wait a little bit and take a second measurement to just double check that the person is like this at this moment, or it's just that it has been an artifact from the measurement. So this is more or less what I do.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. It was a very good lecture by you, historic ones with good insights.
Thank you. It is true that I enjoy a lot this kind of historical presentation, because it's not science like pure science as sometimes we do, but I think it's beautiful when science also helps us to answer these big questions about who are we and how can we live fuller lives. So I enjoy doing that a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have several questions to Dr. Voeikov. People are asking for your recipes. For the recipe, what is the proportional quantity of baking soda to 1 liter of water, and in which frequency of it we can have it? I think how many times a day we can drink it. Can you tell us a little bit about that? Yeah, wait. We need to turn on your sound. Please turn on the sound.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
First, I would like to say that I was deeply impressed by this today's conference, and especially by the last lecture. So I am looking for good intentions from all the people who are here, and will feel better. Now, first I ask the particular question, what to do with oh, do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Now, very recently, when we had all these problems with these coronaviruses and fear of lung diseases and so on, we, together with my relatives, we begin to breathe, to inhalate the very hot water, to which to 1 liter about 1 big spoon of baking soda was added. And you just inhale this vapor for about 10-15 minutes. You can just put this boiled water in a tea, just boil it and then inhale this vapor, or you can put it into a thermos and with big outlet and also breathe it. So in fact, we had couple of me and my wife, we had a couple of incidents with storing throat, and within 1-2 days, everything disappeared. So that is a very simple and very good way to get rid of all these minor, I would say, minor problems with your throat, with your breathing, with diseases of this kind. In fact, when you breathe this carbon dioxide, which is evaporated from water, together, of course, in vapor, you also have bicarbonate that already affects immediately your lungs. And immediately in your lungs, there is increase in blood flow. Blood becomes much more active. And I think this is a very general thing which helps you to get rid of diseases having to do with your respiration. But in general, I would like to suggest you, I don't know if I managed to put into the chat the recipes which are suggested by Dr. Mark Circus, who is an expert in treating with bicarbonate. He collected a tremendous quantity of literature showing that bicarbonate aqueous solutions really heal tremendous quantity of different diseases. So that is Mark Circus. Probably again put his name into chat, and I suggest, I really advise to go to his website and read a lot of different recipes. In general, somebody asked Konstantin about food, alkaline or acid food. I wanted also to join this discussion from such a point of view. Some time ago, about several months ago, I had a heart attack. And after this heart attack, I had to go to a hospital and met there a very advanced surgeon, heart surgeon, who told me how to get rid of high blood pressure and also atherosclerosis. To get rid of these things, usually people stabilize. Just general medicine says that it stabilizes the high blood pressure and the contents of cholesterol in your blood. But in fact, he told me that it is not very difficult to decrease all these parameters. And the recipe is to get rid of eating meat. So to become a vegetarian. In fact, I was in my life was dealing a lot with the problems of nutrition, but never thought about the difference between the meat diet which contains meat, and diet which is deficient in meat, or like vegans, which they do not eat anything which is meaty. And this man, he told me, and he gave me also information that really there is a lot of data in the literature, which is what mostly surprised me, that really there is a lot of data in a very authoritative peer-reviewed papers and so on about a decrease in cholesterol and bad cholesterol, especially contents in your blood, if you switch off from ordinary, now they call it Western diet, to vegetarian or even vegan diet. So now I'm living for about 3 months without meat, and I'm not suffering at all. I feel much better. But I was thinking, why? What is the difference? For example, of course, you also take the problem is not only of eating too much fat. The problem turned out that if you are eating a lot of meat proteins, the animal proteins, it is much worse than when you eat the plant proteins. So I'm a biochemist, and I was thinking, what's the difference between proteins of soya, for example, and proteins of chicken? Both those and those, they consist of amino acids, and you digest these proteins and they convert into amino acids and they feed your body and so on. And when I begin to think about the impressive results of first Campbell, and also, I don't know if you know this name, Dean Ornish. These two guys made tremendous studies of effect of diet, both on particular people, on animals. There was a lot of experimental work and also a lot of epidemiological work. And they really proved that in the just people grown-up people should better get rid of meat. The question is why. And so my plausible answer to this question is, when you eat plant food, what you get with this plant food? You get a lot of what we call antioxidants. Practically, we don't think about this. Practically, we don't have antioxidants in meat food. When I was talking about water burning and bicarbonate as catalysts of water burning, in fact, we get energy from the intermediate products of this burning, the appearance of reactive oxygen species, which have to combine with each other, and in their reactions of a combination, this energy is released. If we have antioxidants, these antioxidants, they facilitate, unlike what's usually written in textbooks, they facilitate these reactions. They intensify water burning, these what we call antioxidants, and the major one of them is vitamin C. There is no vitamin C, of course, in meat food, but there is a lot of vitamin C in plant food. Now, what about proteins? It appeared very, very recently that all the proteins, first, of course, they are split into peptides. And peptides from plant proteins, they also have antioxidant properties. While peptides from meat proteins, they kill antioxidants in our body. So when we are eating a lot of meat, then we somehow hamper, then there is a deficiency in our respirations and gain of this very rich energy which we get from water burning.
Okay, Dr. Voeikov, I think that we will ask you to give a lecture on this topic next year.
Okay, and I'm just coming to the end. And I think that when, and there is a lot of examples in human history, then when people were eating too much meat, and especially in recent history, they felt worse and worse. When we switched to vegetarian diet, they begin to feel better and better. I don't know if Konstantin will agree with me, but now I believe in this very, very much, and I have scientific explanation of this.
Excellent. I think that the scientific explanation, specifically from biochemical point of view, is very interesting one. And I'm not joking. I'm talking seriously that it's going to be interesting to listen to from the side not of nutritionists or some other people who are protecting animals, etc., but from the biochemical point of view. So I think that next year we will ask you to do this kind of presentation. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much. So one of the people are asking, Tiffany Barsotti, if there's any way of getting your slides of the presentation.
Well, my presentation will be, I suppose,
no. Dr. Voeikov, it's for Tiffany Barsotti.
Hello.
Tiffany.
Yeah, hello, everyone. Fantastic. I'm happy to share my slides. I believe they're part of this, aren't they?
Well, I think people are asking for a PPT slide or something like the I don't know if you are ready to share.
I can share, yes, I can send my presentation to you, and it will be, you can put it on the website.
Yes, okay, deal. Tiffany, are you ready to share the PDF that we already have? You already sent it, so we will then post it also together with your video.
I'm fine with the PDF. I feel less fine with the PowerPoint.
Okay, so we will share the PDFs only. Okay.
And if somebody wants to message me in particular about their use or something, I'm happy to share those details. Unfortunately, I've been misquoted by people who have used some of my work, so I have some just being cautious.
Okay. So there is a question to Lynn McTaggart. If she is online now, I cannot see.
I'm afraid not, because
she's not.
She has a family meeting just by that time in London.
Ah, okay.
So we can send her this question and maybe she will.
Yeah, people are asking if it's possible to create a group intention for the time of the pandemic on specifically pandemic topic.
Intentions always work, regardless of what it is centered for, because I'm 100% sure that pandemic situation depends on your own attitude to what is going on. If you have positive intention, positive attitude, you are much more protected than people who have fear, who are afraid of everything, and who try to hide from life. It's impossible to hide from life, but it's possible to influence life by your positive intentions.
Okay, thank you very much. And there is one more question to Dr. Korotkov. What do you think? Is there any indication in BioWell for sensitive people who could be more prone for viral infections so they can take precautions? What do you think?
Sure, no doubts. We have 25 years of using GDV BioWell. And we know if you have holes, breaks in your energy field, you are vulnerable. Because your energy field is your protection shield. It's like a field around yourself. And I'm sure that everybody who's using this have experience agree with me, that you have this shield protecting you from any outside attacks. And it doesn't matter, would it be virus, would it be bacteria, would it be some negative intentions from other people, then if you have strong energy field, you are protected. That is why with this new program, with this tracker program that I've shown, it would be possible to follow up your situation day by day. And I'm doing this for me last weeks and months, and it's really very interesting result. Very, very interesting result. I didn't expect that this situation would be so sensitive to follow up your situation. And I had several days when I wasn't so good, and it was immediately reflected by this program. So that's why I'm sure that in short time we'll present this program to all of you, and then you will be able to use it. So if you have strong energy field, if you have strong parameters, if you don't have breaks and holes, you are protected.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Korotkov, for this answer. And well, in fact, I'm just checking. Well, there were one more question about making these group intentions and measurements with Sputnik from for Lynn McTaggart, but I think that we will just forward her this these questions, and as it is said already, it is possible to organize your own intention experiment as long as everything is described on Lynn McTaggart's website. So you're welcome to join her group and connect with her on Facebook. She has shared all the information, all her contact details in her presentation. All these presentations, once again, video recordings will be available soon, next week, on our YouTube channel, on Biowell Company's YouTube channel. So please watch it there once again and copy the names of the websites, etc. Okay, so so we don't have any more questions. Let me check.
But we are just in time. It's very good timing.
Oh yeah, yes, absolutely, yes, absolutely, yes. So we have excellent day today. I can say that all the presentations were super good, super good. Each one has revealed some new aspect, and we have got some new information. As long as we will be sharing this on YouTube, all these videos, so don't worry, you can re-watch it as many times as you want. And well, for example, for Claudia, she had to give this speech only for 30 minutes, as long as we have like full program. Well, in her case, it will be even 1 hour presentation posted on YouTube, so it will be even more information. And I want to invite you to the tomorrow's part of the Congress, and it's gonna be, I think, same quality as today or even better. So those people who are, I can see some of the presenters who will be presenting tomorrow are already here with us, and they already see how high is the standard of the presentations today. So tomorrow they have the opportunity to keep the standard. Okay, so thank you everyone for participation. Thank you for coming, and we hope to continue this kind of work together with you and our collaboration. And all the best. Have a good evening, day, whatever time, at night, depending on the time zone you're in. All the best, and thank you all.